right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one. Another one. Two other teams live. Like, for mercy right between you. Done. That's going to be a good old-fashioned.
Welcome back, everyone. Here as we're now kicking off our very first Super Weekend in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe. I'm Jason Kapp, and I am still your host. No, they've not removed me just yet with my corny jokes and my terrible wit, as you can see right there. But we have brought in some analysts yet again here to help carry me through all of these games and carry us all through the analysis that comes in likes with everything happening as well. We're going to bring them in with QLASH and Maxman, who luckily for me have stuck around for another day of play, though I don't know if you're going to do it another day coming up tomorrow. But it is a 3-day Super Weekend here, gentlemen, and this is where everything counts, right? Max, we'll start off with you. We got the Super Weekend. Points go towards PMGC, but also more importantly, points stick around here to get you into the finals. They don't disappear like the league play points.
Yeah. That's going to be the game. I want to say, I know why you stand here is because of the epic segues, okay? That's the reason why you're still on the show. Like, we couldn't get any better, man. We got to keep it up there.
Well, speaking of segues, when it comes to...
Oh, no, not already. No, we just started. But no, of course, as you said, Super Weekend, the points really going to be mattering here. So we need to see the teams on their tippity top level. And yeah, it's going to be great. Super Weekend is where the real action unfolds.
Yeah, let's take a look at our overall settings here in QLASH, and maybe you can point out to a couple of teams to us that really stood out in your eyes, whether good, whether bad. I'm going to take any of it, honestly, because there were some good moments for some teams, and there were some bad moments as well, unfortunately. I'm looking at ScrimFarm a little bit, but I think we'll get to them in a little bit of time.
Yeah, I think so. There was two big waves, I guess. Day one saw the rises very much so of Destiny and ScrimFarm, as you were mentioning. BlackSparks obviously got themselves a win in that first game of the day as well. But then as day two moved on, those kind of stepped aside for some of the other teams that were able to kind of rise up the ranks. I'm sure as we'll look down the ranking a little bit later on. But Unicorns of Love was one of those that stood out in particular, finishing off the entirety of those 2 days with the 14 kills and the win towards the end. And that was brilliant to watch, Max.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that they've been doing some really good performances throughout this this very first league play stage. They were able to make it to the Super Weekend, so hopefully that's going to translate where it really, truly matters, because Super Weekend's where the points really are going to come in line. Really happy to see, you know, especially the likes of RESQ. I think they were a team that with a few up and downs, I think they were able to find a little bit more, they were a little bit more comfortable, it seems, as of day two, and I think they especially Class able to find a 1v3 versus a few players of Unicorns of Love. He felt the confidence, he felt boosted up, so I think that RESQ are feeling very proud and happy of themselves as Class made it feel on social media coming into the Super Weekend. So RESQ might be looking for top 5 here.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, by the way, I think one team really gained their confidence back after that first day of play where they sat themselves in 20th place. They got themselves some big wins, some back-to-back wins, Clash here off the bat. This was a team that had a major resurgence, and I think MZ, their lead, is very, very proud about that, but it all comes into the Super Weekends now.
Yeah, definitely. Clash, when we watched them take those wins, they looked ultra confident in the final moments of those games. And I think that is a scary thing that these teams are going to have to potentially go up against when it comes to Clash in those final circles. So yeah, going to have to be watching out.
I think that when you see MZ pushing with an M249 in the open lands of Miramar, I think that's like the pinnacle of confidence in PUBG Mobile in general. It worked out great for them. Same for Nexus also, that they struggled a little bit at the very start. They were able to climb their way back into it, especially that they did lose themselves 2 opportunities to maybe get a chicken dinner. 2 times it was when Clash was still there, so maybe they're going to have a little bit of a rivalry coming into this Super Weekend. And teams like Eastern Stars too, I'm going to call them the third-party king. They were doing great work when it comes down to those opportunities on the edge of the circle. It was enough to qualify 12th position, but not quite comfortable actually getting into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's actually surprising to see 4 chicken dinners outside of the top 8 accumulated from all these teams. You can see Gaijin and Seraph in particular. They had 22 of their 26 points in day 1 from that first chicken dinner that they got. But then they disappeared off the map here, and I'm not sure exactly why. But it is very unfortunate. I thought we expected a little bit more to them. And speaking of another team that's kind of disappeared, unfortunately, I'm going to have to point out Team Umbra. 11 points. This is not what we expect out of a team that had 2 players play in PEC.
I think the main issue we're going to be seeing here with Gaijin, Seraphine, and Umbra, I think that they can also correlate to each another. they struggle on repositioning. They have a hard time finding those opportunities, especially Umbra. We talked a few times about them being very slow to actually start entering the circle, so that will most of the time end up in them being gate kept. I think Gaijin, they got themselves that big chicken dinner on day one, as you rightly mentioned, Jason, and they were not able to actually do anything off of that. So apparently their teams, they need to be given a circle to actually do good. And in PUBG, like, sure, there's RNG, but if you're a great team, you must be able to make up for it in some way, and they were just not able to make it happen here.
There you go, Kalaris. You were talking about this before. Confidence. MZ just pushing through. Doesn't really care in the world, but you know, again, for Clash, as we talked about a couple of times, like, they were really nervous coming into the event, which is kind of funny considering in an event that happened just prior to this kicking off, they actually placed first out of most of these teams that participated as well. But I wonder, though, that confidence that you got in league play, you've had a day off now, carrying that confidence now into the Super Weekend is going to be a lot more difficult. But as you did mention before, James, it's very important to realize that these teams are playing against the same other 15 teams for 3 days straight, 5 matches a day. You can finally get a good feel of the lobby.
That's a big kicker, and I'm glad that they have like 3 days of the weekly final compared to your 2 days of your qualification. 3 days against the same lobby really gives you a brilliant feel for how those other teams are going to be playing and things like that. And I do think some of the teams that have been able to rise to the heights, like you're mentioning, of like first places, third places, second places, or podium finishes in other tournaments, are going to thrive in this situation where they can, even if they have a bad day to start things off, they can go back to the drawing board, say, okay, why did we get crashed in this position? Let's make sure that that doesn't happen again in this particular compound. Or why did we lose out this 4v4 towards the end? And break those things down and bring it a better, fresh game into the next day.
Well, we did have some teams have a very bad first day, as you mentioned with Clash. We're going to take a look at like the volatility sometimes of teams and the consistencies of others, as we're going to compare 4 teams kind of against each other. And ScrimFarm, I kind of put them out earlier on, guys. They had a fantastic day 1. They were top of the table. But then day 2 rolled around. Now, I don't want to be too critical about this. I don't want to sound too negative about this. They were already qualified through into the Super Weekend. Yeah. I'm wondering, were they really just trying stuff, or was day 1 a fluke, or was day 2 a fluke? There's a lot of questions in the air here, Max.
I had the chance to rewatch a few of the VODs, and it did really seem like ScrimFarm were trying in some way, but it seemed like they were just relaxed also, just to a point that was just too much, and they would not really take the fights in the best of ways possible. The rotations would be very similar and very clean. I had no issue with them whatsoever, but it seemed like their mind was absent a little bit here. And I think it might be, as you said, you know, right off the bat of that one. And I did have a chat, you know, with a few of the players on Instagram, and they said, "Oh man, we knew we were qualified. We really didn't care too much of data." I'm like, hey, you know what? That's fair enough. But I hope you're not gonna have that mentality in Super Weekend, because you literally can't. Otherwise, it's gonna be game over, mate.
Yeah, what we saw in day 1 from Clown and Datati was just like brilliant stuff, and then in the second day, it wasn't anything to write home
brilliant
about.
Stuff.
But as you say, you know, it could be that case that they're just like, we know we're done. We can chill for a bit.
Well, let's take a look at the other teams, though. Clash, we talked about, they had a massive resurgence coming into day 2 with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And we talked a lot about them, so I want to turn our attention towards the other 2 teams here, Panda and RESQ. Like, if we talk about consistency being key in PUBG Mobile, I know I've said that 1,000 times, that Max probably hates me talking about it. Is that it's important to be able to maintain that consistency. It's great to see them. Yeah, they did have a little bit of a worse performance in day 2, but to be able to put up like the same kind of numbers for me, Max, is so important when you go into these longer formats of these 3-day Super Weekends.
Especially as you just mentioned too, this is going to be with now a lobby of locked 16 teams every single time. So if you're already a consistent team going into the league play, when it typically should be a little bit harder to get those consistent results coming your way, I think that we could be looking at Panda this time around, not aiming for top 4. They might be actually going for, you know, a top 3, a top 2. And they also did learn so much. We mentioned it on their 2 first games on day 1, where they were struggling a little bit to actually find themselves some drop locations. They instantly adjusted their approach, adjusted their playstyle on drop locations and their rotational pathing, and it worked out great apparently, as they were able to find themselves in 4th. So RESQ too, I think they improved a lot more on their second day, but consistency I think is the best quality of a team heading into the very first Super Week.
Yeah, I think for RESQ as well, if you think about what they were able to do, especially mid the 2 days that we were playing things out. A second with 5 kills, third with 4 kills, 4th with 6 kills, 6th with 2 kills, 6th with 3 kills. Those kind of placements, extremely consistent. I'm not looking at RESQ and thinking to myself, these guys are going to be able to obliterate the entire lobby with their gun prowess. But if they're able to continue on those kinds of placements with a few kills here and there, then that actually pays dividends in the long run. That gets you quite far, even just with that little kind of facet itself.
And it's important to kind of think about the long-term goal here. Yes, these points count towards PMGC. We're not exactly sure in what kind of formula they do count, but what's important to know is you just got to be top 16 in Super Weekends, right? If you're top 16, you get into the finals. And if you keep playing with this level of consistency, you can keep tweaking things as you go on, like minor things to hopefully improve yourself to potentially get that top 3 going into the finals. So I think it's really important for teams to maintain that consistency, whereas, you know, ScrimFarm and Clash, they need to find that consistency. But at the same rate, if they find that consistency with the numbers they can put up in a day, that is going to be another couple of scary teams for everyone else out there, Max.
We're gonna have to do like in PMGC, like just have a count in the top right. How many times are these guys gonna say consistency?
we have a curse meter for you, so.
Which I hope they don't bring it back though. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. I mean, they probably will, man. We're going to have Adrian, he's the producer. He's going to be potentially bringing it back at some point. But at the end, yes, consistency is the biggest mark of a team to see if they can potentially bring it through into the Super Weekend. I mean, top 16 is not that hard. It's very easily achievable. Even if you missed the Super Weekend, you can make it through. We saw teams in PMGC, like I'm thinking Nova Esports. They missed the Super Weekend out of 4. They were still able to make it to the finals. So it's just to say, even if you like Umbra, Gaijin, UDR Killers, you didn't make it to this first one, you still have a chance, but it's just going to require that lower point threshold to increase a little bit more for your per game point stasis you're aiming for. So hopefully they can still make it work out, but I think it's going to require a little bit more effort for the teams that didn't make it this time around.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about how teams accumulate their points in terms of like day 1 versus day 2, but we want to kind of dive deeper into a couple of teams and how they gain their points versus kills and placements as we take a look at 2 polar opposite teams here with Unicorns of Love in 5th place and Polar Ace in 6th. Now they have very similar points. I think they have exactly the same points if I'm not mistaken, or relatively close to it. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but the important part is that how they acquired these numbers, how they acquired these points are completely different here at Claris.
Yeah, definitely. Unicorns of Love were popping off, I think is fair to say, towards the end of some of this. A lot of kind of kills coming their way to be able to push them up to those upper echelons of the points. Again, you have to get top 16, but they did with flying colors towards the end, with flying pink colors, I might add. So the 41 kills go their way. Polar Ace, on the opposite side of things, this game is not entirely about shooting. To me as well, coming from an RTS background especially, there's a lot of strategy that goes into this game, and Polar Ace is employing some of that. They are finding themselves the right spots, they're finding the right rotations, Max, to get them in those spots where they can get some nice placement points.
We'll even have a little clip later on to just really analyze exactly how they pull off those rotations in the first place. But like as you mentioned, right, 3 top 3 positions and even 3 top 6 coming their way. That's some really strong consistency. After, you know, of course, we've got to mention that they're still lacking a little bit on the kill side. 26 is still decent, but like it's not insane when you're looking at the fact that this is over 8 games. So if they can increase that one statistic alone, that could just very easily pump them up because they were on equal standings with Unicorns of Love, both 70 points total coming into this. That little change, that little modification to their playstyle could very easily pump them up from 6th to example 4th or even 3rd position in general. So it's those little changes that hopefully the league play was able to teach them a lot more come into the Super Weekend, and they can actually adjust and iron out those few. I'm not going to call them a mistake because I don't think they were, but just improve on the few little dark sides of their playstyle that maybe wasn't really going their way.
And I don't want to judge it too harshly either, considering it is league play, right? And Polar Ace were looking pretty confident to qualify. So maybe like day 1, they played maybe heavily towards the placements, not feeling confident to fight. Whereas Unicorns of Love came in with all guns a-blazing. And speaking of all guns a-blazing, let's take a closer look at the 2 top players in the respective statistics that we wanted to point out, in particular between these 2 teams, with kills for Unicorns of Love and that survival time coming in for Polar Ace. And you can see, I mean, right off the bat, you already talked about him before, Kalaris, especially when we're done with the show. Ked, 16 kills. This man is a beast.
Yeah, definitely so. And being able to put a big damage alongside that as well. Sometimes you see kind of a lot of these kills come in and it's like, yeah, but that guy's the finisher. He just kind of rolls with it and maybe steals a little cheeky few here and there. But no, he's been pumping. So very, very impressive to see, especially towards the very end of day 2 as well, with the 14 kills that they were able to put up in that final chicken dinner. And that is clutch play. When you look at that kind of play from Unicorns of Love, they were probably going to be on the border anyway of qualifying, but the fact that they can do that when it matters most is very important.
Yeah, I agree. In general, I think that Holes has been also doing really good. Like, we're looking at the average survival time of Polar Ace is also really strong in general. But Unicorns of Love, we talked about it coming into this tournament, one of the most aggressive teams coming into this one. And I think they delivered in some ways. Of course, that does hinder their chances of actually getting in Circle itself. I think I can especially recall to day 2 of this league play, where they did have an encounter. We're seeing the fight actually happen right now on our screens. It was taking the fight versus UDR Killers. The unfortunate moment of them not able to close off that fight made them lose a lot of very precious time to rotate back into the circle, and that did result in them getting 1v3 by Class of Rice Gang. So taking fights and being aggressive is great, but I'm just hoping that they could just sometimes have their focus a little bit more towards position, because in my eyes, Unicorns of Love is a team, if you allow them to get to the late game, there's a big chance they're going to take the win, like and see here on Miramar. They did clutch it up, they got in position, they got the game. That is the unicorn that you typically see when you get 25 minutes in.
Did you see the Class 1v3, Jason? I don't know, like, did you watch it from the point of view of Ked, by the way? Because he is in the most ridiculous bush for that 1v3. Ked has no clue he is there, to the point now where they want to call it Classed Bush. There you go.
It just reminds me of Ryzen a little bit back up against Footballists, and maybe some glasses need to be had. But Max, you were talking about a clip from Polar Ace in particular, and you wanted to break this down for us really quickly.
So this was actually one of the Miramar games on day 2 for Polar Ace, and we had a really big cluster of teams because you had this circle shift that was actually right on top of Graveyard. The circle shifted right up north of Graveyard, and because of that, GODSENT and other teams like you can see right now on your screen, the likes of Rice Gang, Destiny, and there was a bunch, I think there was even 2 or 3 other teams beforehand in that position in the first place. Polar Ace understand, hey, we don't want to take that fight. We're not great at playing aggressively, but we're good at getting in position. So they go right up north, they hold on to that shack, they smoke it away so they can't get shot or naded away too easily by Destiny or the likes of GODSENT also in Graveyard itself. They jump over. Sure, they do not get the kills, and I think that that's something that Polar Ace could have capitalized onto a little bit more. But the guy himself just avoided the fight. They read the circle and the circle shift really well, and because of that, they avoided an insane amount of trouble that I think that could have very easily caused their demise. So I think that Polar Ace, how they read situations at hand and how they avoid it, is a big portion of how they got themselves so high in the standings, currently standing in 6th position in the league play. And I think that if you can just increase a little bit more in kills, and I think that they could be looking for top 3 here.
Yeah, it's all about those adaptations as the whole tournament progresses, since it is a long tournament with 4 weeks in total. We're going to take a look at our schedule now so you guys get an idea of what matches will be played when. Remember, no groups are sitting out because there's only 16 teams playing now in our Super Weekend. We're starting things off on Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel once again. So we have Sanhok coming into the pool today. We didn't have it in league play. It'll be joining us yet again when we get into week 2 of league play here, gentlemen. But I'm excited to see, and I want to get your thoughts on this really quickly, Kalaris. You know, having a team be able to adapt. I've always said in esports, being able to adapt as a team is probably one of the biggest things you can have, or like most important things, attributes you can have for a team, especially in tournaments like this. What's your quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely so, especially in the Super Weekend here when you've got Sanhok as an addition to it, because it's a very, very different map. It's very run and gun. There's a lot of foliage, a lot of cover. You can be surprised by teams on those rotations, so you got to be careful.
All right, well, let's bring in our commentators. Gentlemen, thank you so much for helping break down everything as we started off the show, and I'll be checking with you guys when we do come back after the first match finishes. But it's time to bring in John, Alan, and Blank here to get their thoughts about the matches coming up today. They look excited. I'm excited. Blank, you're always looking excited. How you doing, man? You ready to go? This is a Super Weekend. The points matter. PMGC points on the line.
Oh my lord. I mean, you said it perfectly at the beginning of the show. Like, this is where it starts to get a little bit dire, you know? The pressure's on. A lot of these teams, they've got to play to their fullest. It's no longer just that 2-day stint as well. You got 3 days ahead of you on this weekend. So it's all gas, no breaks here, Jason.
All right, why don't you guys take it away, John, as we kick off our first match of the day.
All right, game number 1, the first game of Super Weekend play. It's time to earn those points to get them on the cards, because this is how you qualify for those finals later on, Blank. It's all important, and the journey starts here. We're going over Erangel, as we always do, to kick things off.
Exactly, and today we've got a little bit big special ahead of us, because obviously we get to cover Erangel, Miramar, as well as Sanhok. So we've got the triple coming through here today, so I'm happy about it. I get to see all kinds of play styles, especially on Sanhok, where things start to get a little bit more aggressive, sometimes a little bit more safe, and sometimes got to be like classed and just become one with the nature and remain hidden.
If it bleeds, you can kill it. That's what they're going to be living by.
It's true.
That bush is bleeding. Why is that bush? Why is that bush bleeding? Had a difficult time with the shaver this morning. That's fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, the plane path. Let's get off that. Goodness me, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
plane path there on the western side. Really going to cut off places like Milta Power, like Milta as well. Lipovka potentially as well for Lakonostra MVP. Could be pretty tricky for them to get all the way out there.
Yep, so obviously all the players now jumped off the plane just like we jumped off that last conversation. We're going to have a few teams heading towards their chosen drop spots. You see here ScrimFarm actually heading up towards Georgia Pole. We saw them towards the beginning of the tournament. I know we're only in day 3 right now, but they're taking residence back up there instead of going up towards Yasnaya, towards prison area. So they want to take a dominant position at the beginning of the circle, especially with them coming through being that top dog on day 1. Obviously didn't have the best day on day 2 of league play, but you know, as Max said, maybe they were chilling out, maybe they didn't really care too much, they'd already qualified. This is where it really counts, and maybe they're just, you know, relaxing a little bit before they need to pull out those big moves, those big maneuvers.
Certainly the place to do it though. Super weekends where you need to accrue all those points, obviously crucial for those qualification spots. Absolutely vital to get it done. So right in the middle of the map at the moment, we're on board with Lost Bullets in Pochinki, sharing it right now with Black Sparks. North and South split. I mean, it's a standard Pochinki split. The question is, do they go to loggerheads, or are they going to try and just sort of disengage and slip around one another?
Exactly, and I mean, to be fair, if I'm Lost Bullet, I'm probably one most afraid in this situation. Obviously, they don't know exactly who it is here in Pochinki with them, but Black Sparks currently in second position at the moment, only 0 chicken dinners, only. I know, it's crazy. But they got a load of kills, and that's where the boatload of their points have come from right now. So this team is very much a team that you don't really want to get into a scrap with, because more than likely they have the experience to take you down. And Lost Bullet, on the other hand, they didn't come flying into this super weekend like Black Sparks did. So you imagine that they want to take Pochinki, take a safe split. Sam4's doing some really good due diligence here, John, making sure that he looks out towards the rest of the players of Lost Bullet, make sure they don't come over to their side of the compound whilst the rest of the team just loots up. But this is a great launching pad for them going out for the rest of the game. Gives you a very nice spot to move outwards, you know, extend your territory, and depending where the circle goes, you know, it might just hit dead center again, and both these teams don't have to go anywhere.
A team that probably is going to have to go somewhere, Black North, Georgia Pole, it's ScrimFarm. They didn't have the best of days yesterday. I mean, we saw that in that volatility graph, right? They were really, really great day 1, and their day 2, I think it was 11 points total they scored on the day. They're currently in North George. They're going to have to move down a little bit further, and they don't really want to have a repeat of that performance, right? They don't want to be a one-hit wonder qualifying in towards the top of the tables and then sort of just falling off later on. It's really not where you want to sit. It's not the reputation you want to have. Destiny a little bit further north of them. They've got a Severny split at the moment with Michi, their only player out west, towards Zaki even. So really covering all bases.
I mean, this is not a bad split in my opinion. I think we see Michi quite often being that forward scout for the team. He's going to get a fair bit of info, especially down towards hospital crates as well as Georgia Pole. So this is good for them. It means they know where they need to go next, and it gives good control over the river going forward, especially if they do have to move, which is most likely, especially the circle being a little bit more to the south here. It's not a really hard northern circle for them. You can see Panda on our screen as well. These guys did fantastically well in the league play. Not really that team that you would see and be like, you know what, this is a team that, like, wow, guns are blazing, but certainly a team that makes sure they get towards the end. We saw GK first as well as QE as well, both getting towards the end of the circles as solos, so never count that team out. Well, we've got Clever by himself. This is one of the players from Lost Bullet. Does take the first casualty onto Polar Race and confirms it too.
Forward scout.
Fortunate.
Forward scout for the team. They're all the way over in Pochinki. This is a one-man army here for Clever, but he is going to go down. 1-for-1 trade. It's not the best start to the game for really either of these teams. Not too sure what he was trying to do there. I mean, maybe, you know, Bagsy that compound, sure, but really, what else are you going to be able to do if the rest of the Lost Bullets are just going to be stuck in Pochinki in that fight with the Black Sparks? But Unicorns love, they hear these shots. You see they're right over the hillside there. They've already swarmed over.
I mean, Polar Race down a player as well. And personally, I think that's a mistake from Clever on Lost Bullet, because you already have Pochinki. you want to have all 4 players of Pachinki to make sure you can take that scrap should it arise over on that side. So having, you know, that forward scout over here just makes no sense to me, honestly. But Unicorns of Love moving into the buildings, trying to clear stuff out. Tachi very close, finds 1.
Oh, finds 2 as well. Will take them down, but is burning and not going to go down to fire damage. A sliver of HP is all he needed. Bardo able to help on the repulsion of this push from Unicorns. Beautiful hold so far from Polar Ace. It looks pretty dire, but now they're against 2. Agon and Fresh for Unicorns of Love, trying to keep the dream alive. Believe that there's only 2 for Polar Ace as well, so it's a 2 versus 2 here, Blank. They're playing pitch battle around one of the most crucial rotation points here. This compound very, very useful to hold out. We'll see who's able to come out the victor. Nade starting to fly and healing being done. Bardo low, Fresh peeks out around the side, doesn't want to commit just yet, doesn't want to go fully into the fray. They want to find that nade damage, but Bardo has other ideas. Micro Izzy is going to do a lot, but not quite enough. His teammate, though, back in with the nade, and they're able to take it down.
It's a very good defense here coming from Polar Ace. I mean, versus Unicorns of Love. I mean, we talked about right at the top of the show as well, polar opposite teams. Unicorns of Love being the real killers, and Polar Ace being the ones that are the sitting ducks. But apparently, we've had a bit of a switcheroo coming through here. Polar Ace managed to fend off 4 players with just the 3. Obviously, Itachi goes down in the end, but both Bardo as well as Ko have done a fantastic job to hold down that compound versus 2 teams. I say 2 teams, but obviously it was just clever from Lost Bullet. But that'll be a nice position. It does make them into that 2-man roster now, so they're going to struggle a little bit going forward. But with Unicorns of Love going down, with the forward scout of Lost Bullet going down, you'd imagine that they're going to have a lot of freedom towards this side of Ruins, which is a place that they've claimed quite often, so they should know it like the back of their hand. So when the next circle pops, if it goes up towards their way, you know, if they've done the research, the homework, I think they should be okay for a little while, unless they do get crashed upon.
Lost Bullet really having a bad time of things. You can see there, Nexus able to take yet another member of Lost Bullets. It does all really come back to, well, here's a 1 player upstairs, caught in the attic. Not really going to be able to do too much there. The knock is in. And that's a clean flush. Nexus Gaming able to take down a 3rd member of Lost Bullets. But that whole set of plays around the compound to the south of Ruins there really did stem, as you said, from Clever just sort of being there and Lost Bullets not regrouping fast enough, really, into that spot to try and control it.
I mean, for both times, I don't even think there was an intention to regroup. Well, maybe there was in the future, but it didn't feel very proactive. And again, they send out a player to a new compound and are like, maybe we can take this one. But I think at that point, you need to send 3 members there, because you know as the circle starts to pull together, a lot of teams are trying to take space within the middle, and that's towards Pachinki. So you can't just start sending 1 player at this point in the game. You need to send your whole squad and then just kind of bank on getting through. I think with 2 players here in Pachinki now, especially with this northwest shift, like, Lost Bullet is almost certainly going to die very, very soon. Polar Ace, on the other hand, they've got a lot of room to work with on this side of the map because they're able to clear it out and decide where they want it to go quickly. So I think you can see the 2 differences there and the contrast. Honestly, I think Lost Bullet have played this pretty badly. Black Spark's now finally making a move because they've held down Pachinki. They realize no one's coming to get them. Now they can start to push out towards the western side and find those compounds just underneath Everest.
Look at that, a small hint of map over the Mount Everest there coming through.
Just a taste.
Just a touch of map moving forwards. RESQ on the top of Everest, they've managed to take a pretty decent spot. Black Sparks look to be contesting around those foothills. The GSG, they were at the heels, but seems like they've been lapped, overtaken by GODSENT as well.
What are we witnessing underneath? Is that?
I'm not sure.
Them on top of the mountain.
Oh, there we go.
They've gone now. Oh, wow. The Spectre. The US Spectre finally leaves us.
Memories of US past, Blank.
Shots. I know. And his memories of US future, as Import does finally die, sadly, as he razz it down the road.
Yeah, they go right into the Valley of Death, and GSG just easy spray downs coming through from them, able to take a Nexus player down. They are currently 2 kills on the game so far after having killed 2 of the Lost Bullets earlier, but they're on 3 players now. A lot of gunfire from GSG. This team is being noisy, Blank.
Yeah, no, they're very, very noisy. towards the southern side though, so they probably understand a lot of teams have already made their way up to try to get towards Everest, so they can be a little bit loud here, but you know, crossing terrain like this in front of the warehouse, it strikes me as a bit bold, but they are moving it behind the rocks right now. Dexter's holding off. You saw this guy get pretty nice couple of clean sweeps over onto Clash on Tuesday, but you know, I don't know how much they can do because GSG is just swarming them, and after Nexus didn't get that initial knock onto the buggy moving around, now they're a little bit surrounded, so they perhaps need to do something, get away from this warehouse, because you know, you're trapped in a small space with a team that's converging upon you. So I respect this decision from Nexus, just to be like, let's dip, let's get out of here, let's find a better position. We're not in the best position already.
They know they're down a player. They get some more solid cover. Obviously, the warehouses are exposed from either end. Actually, they're not even going to stop there. Just keep on going. Don't want any part of that. Teams that have been a little bit quiet so far, you've got Lakonostra MVP all the way on the eastern side. They've got a little position around the gas station, just to the east of RESQ there, around a couple of those buildings there. RESQ as well, starting to strike out towards Everest. We'll start to see them come through, obviously the team that dropped on military base. So they are going to have some pretty decent loot. They have been relatively unchallenged so far in their rotations, but we'll see if they can dismount RESQ from the top or if they're just going to leave them alone.
Yeah, RESQ, I mean, they're going to be in a tough spot to take RESQ's position. I think RESQ's got a very nice split over the top of Everest right now, and they should have some good scouting capability from that position, which is what it affords you, right? That high ground, being able to pull out the binoculars, look down and check out where everyone's staying. But Black Sparks, on the other hand, they found that decent compound with a nice line on the hill, but we are going to get this northern shift towards the center, and now finally ScrimFarm, who have been very, very silent during this game, will have to make a move. Woodson's already moved out slightly forward, but this is a very similar kind of circle to what ScrimFarm's played before, coming in from that northwest side to win the game. So I think they should be okay. They are going against Destiny, though, which is the only issue, because it's the team right at the top of the moment who showed us how good their gun skill is, but Black Sparks just get taken out in the vehicles.
They are getting dismantled right now by GODSENT volleys. But in the back, I think there's another team starting to chime in. I think it's the remaining players potentially from Polar Ace, causing a little bit of trouble from the ruins, but they regroup and get back on board. Black Sparks down to 2. They lose 2 off the back of that roll and will not be fun. Destiny, they have an incredible split right now. They have this great position against pretty much everyone. They had a position up on the hill. They're regrouping a little bit tighter towards the river now, but everyone's almost trapped on the south shore by them.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're going to hold up by Cube, which is a fantastic position. They're going to hold that bridge as well, so they're going to make sure not many teams can get across here. Already Panda's taken a fair few casualties down towards RESQ, trying to cross over to the island. Nexus also desperately trying to get into position, but they've come up against Panda. They will have to get one res through, but this single knock should give them a little bit of room to work with for the time being, especially with no one being in position to pick up QE. Smoke comes over the top, though. Tries to provide a little bit of cover for the boy, whilst T actually moves out.
Seems like ScrimFarm have picked up a couple of kills on the Eastern Stars, who had tried to go through North George, and ScrimFarm say no thank you. Nexus, as we see on the screens, right next to Panda around this bridgeway. GSG have other ideas. They go all the way out east to the little bridge east of RESQ. They're going to try and come in behind Lakonostra MVP, who again, they've been playing on that eastern edge this entire game, blank so far. They might have to start a fight now, though, as GSG, one of the noisy teams for the start of this game, are going to run straight into them pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much rumbling right behind them. Lakonostra MVP, I would hope they take a fight here. They have been very quiet before and just intending to stay within the circle, so I don't know if they're even going to take shots over towards GSG. Right now, they're just saddling up in the vehicles, trying to move further into the circle. GameLord obviously trying to hold out on the eastern side. They've got great vision towards that area, especially with RESQ being that nice little divider, especially with the river there. ScrimFarm still playing that game, though, where they just try and clear everything out on the edge side. It's very reminiscent to what we've seen with Na'Vi before over in the CIS region. Worked out fantastically for them. Now ScrimFarm trying to emulate that. I love it. It's one of my personal favorite play styles. Really keeps you safe and, you know, provides a lot of information, because if you can start getting rid of people in your area, you know that there's only really one direction you need to deal with. And I love this from ScrimFarm, especially with the way that they play, which is kind of like 2-2 split on the team, trying to find those off angles. And the only way you can really play off angles so much is when you have all the information on board and know you're not going to get backstabbed. Next up comes through, it's horrific. Destiny's in such a fantastic spot, and they're going to be very happy to hold down this bridge. GSG move through unscathed.
I'm pretty sure this circle violates several Geneva Convention clauses, but we'll have to double check on that one. Destiny, as you say, they are holding on this Southern Shore in Cube. The only teams that are really going to have a chance here against them, I would say, are the teams already on the Northern Shore. That's ScrimFarm, that's GSG, that's GameLord, and Lakonostra MVP. And even then, the teams on the eastern side, GameLord and Lakonostra MVP, they're going to be embroiled in combat with Nexus and with Panda as well, as they try and cross over that little mini island. Polar Ace, they're still too strong, and 4 kills on the cards. GODSENT right in front of them at this stage, but they've got Clash rolling in behind. I don't think they want to take this fight just yet.
No, not yet. I mean, really, if you take a fight now, especially with so many teams towards this southwest side, like, you're definitely going to get fired upon. So a lot of these teams just trying to move through one another. RESQ, sure, they're taking shots here. Clash is trying to roll up, but they're almost killing themselves by doing this, because, yes, sure, you might get a few kills, but now RESQ, where are you going to go? ScrimFarm, on the other hand, doing something very smart. They've got the split across the hillside, but more importantly, they're holding down the western bridge. They know that that's the only part of ingress on this map they can get behind them, but it looks like they have spotted GSG, so they're moving in.
Certainly are. Black Sparks as well. They're striking while the iron's hot, trying to keep things together, but they finally get eliminated, finally taken down. RESQ, they got one player at the back, one player forwards, and they're looking for both of these reses. 4 of them are alive, and if they can get Wild Alone back up, then that's pretty fantastic there. Nexus, unfortunately, going down to the drown and will end up in the drink. GODSENT starting to challenge against ScrimFarm as well, and so far doing all right. This is a north-south pincer against ScrimFarm. You said they had a good spot, but I think they might have more than they can chew here, Blank, in that northern side. Looking for the fight might be unwise, so they have to choose one direction and try and strike out.
I think that their initial intention was like, we would like to get rid of GSG as soon as possible, but unfortunately, within all that, they opened themselves up to that bridge crossing that I mentioned earlier. They had Tatati there trying to hold it down. He was attempting to recall the team immediately towards his position, but not quite quick enough. If Woodson can get that knock, it would be crucial, but Trends actually makes his way out, backs behind the shack, and will be safe for the time being. ScrimFarm just desperately trying to pull all their teammates back together. It's only Tatati down. He is having potential to be picked up, but right now they're in that 2-2 split.
GSG disengaged from the fight on the northern flank as well, which means that ScrimFarm should be able to get back to full force. Tatati, they're right on the edge of that zone, but they've got a buggy there, so they can just razz it straight back in. Hang on a minute.
Oh, GODSENT.
Oh, that's mean. That's cruel. GODSENT able to take him right back down. He say, no, you're staying down on the floor. Don't peek your head up. Don't you dare, Sonny. They are going to be able to confirm it as well, so that's a kill and maybe an overinvestment of time, maybe resources for ScrimFarm. But now they have 3 players. They're on the northern side. They're across the river, and that could be crucial for them.
I think that's the main thing there, and they move over there. Whoa, what is going on today? This is disgraceful. Destiny, though, still in a good spot. The only issue for them now is that all these teams want to get over this western bridge, so they're going to come under a lot of heavy fire. But you imagine that most of these teams trying to cross the bridge can be far too preoccupied with just getting in that vehicle, putting the foot all the way down on the gas, and just getting across and into position. It's so open right now. There's a lot of trees available to you, a few rocks, so it's that man-made cover that's going to be most important. And right now, Destiny controls one of the only compounds within this circle.
Absolutely. They have a fantastic spot. They got there early. They controlled the ground, and they use it to their advantage. Gifted a little bit. We'll see if they can capitalize. They sat at the top of the tables for the qualification games. We'll see if they can kick things off in a similar fashion. Clash and RESQ both trying to cross this bridge. Nades over the top, and they're fighting against each other. There's infighting amongst the crowds as they try and get across in the same spot. It's so difficult to make this crossing, especially with Destiny waiting to play whack-a-mole here with anybody who dares get a little bit too big for their boots.
You pop up, you're going to get the big squeaky hammer on the head, and Destiny rocking one hell of a squeaky hammer here over on this compound. I think that it would be an absolute shame if they lose this match, to be honest with you. I think if another team can dismount them, that's GODSENT now gone out of the game, but if someone can dismount Destiny, what a game they will have. Currently, ScrimFarm is playing very cautious still on that northwest side, finally starting to make a move. They know roughly where GSG are, but instead they're going to move straight down towards the circle itself and just try and breach. But instead, they're going much closer to GSG than they might like.
Polar Ace disengaged. They went a little bit further east and they crossed, as you can see, just on the river part behind them. They drove the vehicles halfway through and then swam the rest. But they're down to 2 and Nexus know exactly where they are. The difficulty for Nexus is that obviously Destiny know where this fight's going on. Lakonostra MVP are just over the ridgeline as well, and this fight could turn fatal if they try and go over aggressive.
I can't say I'm a big fan of how Lakonostra's played out this game. It has worked, but they are being incredibly silent. That's QLASH going down now over in 9th. But Lakonostra MVP, they just haven't really showed any of that gun skill or that team fighting power. So when push comes to shove, I just don't know how long Lakonostra MVP is going to last here. So I need to see something a little bit more out of this team. But GSG come up behind, GAMELORD going down. Great return shots coming through from Akashi.
Able to get a lot done against his opponents there. The blue zone pushes GSG in. They're eliminated from across the way, and it's ScrimFarm to play spoiler, but they've given up their position as well. A player goes down from the shoreline, and it's Destiny to keep the pressure onto everyone. RESQ trying to swarm their compound right now, but they're just shooting out every direction and finding the shots as well. ScrimFarm coming under heavy fire from this cube compound.
That is a ridiculous shot coming through from Destiny. That's directly through the smoke. So Michi once again feeding that information backwards. Take here with the grenades, trying to throw them through the window, move Destiny out of this position, but they have to breach up this shoreline over the hill. The only way they're going to do that with smokes, but how many do they have left? Next circle pops on our screens. It is just outside of that compound, so Destiny will have to leave, but they'll get as much done as possible from the safety of these walls, and in the meantime, drop down some smokes and get ready to leave. They're actually leaving fairly early with the vehicles they still have intact to potentially open up some man-made compounds.
Polar Ace finally eliminated. The only other 4-player squad at the moment is Lakonostra MVP on the eastern side. They're making a fast push into the eastern side as well. They're continuing to play a positional game here. ScrimFarm continue to come under pressure, and that's actually a knock from across the way. It's Will to land the shot, but Destiny repelling the push. RESQ step up to the wall, and Whiskey sits them down, but he gets taken down himself with a nice return spray from Wild alone into the fight. Will continue to be able to pick up these knocks. First, second, found. Looking for a third as well. Last player standing for RESQ right now needs to get the healing off. Michi and Beast looking to try and hold it down. Destiny potentially dismounted here, but he's been spotted through the window. Nade potentially landing the shot, but no. It's the smoke to cover his teammate there.
Sees him.
Finds him back as well. Beast with Michi operating nicely here, but 2 players now down from Destiny. RESQ make the impossible happen here, Blank.
Wild alone, definitely going wild here. He's in the jungle of this compound itself. Beast is taking some shots from up the hill as well. ScrimFarm, I believe, is now out. Lakonostra MVP with the 4-man roster still in this one. The only one remaining, Nexus Gaming with a 7-kill game so far. Destiny with 4, but only 2 players alive, and one of those is down. Beast, though, firing out towards Nexus already. That's Rana out of the way. Lakonostra MVP currently taking the hillside. This is very smart from them. Destiny, I said it earlier, the only problem they're going to run into is all these teams crashing into them, and can they hold them off? Unfortunately, one player from RESQ is able to crunch through their forces, and that is very unfortunate. And again, it would be a shame if Destiny do lose this game.
RESQ 8 kills found now so far, 2 players alive, but they're trapped on the backside of this compound. It's a really, really bad spot, especially with Michi's oversight on this position. Goes upstairs, wants to drop the nade over. B should hear that pin. A little bit of a bank, a nice cook. Oh, he's been spotted from the side. That's Nexus to spot it and puts the fear into the nade, but Will strikes in the meantime. A little bit of damage sent back, but it's just sushi. Make that none. Not raw anymore. You just got cooked, my friend.
Now, circle centers up once again. Lakonostra MVP will have to move down a little bit, but they still have this ridgeline to play around. it's almost certain that Lakonostra MVP should win this game now. Just from the position that they're holding, yes, it's been a very silent game from them, but if this is how they want to play it out, sure. I'm not a huge fan of it, but if it gets results, fine.
Oh dear. That's not the ideal spot for Beast up the top of the hill. 4 kills found. Looking good right now. Beast goes down to Wild alone. A little bit too close for comfort now. It's up to Mitchie. I don't think he was going to be able to make this cross. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more at all. What? A nade from Lakonostra MVP, able to find the kill. RESQ on 9 kills. They're looking for a little bit more. 1 goes down. It's Ella said to fall first, and RESQ continue their firing line. Out wide, it's Daddy on the left. We're going to stop them bolting over the wall, and he's going to be able to do it as well. M4 in hand, 4X gets the spray down, and now it's just 1 player for RESQ. It's Blood with a DP. Looking to try and continue the pressure, but the blue zone's crunching in, and I don't think there's much more to do here, Blank. 5 kills found for Lakonostra MVP. Will they be denied that final point? No, they will not. And that is going to be RESQ eliminated. Lakonostra MVP with a quiet but deadly victory here on the first Erangel.
22-pointer coming through for Lakonostra MVP. Destiny not even getting that many kills on board, just the 5 available to them there. Again, it's one of those games where you think to yourself, you know, Destiny should have this in the bag, but I don't think they expanded their domain enough in that situation, honestly, because they were playing it very, very quietly. The fact that RESQ were even able to get up that hillside is a shocker, to say the least. But it's one of those things. It's one of those things. And I think that, honestly, going forward, Destiny, they had a good position. They played it out. Sure, they don't go and get that first place, but Lakonostra MVP just shows you the power of heading up for that quiet, but, you know, deadly win, like you said, Jim.
That's exactly what they needed to do. They made it work for themselves, right? They knew that they shifted on that northern side of the river early on. Obviously, the circles then shifted in their favor. Destiny, I feel like if they had had that full 4-man, they would have potentially been able to strike out, right? They had Mitchie as the outpost, and they could have used that to cross. That could have been a really, really strong setup, but RESQ just played spoiler to that. And I think all credit to RESQ. I mean, they managed to make it all the way into second. They got plenty of kills for their trouble. I think they managed to make it all the way up to 21 points on the game. So fantastic result for them, all things considered.
Yeah, Wild alone, especially from RESQ there, playing absolute stonker of a game there. Actually taking down a fair few players from Destiny and holding his own in that fight. And he looked pretty calm about it too, which is what I was most surprised about in that situation, because you got a lot of pressure bearing down upon you there. But in the situation, you know, Wild alone makes it happen. I mean, his name speaks volumes. He is Wild, and he was alone in that situation. And still, Destiny followed Cropper to him. On the other hand, again, like you said, I think maybe Lakonostra not taking shots over towards GSG says a lot about their playstyle and a lot about how they want to play these games out going forward. But it also says that to me that, you know, that they're scared to take those fights early. But in that situation, it plays to the better of them. GSG, unfortunately, they move into what was a minefield, and Lakonostra MVP kind of expertly avoid it.
Yeah, they stepped around, they ballet danced their way to that chicken dinner.
Quick pirouette and two.
Passe double, let's go. Going into this one. But yeah, no, fantastic performance from the Lakonostra MVP roster. Let's take a look at some of the moments from that game. Of course, it was a very, very strong position for Destiny for the majority of that game, but right towards the end, they were dismounted.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go back to this fight here, though. Polar Ace, I mean, we can't discount them here as well. I think they definitely changed up their playstyle a little bit. Itachi surviving there was pretty insane, to say the least.
Yeah.
I did like that they showing us that, you know, we can actually take fights with the best. And the fact they took a fight with Unicorns of Love is incredible. It really is incredible. And winning it with just the 3 players on board is fantastic. And remaining with 2, going up to Ruins, keeping the game plan set. They know that usually Polar Ace play a 2-2 split in Ruins anyway, so they have a very efficient spot to play around with. I really enjoyed that. I think that was probably one of my favorite parts of the game, was Polar Ace's run there. On the other hand, you know, Destiny, great spot. ScrimFarm, I think they made a few mistakes there. I think there was a situation where it's like, you know, they were playing on that western side, John, and they were ready to hold off that western bridge, which I think was the correct play, but they heard GSG coming up and they spent like you said very early in the cast, so many resources on that and only left the Tati behind. And what's he going to do when there's like 4 players flooding across the bridge? He's like, guys, I am alive, but there are like 4 dudes all around me. I'm not sure what to do.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. But Lakonostra MVP able to win out the day. The silent but deadly fight in the car. And they are going to be able to wipe the rest of the lobby with it. Fantastic performance from them. I mean, you know,
out the windows.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got to roll those ones down. But we're going to head over to the break whilst we air things out. Let's head over to the desk after that, but don't go anywhere. More very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe, as we have our first game now done here in our very first Super Weekend. There's a 15-minute break from the game finishing up until they play again. And luckily, all you need is 15 minutes with the courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. So if you guys are low on power, you know what? 15 minutes, all you need. Get it back into the game here for our second match. Will be coming up shortly. But this match, for me, was extremely interesting for a couple different reasons. We had Polar Ace up against Unicorns of Love. We had 2 teams, or 1 team in particular that we haven't talked about too much, able to take themselves to chicken dinner. But before we fully get into that, we're going to take a look at our map rankings here and start to break down what happened for some of these teams. Remember, it's just 1 game out of 15 here, Kalaris, but it is a strong showing from quite a few teams for quite a few different reasons.
Okay. The victory here. Of course, they found themselves in a brilliant spot in regards to this and, you know, get 22 points.
Yeah, a good showcase in general coming out from them. Though I'm looking at the bottom side, this was a game that we were talking about it during the game actually happening itself, and this was a hard finish. Like, it was the bottleneck of a fight happening towards the bridge side position, so that's why you see a lot of teams actually having so many kills at the top side, and then it goes down to 1 for GAMELORD because they were not getting too involved. So Clash gets 6, 5 for Polar Ace, 5 for ScrimFarm 2. I'm not really too surprised seeing these numbers, seeing how that finish actually went. But you had so many wild rotations, some really interesting plays. We'll have a segment later on to actually break down one of those plays, but Lakonostra, I mean, they were the most patient, and it worked out. The end, it paid off in their very first win of the Super Weekend coming their way.
Kalaris, don't tell me you have a Union Jack flag somewhere inside of your apartment to bust out here. I don't want to see that. Maybe we could change your screen behind you to the Union Jack. If Lakonostra MVP keep this pace up, I'm sure Highland Wolf out there is extremely happy. I was really proud to see Destiny, again, like kind of going from league play to Super Weekends. I was proud to see them maintain their kind of dominance. Yeah, they didn't win, but they still got 10 placement points, 5 kills, able to maintain that performance. Nexus Gaming as well. They definitely had a resurgence coming into day 2. ScrimFarm with questions whether or not their day 1 or day 2 was their real style, and it seems like day 1 was their real style, considering they only had 11 points on day 2 and they already got that their first game of the day. Let's take a look though at our second page here and see some of the other teams and what points they did accumulate as well. And a couple of the ones we talked about as being consistent and really standing out had a really terrible game, unfortunately, Max.
I mean, I'm looking at Panda especially, that this is going to be the team we're just praising for their consistency coming into the league play itself. Here, you know, it's the first game, so I'll give it to them. It's fine. We're still going to have 15 games total in this one, and they're going to play every single one of them. So, you know what? It happens to the best of us sometimes. Unicorns of Love, very interesting how we were talking about them and comparing them to the side of Polar Ace. Polar Ace typically being this more passive team, and Unicorns of Love being the most aggressive. They fight, and Polar Ace actually win it. So, Unicorns of Love, they got clapped a little bit there, so hopefully they're going to be able to readjust coming into this one. But we also had a few hot drop positions that I think are very interesting to mention. I think we'll go a little bit more in depth in that one. But it is the first game, so I'm expecting that to adjust for all the teams that did get involved in those early skirmishes. So it should be panning out a little bit smoother as things goes on today.
Well, let's take a look at our top players in the last match here. And there's a Couple of names I'm hoping to see potentially rise in through the ranks. Wild Alone, yeah, that's the one exactly I wanted to point out off the bat here, seeing him do such good work up against Destiny when it came to that compound. But again, we're seeing some new names like Rana from Nexus Gaming, Colors, Itachi, we already talked about before when we looked at Polar Ace and their average survival time compared to their kills. A lot of new names, but a little bit of a mix of the old, which is nice to see.
Yeah, not too bad, RESQ, as you mentioned, getting some of these spots. And off the back of that, I mean, at some point, Jason, you're going to have to allow me to rip into Destiny at some, because I really do not like how they were trying to hold down Cube, if it was even a hold at all, because it really didn't look like it. And RESQ were kind of given the opportunity, I want to call it, to be able to push up on that position, and that's why we're seeing them here. So, yeah, good stuff by RESQ.
We're going to break that down a little bit. Don't worry, you'll have your time to rip into Destiny momentarily, but we got to take a look at our total damage in the last match before we can get there here. And you also wanted to look at this in particular, Clars, to look at Lakonostra and their damage done, considering the amount of kills they had. And we can see right there, 1,100 compared to their 7 kills.
Yeah, so I theorized that maybe the damage will be a little bit low relative to the 7 kills that they got. And it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of there. No, sometimes you maybe even see like 2,000 damage to a 7 kills or something like that. But Lakonostra, pretty passively, but very confidently came in from the east side of this circle. And when so many teams are committing to the south side of this circle, Lakonostra was still playing edge, biding their time. Then they realized, okay, north is getting a bit more love in terms of circle proportion. Let's start moving up there. They had a nice 2-2 split, and they kind of coasted their way towards some of these later circles to then eventually kind of take the pickings from some of these teams. When you see Destiny and Nexus fighting, or RESQ and Destiny and Nexus fighting each other, they just kind of cleaned that up towards the end. So Lakonostra, very patient, very calculated play here, Max.
I really liked how they were playing it too, because the northern side was contested, the west was contested, the south was contested. They were just having the most chill time move on the eastern edge. And once they saw the kill feed light up, they're like, okay, this is time for us to actually move into the circle, take position, go for the spread, which I really did like. It's why I also love the rotation coming out from GSG Europe, but unfortunately they got contested by GameLord up top. There was that big skirmish unfolding. I think ScrimFarm is actually the team that won out that fight at the very end. But yeah, as you said, Lakonostra, they waited, they saw the opportunity, they pushed, and they saw the compound, whatever, like, we'll break it down, but whatever the hell was happening in that compound with Destiny didn't quite work out for any of those two teams that were involved, and they took position and they were just keeping them at arm's length, and they very easily closed off the game. So sure, it was a very passive early to mid-game stage, but hey, if it results in a win, I'm not going to complain, man. You're playing the game, you're playing to your strength, and make it work out.
And considering they didn't have a win when it came to league play for Lakonostra, considering they were the bubble, they were 16th place at 44 points and 17th place was 43. I think that's a phenomenal first game to come into, as we're going to dive a little bit deeper into their stats from this match up against their stats from league play, because they definitely had a stronger time here. Again, the kills were able to come through. But I think important to notice that teams are putting in that work on that day off. We had yesterday off, you guys didn't realize. And if you're not a team watching the VODs, maybe doing some practice, talking some things over, you're going to fall by the wayside. And it's great to see this team coming in from the UK, from PMPL UK in particular, be able to step up here in game one, Colaris.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were speaking to Imperium as well during this, and he was alluding to the fact that maybe Lakonostra had taken a bit of a step back here and kind of thought to themselves, okay, where are we going to be strong in? And when we opened up today's show, I was mentioning that strategy is a huge facet of this game. Never mind just shooting and finding yourself a spot via that. They found them spot via the rotation, via the strategy to be able to work with. And then they held it down with a 2-2 to then group up towards the end when they knew that they had to. So, like it.
Yeah, as a prime example too, I want to use their very first game where they actually got himself a decent position next to the top side of Lumberyard, and that was the very first Erangel game we did actually have on our league play. They were on the eastern side in a very somewhat similar situation to what was there. Of course, the terrain was different, but they were just not proactive whatsoever. They were just waiting on the backline, and they never took the opportunity at hand. They never took the situation at hand to actually push into the circle itself and be aggressive to zone teams away, because they had the high ground position. So that's a complete opposite of what we saw here. So I feel like that their confidence is definitely boosted coming into this, and it has to, because if you do not make it, you do not want to qualify potentially to the finals on 16th. You want to have a big margin, and that's why they're looking so confident on this first game.
Yeah, played on the high ground, playing a little bit passive, just picking players off. But one team that was in the thick of it was actually RESQ. As we want to take a look at them, and you wanted to rip into Destiny a little bit here, Kalaris, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to do it right here, right now, as we take a look at the players in that last match here for RESQ.
Yeah, so in my mind, okay, so let me preface. Destiny, there's some stuff that they've done that's fantastic. I broke some of that down in the previous 2 days. However, when you look at what we see from RESQ here, they were afforded a push-up onto Destiny. That compound that Destiny had in a circle like this, when the circle shifts north, Cube is a perfect spot for you to rail down a lot of the teams coming from the bridge as well as that embankment area. However, Destiny was biding their time too much, and if you want to eventually transition up onto that ridge line north of where the circle ends up shifting, you have to deal with threats behind you from that bridge and that embankment. However, they weren't doing so proactively at all, unfortunately, were Destiny, and that gave RESQ perfect opportunities to push up. With the smokes, we saw those Max working out beautifully for RESQ to push up onto this spot and take out Destiny in the process.
Yeah, I mean, they blocked out the entire visibility of Destiny and even sent one player forward always towards the ridge line. So that was also going to reduce, by default, their man advantage to take that fight versus RESQ. Yeah, I think it was an opportunity that Destiny actually had, and they just floofed it, I would almost say, at the end. So unfortunately, it's not going to work out. I'm hoping they flew. I don't know, man. They floofed it a little bit, but hopefully they watched this VOD and they're able to take a little bit of feedback from this and actually get into this the future games on day 2 and are able to work on that a little bit, because it's just a small change, but you want to be sure you're proactive in those positions to not only potentially get yourself a top 3, but also convert into kills. Because I was expecting that to be a meat grinder, but it just didn't happen at all.
I mean, to be fair, Wild Alone did hit some pretty nutty shots, especially walking into the compound, able to shoot into the second story and take the player down from Destiny, so they could take things away from them. Now, as we were watching this match, there was a rotate that kind of stood out to us here. If we can call it a rotate, it was smart in the end, but it was very risky. Now, Max, man, you wanted to break this down to us here, and it's going to be the boys GODSENT going for the God rotate that they actually lost one player initially on.
It was a weird one. I think we were all just like, what's happening on our screen? This is a weird one. So we're going to be now checking out on our screens. This was the big circle shift that kind of forced all the teams on the south, like RESQ, GODSENT, and even Clash, to commit to the northern side and having to cross over that river. But as I mentioned, you had a really big meat grinder kind of situation here, and you can see on your screen, it is right in this position. The compound of Destiny, if viewed, of course, properly, would have been just denying every single team from being able to cross over the bridge, or even just swimming down would have been extremely complicated. So then you can see the side of GODSENT, the lads, they're going to be in this spot right here. And they're thinking, okay, we know we want to avoid this fight at all costs. This is horrible. How can we actually move into this one? And this is actually something I think you can all apply even in your very own game, is that you always got some kind of opportunity available. It might take a little bit more effort, might take a little bit more time, but you can always very easily make it work out. So you can see GODSENT in their compound next to ruins, then thinking, okay, what plan are we going to go for? The circle shifts, we're getting back into the cars, and there's just so many teams around them. They know this is a risk. They know they might lose 1, 2, 3 players, but that's why they also have a 4-man car rotation to try and reduce the kind of impact that rotation could have on your team as the rotation comes on through. So they're going to pull off their rotation. They are going to be going for the big roam, and you can see they're going straight for the bridge from their position, and they're going to be making their way an entry point right where ScrimFarm currently are. They do lose Swave in that portion of time, but it is a risky rotation. It did cause Swave to get knocked away at the end. But they're going circle itself, and that it was able to buy a little bit of precious time and avoided that big cluster of teams toward the position next to the bridge, because this was, as I said, horrible. They want to avoid it at all costs. It worked out just fine. Unfortunately, did not result in as much I think they were initially expecting, but they're still able to get themselves in circle at the very end. So I think that was a remarkable attempt coming out from GODSENT. But, you know, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. In that situation, I think it didn't go as planned right after, but I still, gotta say, I respect that rotation in the first place.
It's a Hail Mary, right? When you make these kinds of plays, you know you're in a very rough spot. It's a Hail Mary. They can anticipate there's going to be teams south of that bridge, but anticipating exactly where ScrimFarm is, you know that they're probably going to be over there because they drop over in North George, but where are they in that moment? And it doesn't work out entirely.
Well, we're never going to know how it would have worked if they ran straight through the meat grinder across that first bridge. We're going to take a look at the schedule, though, because I can tell you what will be happening is we're going over to Miramar here of our second game of the day. Remember, no groups are sitting out. Only 16 teams playing here in our very first Super Weekend. All the points are going to matter because they stick around throughout all Super Weekends until we have our top 16 going into the finals. And we also have to bring in our commentators once again, John Allen and Blank. What a crazy first match. I feel like you guys have to be happy about that, considering, you know, UK pride, Lakonostra coming out with the win.
Look, I didn't want to go too heavy on that, but I feel like absolutely
You're allowed.
very happy about it. It's great to see, you know, obviously we spent a lot of time in the UK scene in various different games, and obviously to see them here represented in PUBG Mobile, fantastic.
It's a good spot. I mean, I'm happy that the UK team won. I just didn't like the way they went about it, John. That's all. They felt quite cowardly.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they'll make up for it in this next game because we're headed over to Miramar. And it's well known that the Brits do like to go to the sun for their holidays, and we'll see if they're able to apply that sunscreen properly and be able to avoid the traditional lobster sunburn that is for the British tourists.
Well, I mean, I'm definitely going to get the lobster sunburn if I come here. I'll tell you that right now. What we're getting, though, is actually not a lot of teams dropping just between that Monte Nuevo as well as Power Group gap there. But a lot of teams over towards El Pozo, Trailer Park. So quite a southerly playing path. It doesn't really afford you to go many places up towards the north because it is directly straight across. And it's not even towards the middle either. Panda, on the other hand, heading down towards Valle de Mar. So probably going to run past Los Higos, come back up, maybe go for an Impala rotate should things get a little bit dire with the circle, which we are waiting on our screens to pop very shortly.
Bated breath, Black, that's how I'm currently stated. GSG. Will you?
Yeah.
Thanks, I guess.
I'll get a fishing rod and everything.
Thank you. All right. Cool. ScrimFarm, they're a little bit further up towards San Martin. RESQ as well, just a little bit further east of that at this stage. Circle's pretty kind to the southerly plain. Everyone is pretty much on the border of it. Only about 4 teams, I think, are outside it. 5 teams, actually. You've got Lakonostra MVP, Eastern Stars, and Black Sparks on the east. And then you've got 2 on the west, so that's 5. I'm counting.
I reckon Panda's going to go out of the circle.
Do you think?
At some point.
Why on earth would they head to prison?
They're going down to, look, they'll just go make a little bit of rotate route. Minas del Sur. I'm not sure. Maybe. Don't quote me on that one. On the other hand, you are very right, John. It's a super kind circle. Most players very, very overjoyed by this one, actually. Especially after that last game on Erangel, where things got very dire. You know, it's always awkward playing around that Rozok Island and having to rotate around Cube, etc. Pretty disgusting stuff. But here, most teams should find a position fairly early, roundabouts Los Leones, which can house many, many teams, especially because it's got verticality too, which is what we love about Miramar. Verticality is lovely. Being able to get those high ground positions and find teams that play with the DMRs is very exciting. Very, very exciting for me. On the other hand, Polar Ace, they're gone. They've gone up to ruins.
Wow.
They've left the whole circle. They don't want to be here anymore. They're like, we will play the Lakonostra MVP strat. We will not play the game until the last 5 minutes.
I mean, fair enough. It worked out. Maybe they're taking a leaf out of the book. Clash in El Pozo, just a little bit further to the eastern side. Polar Ace, I'm imagining they were just striking out just to be able to get a little bit more loot on board total. But even so, they're further away from the circle and they're going to have to get those vehicles on and try and get in a little bit further. Speaking of people going out of the circle, Crispy from Rice Gang. What is going? The rest of his team is in Graveyard and he's just sailed up the road towards Cruz de Valle. And it's honestly mystifying to me. But there you are.
That's good. Goodbye. Goodbye, Rice Crispy. We shall see you in the next one. Which is very fair to me, to be honest with you. Lakonostra MVP making a similar rotation for themselves. They're like, we don't want to be in the circle. We saw how well it worked out for us last time. Let's do it again. GODSENT very much bang center, slap bang center in the middle of this map, so they're pretty happy with themselves. Black Sparks over in Puerto Paraíso, general drop spot for them. I hope they have a little bit more luck with this drop spot, especially because they're kind of doing the opposite of what they had last game, John, which was, you know, head over to Pachinki, be right in the middle and try and strike out from there. This time, they're going to play the edge, move into the circle. Difficulty with that is that they're moving moving over into Los Leones, which is going to be heavily occupied by the time they get there. So it will really have to be edge play. So if I'm them, I'm looking for as many smokes as possible because I know that I'm going to have to run across the streets, run those red lights, and try and get into an apartment of my own because it's going to be very difficult otherwise.
Plenty of tickets for jaywalking in their future.
Yes.
We'll have to wait and see. RESQ currently in Los Leones along with Nexus. And then, of course, over on the northwestern edge, this is in Monte Nuevo right now with Lost Bullet. And they are looting up. They're in the circle. They're all right. They've got Clash and Polar Ace to their northwest, of course, near El Pozo, and Polar Ace split between that western edge. So potentially looking to run through Monte Nuevo, but there's some rotation paths that they can take around that. The western edge notorious for being sort of a difficult rotation area, Blank.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're basically rotating through a valley, and there's a lot of areas on the side where there's cheeky little spots where you can set up and camp for a lot of these teams. Most of this won't occur this game, though, fortunately for them, because most teams will be already over towards the eastern side, towards the center of this circle, because they know where it's landing. I think most of the times where you see these pretty awkward and cruel camps mostly happen when you get that southwest shift on the circle towards the mountain area, in which case you've got a lot of teams heading up for some of the only compounds in this area, which are on the top of cliffs. But here, most teams very happy just to hold on this eastern side. So Clash should be fine as long as they make the rotate fairly early. GODSENT just moving around their screen right now, just looking for a new place to call home after they have looted up. Looking fairly nice. You can see just Tresnov here with the 7 bandages, 3 first aid kits and 4 level 2s across the board. So he is in a good spot going forward. So they should be fine.
Should be all right for them. See where they end up pitching their tent. Destiny are moving it a little bit further now towards Picardo. They did start out in La Bandita, and now they're starting to move their way over westward. You got ScrimFarm as well over towards the top there, right next to Hacienda del Patron, and looking to move south in San Martin. At the moment, it's pretty quiet, Blank, but the hills around Chumacera are really starting to fill up.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest issues about this area in Chumacera is coming down from Chumacera. It's like getting up to Chumacera is not difficult. It's coming down from Chumacera, moving to Los Leones, which becomes a little bit more hard, especially coming into Los Leones. What I do enjoy, though, is the fact that, you know, you have Rice Gang, who have moved up, put a leash on Rice Krispie, and it's currently dragging them, kicking and screaming back into the circle, saying, no, that's the blue zone. That's not the zone we need to be in. We need to be in the circle. And they very much vehemently disagree. Here we got Tresnov, again, though, taking shots towards Lost Bullet, who are not having a good time this Super Weekend.
Certainly not. They started off by losing a player early. Clever, not so true to his name in the last one. See if they can get a couple more points here. Master folding back to the rest of the team. A little bit of a forward scout, and GODSENT send him packing. This is what happens when the hills around Chumacera and Ladriera start to get full. Clash and Polar Ace on the western side have started their rotation down south, and it looks like they're going to try and slot in behind a lot of these teams who already are there.
Yeah, it's nice as well, this rotation path. We've got a lovely view of it on the side of your screen there. You can see where Hakone is, just to the west of Ladriera. It's a huge mountain, essentially. And, well, not a huge mountain, but it's a massive hill. So most of these players will just be able to hide behind this ridge, reduce sight lines to the players over towards the east. So you can get into this one fairly silently, fairly quickly, and then move across after that. Problem is that just underneath Ladriera.
It's a lot of L's.
There's a lot of L's. A lot of L's for my mouth, to be honest with you. And I don't take any L's. That's the problem. So just underneath there is basically Death Valley. So moving through there is fairly difficult, especially when you have teams off the east. Though I think with Lost Bullet being locked in combat for a little while between them and GODSENT, they're not going to be looking over towards the west too often. So again, Clash and Polar Ace probably the only 2 teams they have to worry about is each other.
In the last game, Clash ended up with 7 points, Blank, and this time around they're looking to continue to keep that average. They didn't really have too much impact, but then again, 7 points on a game, that's pretty decent, right? That's going to be okay. They'll log that one, they take those, and we'll see if they can stand off against Clash at the moment. Next circle goes right on top of pretty much everybody already in those Chumacera hills.
Yeah, this is nice. I think that this is probably one of the kindest circles we've seen in a while. I think that most teams know that they need to get into position towards Chumacera if they want to have a chance at this game, but they really didn't want it to move up towards the north, towards San Martin, because then everyone's just going to be like crashing against one another. Elbows are going to be clipping. It's going to be bad for business. But again, looking over towards Polar Ace and Clash, already Clash took a knock from the side of Polar Ace. So again, that's coming true that both these teams need to worry about one another. Polar Ace are behind them though, which is the main problem. But they do have one player, I think that's Bardot, who's managed to get ahead. And I think whichever team can make their way into the circle and find a compound first is going to have priority here.
It's all about the secure spot. Destiny looking to find theirs. Unfortunately for GSG, it's right on top of them. We'll see if they are going to put up a fight for it. Seems like the bullets will start to fly. Mitchie down behind the truck. Doesn't take too much damage there. Tudor not quite hitting the mark. Beast out wide. We'll be able to land some shots, but there's teams waiting in the wings. There's so many teams around, and Dexter will be able to shut that down. I think that's the flush as well. There's no real way you can hold this out. Into the Valley of Death Road Destiny, and it's really tricky here. Look at that. Nexus to the left of them. GSG to the right. And yet onwards, the Light Brigade charge. It's going to be Dexter up on high. Looking to put the pressure down, and there's really not too much Destiny can do here except for get out, and I think that's exactly what they're going to try and look for.
Mazzaro is like, I must leave, and you know, the two players from Destiny have just moved directly into the waiting hands of GSG, and they will go down there. So Destiny once again having a pretty bad game in terms of like holding down positions. So they move into a spot where it doesn't really feel like Mitchie was able to do that great scouting that we've seen him do before, and I just wonder if this is not an area of the map that they've played too often. On the other hand, GSG, they found a nice spot very, very early on with a lot of these little ridge lines to play around, denying those sight lines to a lot of other teams. But I think the main kicker is the fact that you've got your two boys here. You've got GSG as well as Nexus. You've got that pincer action onto Destiny. And Mazzaro, I really don't think he's getting out with this one alive. He's probably going to be the first team to go down.
It's a valley in between two teams' high grounds position, and that's what you were talking about earlier, Blank, is the impact that high ground has here on Miramar. We just saw it happen. There was no way Destiny were getting out of that. They were a little bit too late to the party, and you know, unfortunately, these things happen. See what more they can do. Unicorns of Love, pretenders to the western edge of GSG's position. They get shown the door.
Polar Ace currently making a very interesting rotation towards the south side. They're rolling all the way around just behind the hilltops, just to the east, or to the south of Minas del Valle. So this is nice from Polar Ace. I like it. Clash, on the other hand, they'd rather take their chances, not try and move further in, and regardless, just play on that western side. RESQ having a bad time here versus the Eastern Stars. A little bit split from one another at the moment. Blood's trying to take some shots backwards, but I believe he is now the final member alive for RESQ.
Yeah, no one else for RESQ left, and they're going to have to go all the way north with this next shift as well. So Blood just right into the party bus, but it's a pretty somber affair for him. Going to be swallowed by the blue pretty soon, and they'll have to move on up. The Chumacera Hills still mostly in the circle for a lot of these teams who got there early, lost bullets, ScrimFarm, GameLords, you've got Unicorns of Love, but GSG are going to have to move, so are Nexus, and this is potentially just a glimmer of hope for the final player on Destiny to be able to survive a little bit longer.
Yeah. Oh, we're called Lakonostra MVP. We just do the same thing we did last game. Get away with it. What the hell? What is this?
They're on the northern side of the road. They're on the northern side of the road, and nobody else is there with them at the moment. Nexus may be looking to move in. Rice Gang as well, just on that north side.
Yeah, good job. Good job, Lakonostra MVP. I'll give you this one. All right, I'll give you this one. I can't say that if you do it twice in a row, it's not good. All right, so I'll allow them this victory. In terms of strategic prowess.
There's 16 teams remaining, Blake. They haven't won yet. Come on, calm down. 58 players still alive.
Oh, come on. The rotation was good. All right, leave it out. On the other hand, this is a bit of a clash coming through. Clash is on the western side too, getting ready to jump into this one. Polar Ace, I said that rotation down to the south was nice, unless there was a northern shift, which there was, and now they've got to navigate their way through the Chumacera Hills back into the city, just the north of it.
It looks like Polar Ace are going to try and move into Chumacera and drop themselves down into a position. You've got Panda right in front of them to worry about. ScrimFarm still just holding their hillside. Pretty chilling, pretty vibing. Lost Bullets taking the fight with ScrimFarm. Again, have a position in those Chumisada Hills. Seems like it's just a one-dimensional fight here, Blank. There's only one direction each of these teams are going to be fighting. It's just a question of forwards or backwards for most of them.
I know, right? It's quite funny. You've got GameLord looking at ScrimFarm, you've got ScrimFarm looking at GODSENT, you've got GODSENT looking at Lost Bullet, and you've got Lost Bullet looking at Clash. So quite the interesting little conga line we've got going on. On the other hand, you've got a little party of their own over towards the PIMs between Lakonostra MVP and RESQ, who are just chilling. They're chilling on the north side of the road. They would love for the circle to come over to this side as well. But if you're on the south, if you're a RESQ, if you're Eastern Stars, you're a Polar Ace, you're a GSG, you're having a bad time of it. Because you know, even if you get through these foothills, there's still much, much further to go in this circle.
There's a long way indeed. You can see that's how tight that southern side of the circle is right now. Blood just at the bottom of your screen of the map there. Still going for RESQ. 16 teams still alive. Polar Ace, they start to clash with Panda. Don't think they want to continue this fight though. They want to stay alive as long as possible. The Eastern Stars ready and waiting to claim anyone who steps out of line there. But no team's dead just yet, Blank. We're still up to that 16-team mark. 2 teams down to 1 player. That's RESQ and Destiny. As the circle comes on in, and again, it's north.
Time to move, Lakonostra. Time to move. Moving up towards the north side would be smart right now. ScrimFarm, however, instantaneous rotation. Lovely stuff from them. They immediately read the situation and get themselves into a nice spot. Polar, okay.
Oh dear. Okay, and another knock. It's Yiz to find 1, 2, and the third as well. The team are there to back him up into the fight, and that's the final shot going down. Beautiful stuff coming through from not from Polar Ace, from Panda to be able to dispatch of Polar Ace. Lickety split. GameLord crashing straight into Rice, as well as Lakonostra MVP up on the hill. First to go down. It's clever going to be in that fight, but GameLord seems to be going 1-for-1 right now in the fight. Rice, they've taken a knee as well, but around the side it's Lakashi. Able to do the damage. We'll get the confirm as well. That's your teammate. Don't want to be shooting there, but the timer ticking down on the teammate for Rice. And they are just going to have to try and hunker down for this point onwards. Lakonostra MVP, still 4 strong, still on the hillside, still vibing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're doing the exact same thing they did last game, which is we hear all this fighting. We want nothing to do with it. We would love for you guys to just resolve that conflict over there, and then we'll move in afterwards. That's unfortunate. Last player from RESQ does go down to 14 teams now. ScrimFarm with a lovely position. They can clear out the eastern side. They'll have a great spot going forward. GSG off to their south side. This is the team that gave them trouble last game, but they're in no position to dismount them from this spot right now.
Actually, 2 players from Nexus right on top of that GSG position, and they're trying to do it. You can see in that in the picture-in-picture. A knock comes through from Lakonostra MVP, and Rice are taking punishment as well. Very, very tricky. The solo player from Destiny, all the way on the northeastern side on a wide swing path, looking to try and sneak the way under the radar for all of these teams. Still, the fight between GSG and the duo for Nexus rages onwards. Nexus very, very split at this stage, but in the meantime, ScrimFarm solidified their position in that warehouse that they moved to so proactively.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot from them right now, and I mean with the immediate rotation they made, yes, it might have been a bit dangerous, but it looked like they had the vehicles to do it, so even if one guy got taken out, they would have still had 3 members there, and this is such a strong spot as well, being able to overlook over towards that roadside, and with it being so close, there's a lot of options available to them. Even if the circle does head down towards the southwest, they still have a good shout at this.
Players from Nexus on the roof just taking shots as well over towards Panda, who are trying to leave Chumisada now. They were in there, they were pretty dominant against the fight, but I'll have to try and leave now. Rice Gang finally eliminated as well in the midst of the fray, and I don't think Rana has much longer to go. There we go, finally able to get the knock from Panda, that is, to be able to take down the player above GSG's position. And they'll have to try and fight it onwards from there. Panda still yet to get into the circle.
Yeah, Panda is having a little bit of a rough time at the moment. They are down 1 player, but they've taken it very slowly, and I respect that, especially coming out from Chumisera. They wanted to ensure that behind them that was clear. They are taking shots down towards Unicorns of Love. None of those shots hit. What?
I have no idea how that happened, but Panda gets sat down, and Unicorns of Love, they're riding strong right now, but they were going to have to move again. The circle centers right onto the ScrimFarm. You can see that there. The tire pot from the buggy keeps GK First alive for a little bit longer, but the spray down will be able to find it. Ked able to land those shots. Seems like they have all the luck today. Panda lose yet another. And they're really in a tricky spot behind GSG to the side of Unicorns of Love, who want to just sweep to the wide and go and take down these kills. They'll go for the spray, but a little bit too close for comfort. Get knocked back. Rebuffed for now. Fresh now. Up to bat. Ked low. On bended knee. Nexus got eliminated in the meantime. That was the push coming through from Black Sparks to get into the circle. Panda up the top, launching nades down towards Ked.
Got a backstop playing here very nicely from Beg for Mercy. He's got the K9 in hand, so he should be able to provide support if anyone does crest this hillside. But instead, it's the Eastern Stars that come out swinging. XT has to make something happen here, dip back into the smoke, but he's just going to confirm 1 point there and then get back to it. But it's Beg for Mercy playing that backstop beautifully, like I mentioned before, and will be just fine. Lakonostra MVP, they are flooding over the top of GAMELORD at the moment. They realize that actual little conflict had been resolved, and it's finally time for them to go for the third party. I believe that they are now down to just... Oh no, they've still got 4 members alive, Daddy being left in behind, but they've sweeped over to the northern side. Trying to play this one now. ScrimFarm, on the other hand, what a fantastic spot for them going forward. Again though, cannot say that they've won as of yet. I said that about Destiny, who just gone out now, when they had the Cube compound, which was so beautiful for them, but they were unable to hold it.
In the middle of all of this, Eastern Stars coming out smelling of roses at the moment. 8 kills so far from the Tumasela Hills. It was only a matter of time before someone started to rack those up. Lost Bullets taking shots over towards GODSENT as well, who are now just down to 1 to Swave. As he holds around the shack, Lost Bullets trying to swarm on over. 3 players alive for them versus 1 for GODSENT. Damage not quite sticking just yet. Is going to be given out as well. Finds the knock, finds 2 as well. Swave might just be able to hold it down. 1 player left standing for the Lost Bullets, and there's nades coming over the top. Goodness me, GODSENT 1 player alive. Have got AZ as well. He wants to push out, and the Lost Bullets get shut down in a 1v3.
I think he went to go for the res there, instead got inside the vehicle. Eastern Stars trying to throw those nades over the top, but a nice little fight there coming through from GODSENT. Keep them alive for a little bit longer, right on the cusp of this circle. Lakonostra MVP have a nice little lineup towards the northeast. They're looking down towards ScrimFarm. Smoke should be everywhere at this point. QLASH also have another one of the compounds left in this circle. Black Sparks still going alive in this one with the 3 players, but they're playing a pretty rough position. Oh my goodness me. ScrimFarm, wow, pull the circle directly over towards them. I mean, call this circle a bowl, and ScrimFarm are the ranchers right now because they've got a nice little hook around this.
Nicely done. I mean, they made a very, very good rotation to take this spot in the first place. They've been rewarded for their proactiveness with great fortune. QLASH over on the northern side are going to have to move along the road. Lakonostra MVP looking to try and push in from the back, but probably one of the most easy approaches towards the ScrimFarm position. They go 1 for 1 on the trade. Nice backup coming through from the team. Elicid looking to try and get back towards the buggy as well. Zitati moves towards his teammate. They want to get Woodson back. And now ScrimFarm have their attention drawn towards the back. It's time for the teams across the way to try and move forwards.
I know, I mean, that was actually a really nice play from Lakonostra MVP. Just doesn't come out their way. They move the vehicle in very quickly and then provide 3 backstop players, try to take down anyone who's peeking outwards. ScrimFarm, at the moment, just have the better gun skill here and able to take them out. But the play itself from Lakonostra MVP was fantastic. I really respected it. But now, ScrimFarm, they're being heckled upon by QLASH.
Looks like Specboy able to hold 1 off for now. MZ able to look for the res. But the rest of QLASH not quite there, not quite ready to pull the trigger on that fight on a difficult spot, which could potentially occur for ScrimFarm. But they've regrouped now. They should be able to get a little bit more healing. Not to mention the teams from the southwestern side of that road going to start to move on forwards. The Eastern Stars, they've had a lot of kills so far in this game, but it looks like they're getting wiped out for now. Only 1 player remains for them. 10 kills found though, so already a fantastic game. Fantastic result coming through. ScrimFarm looking to pick up those pieces now. 6 kills found.
Octavian, that final player. Azar in the bush though. Nice little knock onto one of the players from ScrimFarm themselves, which opens this up a little bit, but they can. There's still a lot of the way to go right now. They need to keep pulling on this one. Black Sparks though, they're hearing a lot of fights off in the distance. They're going to bide their time. I like this from them. They know the circle can only stay up on that side for so long. They'll probably make a decision when to move when this next circle hits in zone 7. And we'll go into final zones after that.
Tricky push now coming through for ScrimFarm. They had the position for so long and now it's not going their way. QLASH able to take the building that SpecBoy's hiding in at the moment. 2 of them did get knocked earlier, but SpecBoy looking for retribution and he's going to find what he's looking for. 1 player now standing in the building for QLASH and it's the last player for the team as well. Looking to go for the fight. SpecBoy goes down, but there's a teammate waiting in the wings. Excellent rallying call there. Ditati saves the day, keeps 4 alive for ScrimFarm.
Oh dear me, Black Sparks are going to be very angry about this one. ScrimFarm able to hold it down wonderfully versus QLASH at the moment. Really well played, being able to hit that one up. But yes, Black Sparks finally have to make their move now, especially with this circle just heading up towards ScrimFarm's position every single time. And I mean, all power to ScrimFarm though. They identified this position as a very strong one early on and took it with confidence. So if anyone is to win this game, I think it's deserved by ScrimFarm at the moment, but there is still potential from Black Sparks, who have really waited this one out. They should have a lot of utility still on board, including smokes, including grenades. On the other hand, ScrimFarm had to fight off 2 people. GSG finally take down the final member from Eastern Star. Still a great game from them, 18 points total.
It's a little bit more loot on board, but now plays the other side of the road whilst Black Sparks and ScrimFarm duke it out. 3 teams remaining now. South 4 over the top. Will be able to get the knock over onto Clown, so we're now into a 3 versus 3 on the position. I don't think they're going to be able to get the res onto Clown. That should be confirmed on Owl, and a knock with a long nade over onto Ditati. They get the confirm, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Black Sparks able to turn things around. In the meantime, Tudor just sitting pretty, hoping for the War of the Roses to come out smelling the right way. SpecBoy holding behind the eaves right now. They aren't going to be able to push forwards. Woodson, though, able to look for the res onto Ditati. They're able to get him up. Can he get the healing off, or is he just going to try and play for that third party? Nades starts to go in for the Black Sparks up the top. We've seen him, but he's able to tuck away. SpecBoy able to go on in, and they want to go out the side as well. Jumping on through, they play the long corridor. They're holding them off, and an excellent wide swing from Ditati. Able to climb back into the window, crucially in a resable position. Vindex looking to try and put the pressure on, and in the meantime, Tudor just healing out as much as he can.
Oh, that is a sneaky little play there. Again, though, ScrimFarm are bruised and battered after the several fights they've taken. And I mentioned it before, utilities are high right now for Black Sparks. They can kind of reset on this fight and still have enough to keep going. This is wonderful from Vindex, though. I think he hears a player. Surely Woodson knows he's on the roof right now. But Vindex has got a beautiful spot here. But it's Tudor to play spoiler. Vindex has to drop down, but actually gets hit by it. He might have just ruined the chances for Black Sparks, and ScrimFarm might come out on top.
Pushing down the hill now, it's Black Sparks up the top, needs to try and clamber on over, shuts the door in their face, slams it, but Woodson straight on out, no bother, they move on forwards, that's going to be it, Blank. A little bit of spoiler across the way from GSG, but it is going to be Black Sparks to dismount the position. Not quite, sorry, it's ScrimFarm to hold out on the position, sorry, as Black Sparks do go down in the end. ScrimFarm with a deserved, well-fought victory.
It's a disaster coming through at the end there for Black Sparks themselves. I mean, Tudor, bloody hell. I mean, he saw his chance, wanted to go for the point, but instead just ruins the chances of Black Sparks. It was a very smart position there from Vindex, but just kind of opens himself up to those angles that he never thought would be open at all anyway. I mean, you can kind of be in his shoes and be like, you know, there's another team here. They're only a 3-man from ScrimFarm. And there's 4 last players alive for them. So it might just be a 4-man inside this compound. He never expects Tudor to be out in the bloody sand outside the zone itself. So unfortunate there for him. I think Black Sparks played a fantastic game though, really bided their time and had the best chance of taking that away from ScrimFarm. But, you know, with that kind of luck, you would have been almost mortified if ScrimFarm didn't win.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very tricky situation all round. And you talked about it pretty early on there, Blank. It was the hills of Chumacera. Easy to get into, very, very difficult to leave. And that's where a lot of those teams really, really met their match, met their maker as well. Fantastic for ScrimFarm to be able to move away early and fast, as we've highlighted a few times during that. And again, Lakonostra MVP doing the special.
doing the special, going for that northern rotate. You know, I do think that their actual plan to try and take that warehouse away from ScrimFarm was very well thought out. You know, they'd spent their time thinking about it. They knew a team was going to be there. They had to sacrifice one player at least because there were no way getting over that open ground without it. Unfortunately, ScrimFarm that situation, and I think it does come down to this, it's just gun skill. Being able to peek out there and immediately identify the targets, even though the Lakonostra MVP was playing a very aggressive 3-man split there. I mean, they certainly weren't going for resurrects or anything. That was a last-ditch attempt play. And I think that if they pulled it off, it would have been amazing. I think the fact they didn't pull it off, it was still amazing. But ScrimFarm, once again, hold on to it. And you said it as well, it's a well-deserved victory for ScrimFarm. I don't think that another team could have played that as well as ScrimFarm did in that situation.
They managed to take it home in the end. Some nice high-scoring games coming through. Destiny not so lucky this time around, weren't given a compound to hold on out, and they took a dip pretty early with an unfortunate ride into a valley between, I think it was Nexus and GSG, that were able to dismantle them and prevent them from going too much further. But they did survive for a little bit longer until Lakonostra MVP decided to take out their final member.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate way to start your 2 games of the day. It is starting out in basically a winning position and losing, and then also moving into a position where, you know, we feel like they have the best scouting in the lobby, and it just looked like that went completely out of the window in that situation when they get caught in that pincer move. So all the things we praised them for seems to be falling back a little bit. I'm sure Destiny can bring it back, and we all have our off days, so we can't count them out yet. It is just one day, and there are 3 more matches to go here, John.
Absolutely, there's still plenty more time, and not to mention just 3 matches today, of course. Across all the Super Weekends, it's about getting those averages up, right? It's about consistent performances. You can have pop-off games, you can have fantastic, 20-kill matches, whatever you want, but yeah, when it comes to it, you need to be consistently making those 10-point games. You need to be putting in the work, putting in the effort behind the scenes to make sure that you're making the right decision more often than not.
Yeah, exactly. I think that when you spend as much time as you do in a 16-team lobby as well, this is absolutely the place to gain that experience and figure out why and when you are doing things badly. But we'll see what happens as we go to a very quick break right now, and we'll be back. The guys on the analyst desk will maybe break that down a little bit further, because it was a fantastic game to watch.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our analysis, our recap, what happened here in match 2 of our very first day of our very first Super Week. And I'm still Jason Kaplan, he's still Kalaris, he's still Maxman, and we're ready to start to talk about this game here. And guys, the zones, I'm going to start off right off the bat here that we saw how happen. Max, there was so much free space towards the northern side, I think around like zone 3 or 4, and most teams were grouped up towards the south of it. Why is that?
I was really surprised, actually. I was watching this, like, are they having a conga line or something? We had a line from, like, Lost Bullet right to Nexus from the entirety of Chumacera. I was like, how does that happen in the first place? But that created that big line there, and that actually enabled a lot of teams to actually be able to cross that line in the first place, to go from south to north. And we saw a few teams, especially I want to mention one that I feel really bad about, is Polar Ace. They dropped in Marines. They're like, we're going to play super slow and super passive. And then they roamed right back down north, and then circle, boom, big hard shift up north, and like, I mean, we're not going to survive this. So they did lose their life eventually. But that big line of teams did cause a big issue for teams to actually be able to cross from the south to the north, and the only teams that really could make it happen would be the likes of Lakonostra, ScrimFarm, and also QLASH, who were able to wrap around and avoid the fight. But in general, it was a weird circle, and I think that that's what caused the northern side to be free for a big portion of that game.
Well, it worked out for ScrimFarm, as you can see, taking home 26 points. Again, proving to us that that day one we saw in league play is their norm. We see Black Sparks as well, a team we haven't talked about since, I guess, the very first day, to be fair, Kalaris. They had a good showing as well here.
Yeah, very nice. Coming up in that second place there, eventually crashing on towards ScrimFarm, and we're going to talk about a lot of those crashes later on. But ScrimFarm taking up the compound that they did take up, it comes back to what you were talking about with Max just before, in terms of, you know, actually that compound was not taken for a long time in this game. And why is that? And it's also because rotating from the north side of this circle, maybe circle 3, circle 4, towards that south side is fraught with danger. Not just because there's that entire line of teams that Max was talking about, but also because you're starting to increase in elevation, and any of the teams up there are going to be able to fire down on you very easily. So yeah, ScrimFarm takes the compound at the right time to be able to hold it down is important.
Yeah, looking down the rest of the list here, I mean, we do see GODSENT in there, Panda as well. We talked about the consistency, able to get themselves the 7 kills. And over to the second page here, it's a little bit unfortunate. RESQ, we talked about as having such a fantastic game, Max, have finished out in 15th, but so is Destiny at 13th.
Yeah, RESQ encountered Eastern Stars very early on. They were clearly just not prepared for that fight in general, so that was a little bit of a feels bad man moment for the side of RESQ. And Polar Ace, then, as I just mentioned, they did one big... They thought it was a 10,000 IQ rotation, but unfortunately it was just like my rotations. They're like 2 IQ, and they're just like, well, we're south, we got to try and wrap up, but we just can't. It's just a hard shift away from our position, so they struggled a really big amount. So hopefully they'll be able to have a VOD review session after this one and see that, no, big rotations like that is maybe not the best one you should go for. Maybe just going straight to the circle and plant edge and seeing how it's going to work out would be a better option. But yeah, a few teams here. Unicorns of Love, another one where they do die pretty early, only 2 points to their name. Unicorns of Love, they need to put the medal to the pedal. Sorry, the pedal to the medal. No, I inversed that one a little bit. Yeah, I was close enough, 50-50. But I think that they need to try and look in a way to actually get those points coming their way in a more consistent manner. It's going to start to get scary. It's only 2 games out of 15 for the first Super Weekends, but still, we're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, the end-all, be-all of this entire thing, Kalaris, is making sure you're top 16 overall across all 3 of our Super Weekends, right? So I think a bad day is okay. I think especially, 2 bad matches is as well. I'm just curious, in your opinion, when you have 3 Super Weekends, that's 45 matches in total. Where do you draw the line of bad games or bad days versus good days? Like, where can you still have bad days up to that point?
Jason, I'm going to hit you with some hard facts on this one.
Do it.
All right. The way you draw the line on bad games is after this Super Weekend, because in this Super Weekend, you're top 16, regardless of how badly you've done.
That is true. And then hopefully you have no more bad days in our league play. He's like, drop the mic, I'm out. That's it.
I don't speak English. Only language I speak is facts. I'm out of here, boys.
Well, you know what? I speak stats. Let's take a look at our top players in the last match here and start to look at which 4 players were the ones to really stand out when it mattered. Octavian coming up big here for Eastern Stars, but we also see another name here, Datati, that we've seen a couple of times, as well as Sanford. This is really reminiscent of league play day 1. Game 1, because Sanfor and I think Datati were there as well.
I was calling him the nade specialist in the first day, especially on the back end. And I'd like to know how many of those kills actually are nades coming out from Sanfor. Getting pretty close to the 1,000 damage mark too. I think the Black Spark, they had one of the best rotations in this one up against the likes of ScrimFarm that did at the end get access to the compound in the first place. But they found the shack, they were in the circle itself, so they decided, okay, we're going to pull the trigger, we're going to go for the rotation first, even though it's not an insane position to play from. But the fact that they were there already had a great advantage on teams, I think, is especially Nexus that did roam towards the shack, but because they already had that position locked down, they could very easily keep them at arm's length and just hold on to that entire southeastern position. Mentioned Datati, feels good to see him up there. He able to get himself 5 kills too, so he was able to show up in big ways. We didn't see Clown, so I'm expecting him to see him in the last 3 games of today.
Go ahead, Claris. I know you have some sort of pun or something for Clown.
No spinning bow tie today.
Well, I think we at least hear him coming into our top 4 with his squeaky shoes, at least. Let's take a look at our total damage on the last match here. I want to see how a couple of teams in particular really stacked up against each other. Claris, I know we were talking about, Eastern Stars holding out that southwest position, blocking off Lost Bullets, blocking off GODSENT, and we had ScrimFarm set up nicely in the compound, as you mentioned before as well. But I'm curious, how do their damage numbers stack up against each other when we take a look at it? And I'm kind of hoping to be really similar here. And I just don't know what to expect. Eastern Stars, I think they had 3 players in their very first match, but able to come into match 2 with 4, so definitely helping out.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, I think, is going to be very high up in this regard. I thought they would maybe even a little bit higher than ScrimFarm, but it's not to be when it comes to the damage overall. Eastern Stars had a great position in terms of that line that we saw and how they were utilizing the high ground to their advantage. Now, of course, in a few moments' time, we will break down how some of that terrain didn't work to their favor against some of the teams that were rotating next to them, but they had a great little spot. And for ScrimFarm, I think it was the perfect scenario. Like having one team after another crashing into this compound, which technically this compound, if you have 2 teams crashing in at the same time, almost impossible to hold down. But teams were intravenously feeding themselves here to ScrimFarm on their position, and they held it down beautifully.
I also want to talk especially about how ScrimFarm were playing that building in the first place. You mentioned the fact that there was those compound crashes coming in one by one, which by default make things a lot easier for the likes of ScrimFarm. But also the fact that they had, because that compound especially is just composed of 2 really big sections. You have that big warehouse up north where they had 3 players, and then they had that building, which is a 2-level building, and you can also play the rooftop from a pretty safe option. Then they cleared the north once Lakonostra died away. They actually sent SpecBoy in that position in the first place, and he was just going to be the Eye of Sauron of the lobby for his team. He was granting information. They knew when Clash was coming, and that's the moment they were able to actually gatekeep a lot easier away from that kind of compound. So I think that 3-1 split was also a big reason as to why it seemed so easy for them to hold off those simple and those 1v1 team engages.
We kind of talked about Clown, in particular ScrimFarm. We didn't see him in top 4, but he was our top frag when it came to league play with 23 kills. And we want to keep an eye on him as a player in general, and more importantly, how he's been able to do here across the Super Weekend, because he needs to be able to maintain those kind of stats. Obviously, ScrimFarm had a rough day 2 when it came to league play, but to dive into how he's been able to perform so far in these 2 matches, we're seeing a good sign, I'd say, for him and for ScrimFarm in particular, because the stats are pretty close to where he was able to accomplish in league play here, guys.
Yeah, I would say in general, he's the kind of guy that when he invests in Dogecoin, he's holding the line, and he really wants to try and just be on that front line, and he did that exactly there. And I think he was part of the reason why Black Spark were able to contest easily that compound and get a few angles, even though they did at the very end. But he's the one trying to always be that brick wall for the team, and I think trying to keep his team in a really safe position in the first place. I think that Clown enables what his team does, and by default, when you are in an aggressive position, you will get kills from it. So I think that Clown is showing once again in this game why ScrimFarm is looking as a big threat in this entire event.
I was scared as I looked at that for a moment, Jason, because the lobby is having a hard enough time dealing with 1 clown, never mind 2 clowns. But then it dawned on me, it's like, no, that's not what we're looking at. We haven't duplicated him, it's fine. So.
Well, I'm hoping you guys at home, remember, we requested you guys to help us out with some things. I want you to take Clown's face, Photoshop on the white paint, the red lips, the nose, the hair, and maybe we're going to get it into our show on our telestration segments. Make sure to tweet to us the hashtag PMPL. Maybe we can sneak it in there. And speaking of telestrations, Claris, we had another interesting play out of GODSENT. We talked about rotations in match 1, but in match 2, a rotation that worked out much better for them. What all happened?
Yeah, game 1's rotation was, again, we mentioned it a Hail Mary, but smart overall because you want to try and make the winning play. And here again, it's a dicey situation they're in, but they really want to try and make the winning play. So what do you do from this position that GODSENT is in just is you try and find yourself the winning play. So let's go back to what we were talking about before with that line. Off camera right now, if I just kind of draw a line here, you remember that long line of teams that they need to use as information based on what they know right now and how they want to try and get into that circle. And they know a lot of those teams have moved up. Now, usually a lot of kind of laymen would say, okay, well, we need to get into the circle. Let's go. Let's try and just make this line. No, this is probably not going to be the play. The reason is because along a lot of this terrain, on this kind of downhill, there's a lot of these ridges that kind of run along these lines. If I'm just kind of drawing them here, So you need to find channels of paths off of this hill to get yourself into a good spot. And what we're going to see is GODSENT with 3 people in one car, mind you, which I usually would not suggest doing. Try and find the rotation through this channel, avoiding Eastern Stars, because they know that the Eastern Stars is using one of those channels, hills, as kind of cover themselves, and that also keeps them covered from Lost Bullet to try and get themselves into the spot. So let's just remove these lines for a moment. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Okay, and let's play this out. You can see as they make this move, they find themselves in one of those channels to then start making a fight happen. And as this fight happens further, this then gives them slight elevation against where Lost Bullet is. Anybody else will be looking at this thinking Lost Bullet previously had the better position, but GODSENT managed to find themselves the spot that they do. And Swave, to be fair to him, pulls off a miracle with a 1v3 towards the end of this. So great stuff. And that's how GODSENT is able to kind of recover some points here in this game.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. You know, Max, if you're in this position here for Eastern Stars, you know GODSENT's fighting, you know they're fighting against another team on the other side of the ridge. You have 2 options in my mind. You stay there and wait for them to come to you, or you actually crash at the exact same time. I'm curious, what's your thoughts on what would potentially be the right play there?
I think in their situation, what they were thinking is like, okay, the fight's happening. We don't want to get involved just yet. We'll let you guys take the fight one-on-one. I think that at the end, though, once that fight is over, if you see the kill feed, you saw a lot of knocks coming on through, and you should have seen, especially if you players get confirmed. I would have potentially went for the push and go for the third party myself. I think that especially if you are an aggressive team, a third party team, which is what Eastern Stars loves to do, I think they should have gone for it, which they tried, and they did go for the attempt, and they still got themselves a good game, but I think that their playing aggressive was the better option at the end.
All right, Jem, I just want to give a quick shout out yet again to our sponsor of OnePlus, because mobile gaming has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. With the 120 Hz refresh rate, I'm sad, my phone doesn't have that. You get the smoothest experience possible, and you add that with the OnePlus 9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce the display response time, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. Max, you know I need the responsive gaming times. And let's head over to our commentators now, as we'll let you guys take a quick little break here and get things ready for our 3rd match of the day. And it's gonna be the very first time we're gonna be seeing Sanhok here in PMPL WEU, and it's be brought to you by these fine gentlemen, John Allen and Blake. Are you guys excited? Are you guys hyped?
Hell yeah, welcome to the jungle, baby. We're going to be getting right into things. Needing all of those advantages that a OnePlus can give you, obviously, Blank. Hopefully these players are going to be able to utilize them to their full extent.
Oh yeah, I mean, having that 120 FPS, being able to see a dude jump out from behind a tree slightly faster, maybe not slightly faster, but smoother, will be very nice. And might give you the drop on just a couple of these teams in this lobby, so make sure you are rocking some of those devices, because they are absolutely fantastic. I've had one before, and you know what? It was a change of pace. Being able to scroll through my menu screen and be like, wow, just scrolling is fun. It's a real new, different experience, John.
Absolutely, I can't wait to see what that's like, get some hands-on those, it'd be great. But as the plane path goes straight down the middle here on Sanhok, God, I'm so used to planes taking a little bit longer, but it's already done on the plane path.
Yum. Zoom. I mean, it's not
Yoshi,
even had enough time. It's not even had enough time to go for the plane bug either. So we'd have a plane on our map because it was just that fast.
Oh no, it's there.
Eastern circle. Oh damn. Oh. Gosh darn it. I mean, it's dropped into boot camp. Fair play. It's getting a little bit of training done before it does head back onto another map. That's fair enough. We all need a little bit of training in our life. But wow, what a massive amount of teams that have dropped over on the Northwest Island here. On the other hand, we're having an Eastern shift. Unicorns of Love immediately going for Paradise Resort, trying to take that aggressive positioning nice and early. ScrimFarm heading over towards Camp Bravo, trying to sweep across from this eastern side. Again, though, leaving this Western Island looks to be quite problematic for some of these teams, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Clever's doing either out in the water at the moment. Destiny, they've spread all along that northwestern west side of the island. They're going to have to fight through pretty much everyone in their way. See if they're able to do that. RESQ right now, they're in Camp Alpha on this northwestern island. You can see a couple of the players of Destiny pretty close by to that one. No one really split around Quarry at the moment. The Black Sparks, the closest probably on the cards. Painan currently occupied by Lakonostra MVP.
Yeah, I think Painan's a pretty important position as well. And what's more, Lakonostra MVP will have definitely seen that no one else dropped here with them. So they've got the entirety of Painan to themselves. Usually this is a location that's split between two teams, as this is Clever's dead, drowned himself, unfortunately. This is usually a position that is shared between two teams because it is so rich in both nutrients and loot. So...
All right, David Attenborough, calm down.
Sorry, apologize. It's just this. When I go to the rainforest, I'm like, damn, I must become David Attenborough. It's just my instant
Rich in
reaction.
nutrients and loot. Lakonostra MVP find their foothold here on Sanhok.
In the future, they shall be moving off to the east, and there they will reside until the final circle, in which case they will head north. Which is very typical of Lakonostra MVP, their typical migration path. Black Sparks, on the other hand, you mentioned them a little bit earlier, they've got a pretty aggressive split right now over towards Quarry side. I don't mind it too much. Like, it might look pretty aggressive on the screen, on the map at least, but look guys, Sanhok's a small map. It's a small map. They are very happy where they currently are. They can regroup whenever, especially with a lot of teams still finding their location, finding their place around on this map, especially after scrims. They should be fine to just take a little bit more space, take just a little bit more room here.
Because it's so heavily focused on the main island, what we traditionally say is the difficult spot to navigate around is the area that Black Sparks currently sit in, and the area that GSG are moving towards. It's the area between Quarry and Boot Camp. It's such a tricky spot to move through if you're rotating up towards the north. Sometimes it can be worth it to swing wide around Quarry, but even then it's pretty tricky because everybody's sort of looking that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for the split between Quarry and Boot Camp, now, I don't want you guys to get us wrong at home. Like, it's not difficult to rotate through that. Don't get us wrong there, because it is pretty easy ground to navigate. The problem is this, is that a lot of teams want to go through here because Quarry effectively creates this funnel on the map, so you're always bound to drop into targets. Black Sparks are having a slightly better time of it because there should be only one team here. We're not getting towards that end game target. Sam4, though, with a beautiful off angle.
And forwards position as well. Knows that he can't re-engage on that fight. Very nice awareness, and just wants to drop the nades over the top. If he gets knocked here, that's pretty much curtains for him. Levi sent back towards the rock and thinks better of going for the push, just wants to go for the res. RESQ creeping in on the western edge of this fight. They should be able to hear these gunshots as nades fly both directions. And the smokes start to bloom. Healing coming through.
And this is Sanhok to a T. It's that third-party game. Third-party playstyle. RESQ heading towards them. Detati finds a Nexus over on the northeast side as well, so they're starting to stake their claim on that zone. San4 as well as Black Sparks running away. What a very heads-up play coming through from them. They realize that, you know what, we've taken this fight for a little bit long. There's surely a team in Boot Camp. There wasn't, but there will be teams coming over from the western side. So Black Sparks, they remove themselves from this, and RESQ start to take the fight into GSG, and Black Sparks can kind of recuperate, find some more loot, maybe find some healing, and just find a better position in this circle. I am a big fan of this one. Not many teams are aware to move away, to just give up on a fight. And again, this is Detati doing Detati things. It's fair.
That's understandable. It happens. It happens.
Yes.
Able to pick up the kills on towards Nexus on the northeastern side. And Blank, you know what I've spotted that I'm very happy about? It's the rotation from Destiny. They were all the way on the west side of that northwestern island, and it looks like they want to try and get over to those seas and get all the way around the headland. Not really too many people to challenge them. They'll have to sneak past Panda and even further around towards docks on the southern peak of the main island. You've got QLASH to potentially deal with, but other than that, they should be pretty smooth sailing all the way to the eastern side. The question is, where do they try and land up?
I think landing up towards Kampong, sorry, is not a bad shout. You could also drop towards docks too, because, you know, docks is on a hill itself, so you can drop in pretty much silently and manage to make your way in there. Lakawi also wouldn't be a bad spot to drop, so I would say that Kampong as well as Lakawi is probably where I'm expecting to see Destiny drop off at for this one. So should be okay. Right now, though, a lot of teams looking for that position they want to hold. Again, with Sanhok, you're going to be constantly moving. There's never a position where you can be like, okay, we're just going to remain here going forward, just because of how quickly the game progresses on this map. It's very hectic. Some teams absolutely love this map. Some teams love the fast play style. But teams like Lakonostra MVP, they're the teams that worry me, who love to play out towards the end game. But end game happens very quick and is accelerated here.
See if we can get them towards that point. Black Spark's currently holding the dangerous territory between Bootcamp and Quarry. Lakonostra MVP just to their south and Rice Gang to the west of Lakonostra MVP. Destiny skirting under the gaze of Panda. I don't think Panda have spotted that one out. They're not taking any shots at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, all of Destiny in the same boat means that they are very, very vulnerable. If they do get seen, that's pretty much it for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so far, the only threat to them was Panda. Panda, instead of rocked into vehicles, they're looking to make their rotation into the circle itself. And it's lucky as well, because if this circle is any more down towards the south, you might expect Panda to just take the time to have a cheeky little wee peek over the side of the ridge and be like, what's going on in the ocean over there? Let's have a quick check whilst we still can. The circle's not upon us. We don't have to get in the circle super quick. So, you know, they don't do that. Destiny comes out smelling very nicely. So you're happy with that one. And it looks like they are going to head up towards Kamponga Kawi Way. On the other hand, Polar Ace, the one's running down towards this area. So Destiny might want to get out earlier rather than later. And I hope that they're aware of this, that there will be a team rotating on the eastern side, taking that safe spot. And who other than Polar Ace to do this?
They might even try and get out a little bit earlier at docks. RESQ trying to RASQ right through the Valley of Death. They're going straight towards Quarry and seeing if they can make it. Okay, fair enough. Black Spark's not going to be taking shots at them just yet. Vindex hiding behind the rock, and it's going to be Lakonostra MVP who actually cut them short on RESQ. But the kills potentially stolen away here. Sneaky one from Vindex.
Yeah, Vindex happy to pick those ones up. Any points you can get on this map, you are very happy about. Kurite actually does go down there to Lakonostra MVP. So they'll pick that one up in a fairly decent compound. They are right on the edge of the circle, though. Black Spark's looking down towards them. They will have to ascend this hill if they would like to get into the next circle, which should be popping on screens in just a short while. Currently hitting the 10-minute mark. Things are going to start to get very claustrophobic for a lot of these teams. GODSENT over towards the northwest, just holding out towards ScrimFarm, who again are playing that edge play style. They want to clear out as much as possible. I think I like that when they had this idea that they're going to play edge, and then as soon as they know there's a great spot within the circle, they were going to take it. Here they don't really have that opportunity because they're not very central at the moment. So I think that we might see ScrimFarm play a little bit more of a cautious game this time around.
Panda continuing their move on the southern edge of the circle. Clash pretty close by. Destiny, they looted up in a little bit more in docks, and I think they might be back in the boat. I don't know if they ran out of fuel and had to search for more canisters. Have you spotted lost bullets, Blank? Because I don't think anyone else has.
No, they were out in the circle. I mean, they lost Clever really early to a drowning, to a dunking. Yeah. So I think they want to keep this one as quiet as possible for as long as possible. They only have the 3 members. Here on Sanhok, having 4 members is way, way more important than you might think it is. God, is that MZ all the way up there in front?
He's on his Todd. He's right up close as well. I don't know if that bike, yeah, the bike is still there. Nade's starting to ring on through, and he's just straight up down.
You deserve that.
That is far too big for your boots, and they are going to tie the laces around him. Send him on a long walk.
You have the blood supply cut off in your legs with the way the laces are tied on those ones.
Oh dear.
Danilo does go down. Maybe it's all a big bait. Maybe it's a bait to try and get him to finish off MZ, and now they're going to come in and clean up the fight.
Trazen looks to go up close with the Tommy gun. Doesn't quite get the shots off, might be able to get the res. Nade's not flying out just yet. One around the side will pressure them forwards a little bit, and now Clash have regrouped. They have got a backstop as well all the way out wide to see if they can hold down those angles, but up close and personal.
Oh dear.
They are going to be able to find one. MZ still healing, and Trazen looks to go for the fight. MZ gets the heal off, but they're not going to be able to get the knocks just yet. And they all fall back. It's Lakonostra MVP holding strong right now. Only one of them knocked, and their off angles now taken down for Clash. Just MZ. Microsy in hand. looks to go out wide, changes to the M4, looks to get a little bit done, but it won't happen. Clash get taken down off the back of an overly bold play from MZ.
Yeah, it's a pretty terrible fight coming through from Clash there. It's not what I expected. Coney just wanting to recall the team as fast as possible, but unable to do it. MZ moves forward onto a rock that basically provided several locations for Lakonostra MVP to aggress upon. I think that was the issue, because after MZ went down, pretty much after that point, Clash was always playing one step behind Lakonostra MVP, who were able to quickly get their teammate back up again and then just spray around the side. So it was effectively a 3v4 that entire time, and Lakonostra levied that advantage wonderfully. Again, looking at screens though, we've got Blacksparks over towards the west side, currently trying to take a compound by the road. The GSG is currently here, as is Unicorns of Love, so there's a fair few teams. Blacksparks just deciding to stay within the jungle, stay within the trees, see where they can find these kills.
Guerrilla warfare now, but Kamara able to pop out from behind a rock and lands the shots over towards Billend. Looks for more as well. Sneaks it through the trunks, but not able to get the knock this time around. Hemo gets away for now. Not really too much to motivate them to fight each other just yet, but the circle will move them eastward. Destiny have landed right next to Polar Ace on the eastern shorelines. You got Panda just a little bit further to the south.
ScrimFarm taking this game ridiculously slow at the moment, still over towards Sanhok at the moment. So this is a very, very long game for them. They're going to be playing moving into the circle. GODSENT, though, they're looking over towards that position. So I wonder if they have eyes on Destiny taking down players from Polar Ace. So remember, they took the really long rotate on the eastern side. That's Tatati going down to the play zone. What is happening?
I am not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see. But GSG, they've taken plenty of knocks. Only one of them standing now. It's just Kamara hiding away as a couple of them start to bleed out. Unicorns of Love doing a lot of work here. Blacksparks, they left the fight. And it looks like they've left devastation in their wake. No kills so far for Unicorns of Love. They're looking for those down players to see if they can pick them up in just a moment. ScrimFarm, as you said, they have quite a way to go. They're all the way out in Sanhok.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. Perhaps a barn finish, though, so, you know, Kalaris is going to be overjoyed about that one.
Of course.
As we all know, barn is his favourite position on Sanhok. He loves it to death. Can't get enough of it. Class there. Oh, some fancy footwork coming through from Alush. Quite aloof in his movements.
Oh, go on then.
Give him the pan.
Oh, go on.
Fry
Yeah,
him
you
up
want
good
to.
proper.
Get that pan out. Go on. Give it a yeet. Oh, he's waiting. He's biding his time, crawling up the hillside. Look at that. He is prepared. He is cocked right now. But puts it away.
Put it away.
He's put it away.
Oh,
So unfortunate.
get it back out. Whip it out.
It's an unfortunate. Rice Gang as well, going to be
you,
sweeping
Pan.
around the side. Could be a pretty deadly position coming through from Dammy. A little bit over-aggressive with that pan, maybe. If Rice Gang can get those positions out wide secured. Of course, they're obscured by smoke right now, but once those clear, it's Dammy laid bare on the hillside. Pushing up towards the rock. Crispy is there. The question is, do they know? Have they got that information? Or do they think that they're just fighting in one direction? 8 up the top. I think they might be a little bit clued in here. Crispy tries to go out wide. We'll be able to find one. Shut down pretty quickly with the barrel. Nicely found, but it's a knock. And has to get behind the tree. Can't quite find it. Now they're back up to 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Alusha's still out in the blue, attracting bullets, just with that little dance he's doing. So a romantic dance towards the magazines. You can see him taking a few shots down there, but still alive. As of yet. Yeah, next circle very much towards the east. Polar Ace would have been happy about this one if they weren't decimated by Destiny just a little bit. So now they don't have the full squad.
Not just yet. They are pretty much too close for comfort in that spot. On the western edge, you can see Lakonostra MVP near RESQ and Blacksparks. At the moment, RESQ, they've lost one. Wild Alone has gone down early. Blacksparks, they have one down as well, so 2 players standing, but it's just blood to hold. Looking for the 1 versus 2. He's taken Billend very low. Hemo's low as well. If he can get the shots, it might just work out. 1 found. Looks for more. It's a sliver of HP on both sides, but the window is open. Not going to be guarding it just yet. Falls back to the rest of the hut, and healing starts to come through from both teams. There's a bandage to be found for Billend as well. Blood gets that first aid off. There really isn't too much. A nade being pulled there. And the bandage continues to go through. A nade out the window isn't going to find it. Might get the kill, though. No, not quite. And there's the first aid. Out wide now. Bilen goes for the challenge and gets shut down. RESQ able to pull it off. Blood makes it happen. A 1 versus 2 found.
Is that kind of like the rescue solo man buff? Is that when they get down to 1 player, suddenly their power is increased by 300%? Because that is insane. That's happened too many times for Comfort. Rescue continue through in this game with just the 1 player so far. Polar Ace taking a lot of fights right now. Eastern Stars taking shots over towards them. Destiny very comfortable on their couch on the eastern side of the map towards that coastline.
God, this South Edge.
Still trying to make their way in though.
This South Edge is brutal, but the North Edge similarly bloodthirsty right now. Unicorns of Love guarding out Nexus, guarding out ScrimFarm as well. GODSENT are waiting in the wings, and they're just hoping against hope that the teams that try and push through are going to be decimated for a little bit. Unicorns of Love looking for the shots. They're holding Nexus out in the blue for now, but it will push them further away. A very nice spot at the moment for Unicorns of Love. If they can move out towards where Beg for Mercy is, they might just be able to have a really strong shout into these final circles.
Yeah, Beg for Mercy holding it down with 1 other player who I believe is down for Unicorns of Love. It is Ked, but yes, they definitely have a good position. GODSENT once again going for some wild rotates, just trying to get into a better position. ScrimFarm slowly pushing the pedal there in that vehicle, trying to make as little noise as possible, but they rocked right up onto the compound on top of Unicorns of Love, and they found themselves a position.
Woodson and Clown, very forward-facing duo. They can get a lot done in the right spots. The rest of ScrimFarm as well, looking to move in to back them up. They're right on the edge of the blue zone, and they should be able to stay alive in these buildings, but getting out of them is another story entirely. Another vehicle rolls up, and it's a 4 versus 4 pitch battle, but with blue zone harrying happened, it's pretty tricky. Nades like that, though, might just do the trick. Ked takes a knee early. Fresh by the wall, but a double in response. And Detati falls, lickety-split, and Unicorns of Love holding strong. Ked falls, but they answer with a 3-to-1 trade. Excellent stuff coming through from the Unicorns of Love. Woodson now lost standing. Nade cooking in hand. Out the window it goes. But I don't think he wants any more of this fight. Maybe get a res onto a teammate, maybe. But priority right now, get out of this one.
Yeah, he's in an awful spot. It started off so well for ScrimFarm, but Unicorns of Love were ready with the ammunition and with the ordnance to throw over the top. Like you said, Woodson in a pretty rough spot at the moment, has to drop those smokes, but luckily it's Destiny to come in, provide a little bit of respite here for ScrimFarm, who have played a very interesting, a very odd game, which doesn't work out in the end. Unicorns of Love, however, they've took a lot of good opportunities, but Mitchie here with such a long-range shot coming through on this M4. Fantastic stuff from him. Destiny holding a lot of area, and once again, Mitchie starting to shine from this forward scout position.
Goodness me, he's split from the rest of his team, but you're right, he is absolutely dominating across Unicorns of Love position right now. Eastern Stars trying to push in parallel to GameLords right now. And there's 1 down, 2 still standing. GameLords in a similarly tricky spot, but they have 3 alive right now. 3 up and kicking. They're in the circle, and it shifts away from Destiny. Could be a pretty tricky move, but the Eastern Stars gifted a little bit of a chance here.
Yeah, with that circle moving across towards the roadside, Destiny still have a compound that is technically still in the circle, so they can move to the other end of this small hut here and play from there. GameLord taking casualties, you can see on the screen. Just Lino remaining. Tries to throw a grenade past this tree, potentially going for a knock here. Kafala moves out the way and sends one back his way.
Very, very close there, but they're looking for the res. Still 3 of GameLords alive. Destiny yet to move. On the northern side, it's going to be Unicorns of Love as well, coming into Lakashi's position. Trying to push on in. It's very, very tricky for GameLords right now. I don't think they're going to make it too much further. Lakonostra MVP still healing out in the blue. You've got Daddy starting to run on in. I think he might just be out of meds. 6 teams remain, make that 5, and they're going to make it even further as Panda go down. GameLords still in a tricky spot, but how much further can he make it? The answer is 0, as he is going to go down. 5th place found, though, for Lakonostra MVP, and they make 13 points on the game. So again, a pretty solid shout. GameLords, they're going low, and it's just down to Lino.
I do love this play though earlier, just coming back to it very quickly from Mitchie from Destiny. The way he takes shots over towards Unicorns of Love prevents them from making that rotate onto the eastern side. And now Destiny know that they control the entirety of this southeast circle and the roadside in front of it. So it's really, really good corralling of other teams into a position that makes it far easier for Destiny to play. Again, Mitchie definitely playing out of his mind during this map, and Lino trying to get into the circle, but it's not to be, and now just 3 teams remain. Unicorns of Love, Destiny, and Eastern Stars.
A temporary team-up to take down Lino, but now 3 teams remain, and it's 2v2 on the hillside with the watchful eyes of Destiny turned their way. A very difficult spot. 6 kills found so far. The nades over the top. Mitchie's moved forwards. He's got dominance over this circle. He's got a great rock to play from as well. Moving down this hillside, nigh on impossible. It's a question of who can take the other team out first. Get those ladder-up points right now. Eastern Stars, they had a high kill game last time. They're doing it again here, Blank. 9 kills found as Destiny start to mount up. Look for that cross. They want to keep this pressure up. They want to crest the ridge. The nades start to fly uphill as well, but not quite landing just yet. Eastern Stars launching it over the top as well. Athis crawling forwards as Destiny mount on up. They want this one, Blank. They want to take it home. They had a good spot in the first game, but they weren't able to capitalize. This time around, they're going to go for more. They find one. With last player standing now for the Eastern Stars, and Destiny right up the hills. They ride strong, and to victory on Sanhok they go. 22 points on the game. Destiny with the chicken dinner.
And now that's much more like the Destiny that I am used to here on Sanhok. And again, they play like how I like to describe it as proactive reactive, right? They're taking those positions to make sure they can react when they need to anything that does occur. And Mitchie is kind of like the linchpin to that kind of play style, because he's always moving out, always finding a better spot. And the way he almost shepherds teams into positions that he would rather have them in, so it favors him going forward, it is amazing. Again, there might have been another team that just sat inside of that shack across the road and perhaps lost that game because they were forced into an awkward position of crossing that road. Instead, Destiny's like, we have to move up. We're going to move up now. Mitchie leads that charge, and it's beautiful. Even if, you know, Eastern Stars didn't take that, though, that's potentially 2 extra points for Destiny if they can take down Unicorns of Love. They don't want to leave it up to those 2 guys at the top to be taking down one another. They would love all the points themselves, and they know they're confident to do it. I really love this from Destiny.
I think they're shaping up to be one of your favourite teams, Blank. I hazard a guess. I
might need to get a jersey, like Imperium.
Yeah, absolutely. Goodness me, yeah, God. Imperium's got all the jerseys, to be fair. I mean, he's a fan of everyone. But I think, absolutely, Destiny put on a masterclass there. They made a spectacular botation, first of all, and then they play like that. Is really, you know, one of my favourite games going forwards of PUBG Mobile that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's really, really good stuff. I think Lakonostra MVP, despite everything, I kind of have to eat some more words right now and take it back a step, because I said that maybe they weren't a team that were able to hold their own in fights. And you know what? It's match free right now. I will take it back. I think this team has stepped up massively. They're performing much better. Their playstyle is a little bit more casual, a little bit more passive. That's fine. But it looks like they do have the gun skill as well as that strategic mindset to make some of these plays work. And I really like that from them. So, you know, whatever, UK pride, let's go.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very important to build up that backlog of sort of 7 to 13 point games, right? And that's exactly what Lakonostra MVP are doing. Obviously, with that, with the chicken dinner earlier on, they're doing a couple more, but it's consistency that we're seeing from them over these first 3 games. Now, it is only 3 games, it's fair enough, but they are doing it pretty repeatedly and pretty consistently, not just from a results standpoint, but from a strategical standpoint as well, from a sort of an analytical
maps as well.
Viewpoint. Exactly. So I think that you're right there. We have to give them credit. Fantastic stuff from the UK squad.
We love to see it. We love to see it. And I think that, you know, going forward, it's nice to see that all these teams have done like a lot of research as well. I mean, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here, but we just played Erangel, we just played Miramar, we played Sanhok, and all of these teams seem very proficient on each. And I think that when you get into Super Week and you get thrown into all these maps over like a very short amount of time, sometimes you see some teams scramble a little bit, but here it feels very different. Now, I think that the guys at the analyst desk are going to talk about this, but ScrimFarm played such a weird game in my opinion. Off the back of that Miramar win to this game here, where they sat out in the blue for a very, very long time. And now I'm unsure whether it's the fact that GODSENT held them off for too long, or if it was the fact that ScrimFarm just didn't head in quick enough. I'm not sure. So we're going to head to a quick break, and when we're back, I'm sure the guys on the analyst desk will break that down, or they won't. I'm not sure either. So we'll see you guys then.
Well, it's the first time we got to see Sanhok, but it definitely did not let down whatsoever, as we saw some amazing plays and some interesting plays as well. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by QLASH and Maxman. And you know what, Blank, he's like, I hope the desk talks about this. Let's start off. ScrimFarm, that very northern play, the very delayed push-in. I think they played in blue longer than I've seen any other team, and it became a very, a little bit of a letdown, we'll say, when they finally did get out of it, Max.
They said they're hoping they're going to be seeing the analyst desk break it down. I don't know if we can really break it down. I have no explanation as to why they would stay there for so long. They went on a little vacation next to Paradise Resort. Like, okay, Miramar, we got the circle coming our way. We'll give another team a chance. It happened to be Destiny that time around. But then they moved their way forward. They took the fight versus Unicorns of Love that almost did go the way of ScrimFarm for a second there. But yeah, there's no real explanation. I would love to talk with the team because that was very out of character for them.
It was particularly surprising because it's not like the playing path was extremely north either. I think if I had to theorize anything, they were potentially looking at the idea of a rotation a la what Destiny did to the east side if, for example, the circle had shifted northeast. But if you are doing that and the circle and the playing path was as kind of middle as it was anyway, chances are there's quite a bit of room in the north anyway for you to make that rotation on foot too. So they tried and came up against Unicorns of Love.
I mean, maybe they were, like you're saying, Max, just enjoying the scenic view they have on their OnePlus 9 series, which has the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay, alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. Hashtag never settle. It keeps them cool while they're playing in the hot and humid area of Sanhok. But yeah, very interesting, very weird indeed. But you know what? In the end, they're still looking pretty good in our overall rankings. And speaking of rankings, we'll take a look at our map rankings here in just a second so we can see yet again the points accumulated for all of these teams, and we're starting to see consistently a couple of these names coming through here. For instance, Destiny off the top of my head, which we'll see here as they pulled off the chicken dinner, but not most points overall, have been up there quite a few times. Lakonostra as well, RESQ, Panda, ScrimFarm. I'm enjoying seeing some of these names coming through, QLASH, that we saw in league play.
Yeah, definitely so. I think as Eastern Stars, in particular for these last couple of games, like just brilliant stuff to be seen from them. Lakonostra, I don't have my Union Jack to hand. Jason, I have lived away from England for 10 years almost at this point now, but there's a little bit of pride there, here and there. 13 points coming in from them. I'm happy to see it.
Especially talking about consistent teams, we talked about Panda being really strong coming into the league play itself. Man, their kills, they really improved on that aspect of their gameplay, I would say, because they were a specifically passive team, and I think that now they've been actually trying to lean more into their grace of nature, using positions a lot more effectively to try and actually convert it into kills. So I think that Panda is actually improving a lot, and I would love to check out the average overall. I think they're about just about an 8, 9, 10-point average, which is really strong entering into this one. And as you rightly mentioned earlier here, QLASH, it doesn't matter where you're at the end. At the end of this super weekend, you will be top 16 no matter what. So
thank you. Yeah.
They're going to be golden.
Yeah, I'm here all week.
Well, you know what? Oh, God. You know what, Max, though? I actually would love to see where they are in the overall as well. So maybe instead of looking at total damage later on, we can actually look at overalls. But for now, we need to take a look at our second page here in our map rankings to see where the other teams did get themselves to. Now, Max and Claris, Imperium was watching the game with us, and he brought out a really interesting fact of teams taking advantage of who is and is not in the lobby. Now, with UDR Killers not in the lobby, we saw an interesting adaptation out of one of those teams in particular.
Yeah, the Eastern Stars obviously went for the 2-2 split in order to be able to capitalize on the fact that Lakawi and Kampong, you don't have UDR killers there, right? And I think that's one thing that you can take this further in theory. I've theorized about many times in PUBG Mobile tournaments where in those opening days of a week, if you feel like you're being encroached on a little bit by the team next to you or whatever, you can try and sabotage their efforts if you get ahead in like day one, for example, and then give yourself more space in drop spots later on in the Super Week because you've kind of eliminated them from even being able to qualify. Now, it's a small amount of teams that you can stop from being able to qualify, but there are knock-on effects that can play a factor.
Oh, I think back to Cloud9 and PK Pittsburgh Knights back over in, I think it was PMPL NA, keeping them out of the finals of that Super Weekend, which means Cloud9 ended up losing $40,000, even though they were so far ahead in first place. Let's take a look, though, at our top players in the last game here before we do get into our overall standings, so you guys get an idea of where all the teams currently are. And again, we're seeing some new names, but fresh. There was a certain 1v3 he basically pulled off up against ScrimFarm.
It was a great play in general. That was when ScrimFarm just barely arrived outside of this blue zone itself, so it was very delayed. They had very little information to their name, and they tried to play behind that wall, and Fresh is like, well, you know, the weakness of hiding behind a wall is that utility is still going to connect even, like, super easily. Just chucks one, gets a double knock, then gets the final angle, and ScrimFarm just gets absolutely obliterated, which I love to see because, hey, Unicorns of Love, known as the most aggressive team in this lobby when they have a fight opportunity at hand, and Fresh being able to actually show up on our top 4 players of this game. I'm really impressed with him, and I think that the entire team has been doing great, but Fresh, especially in that fight alone, was definitely standing out a lot more.
I mean, even Mihi, they're out of Destiny, which again, we've seen so much consistency, but seeing some new names, Claris. I mean, at this, we talk about Eastern Stars, they've been so strong. Remember, game 1 or match 1 today, they had 3 players, unfortunately, but then they go into match 2 and 3 with 4 players, and they put up a minimum of 10 kills apiece. That is, that's fantastic to see, and that's something that I think a lot of teams out there can't really compete up against.
Comes down to positioning. Their position and the time that they have to kind of warrant themselves that positioning really pays dividends indeed. They have their position, their 2-2 split that they rotate into kind of the middle, take the high ground above barn, as well as a little split above the warehouse compound east of that as well. And when you even just have one member looking across that barn valley, you have a huge line of sight on any team that's going to be coming in from that west side, and they were able to farm some of the kills there as well. So great position to be able to work from, I think, in this game, despite not getting the victory down the line. You're getting plenty of kill points. I like it.
Yeah, and we talked about what Clown coming in from ScrimFarm. He led the way, I think, with 23 kills over league play, but I don't think he's been as effective when it's come to our Super Weekend so far. But let's actually see who are our top 10 fraggers when it comes to our Super Weekend only, and we should be seeing Eastern Stars up there quite a bit. We're going to see Athos actually leading the charge here at 8, Octavian at 8 as well. They have 2 players in the top 10 so far, Max. That's something they got to be proud of.
I mean, super proud for sure. I'm sure the Romanian peeps in the chat are going to be loving this one for sure, seeing a little bit more of a Romanian dominance with Assist and Octavian being there too. Athos, I mean, we saw him also in the opening league play stage getting some 1v2 clutches at some point versus, I believe it was Lost Bullet. So they are finding themselves a lot more, and I think that they understood their strength, which is playing edge of circle and also going for their third-party opportunities. And I think that they're actually leaning into that way more than ever before. And I think that, hey, if you understand what you're good at, just do it. And they're doing it today. So it's great to do it right into the start of the Super Weekend.
Definitely, yeah. And people like Sanhok showing up as well. I'm not entirely surprised by seeing this particular member of Black Spot showing up. Sanhok is one of the guys that, when it came to their win at the very first day, was able to open up opportunities for the team with utility, with nades, as well as smokes as well. So not only great in utilities, but also a great fragger.
I think Datati's a little bit happy as well, being over Clown here after getting all of his knocks stolen away from him. But again, Clown's been a little bit quiet, and the thing is, like, he's still top 10, right? So you're like, Jason, what are you talking about? He's still put up a good amount of kills, but quiet for him. I think he had 16 day one, if I'm not mistaken, in league play. He's not able to quite hit that peak. So we can see on your screen here a little bit of a head-to-head between our top two teams from the last match between Destiny and Eastern Stars. And obviously Eastern Stars came out ahead with the extra point. But we did want to take a look at Eastern Stars because it's a team we not really talked about a lot when it came to league play, but they're definitely showing up in the Super Weekend, which is what we want to see out of these teams. I'm going to look at how they've done so far in the Super Weekend compared to league play. And that's kind of the downside, I'd say, a little bit, Max, is when you do have 20 teams playing, it's really hard to be able to focus on any of them in particular unless they do stand out, which is why we want to focus on Eastern Stars now.
Yeah, exactly. As I just mentioned, right, Eastern Stars are leaning a lot more into the playstyle of playing edge circle and also going for the third-person perspective, should I say. I think that's why it's been working out, because this is now a set lobby of 16 teams, so you understand a lot more about drop spots of other teams. You understand a lot more how they're going to rotate into it too, especially a game like this would just happen where we do actually see a very normal playing path, so it's even easier to kind of read what's going to happen in the very near future, which is what I think Eastern Stars were doing really well. And we can see a few stats here, of course, and they've been increasing everything except for heal. And really, if the heals go down, I think it's a better thing, right?
Yeah.
It did go better, but it went lower, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
I mean, getting the kills coming through as well to be kind of consistent. Average 7 kills across 3 matches. And keep in mind, I think they had only 1 kill in match 1. That shows how much they've been able to do here in match 2 and 3. I mean, survival time. And I don't know what to say in terms of, like, I think when we want to see the team step up, it's definitely going to be in the Super Weekends, and I'm proud to see Eastern Stars do that. As we talked about the Romanian teams, Nexus Gaming has left a little bit to be wanted out of them in terms of rising through to the top, Colors.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look back at the Miramar game that we had, with the position that they had to work with, it is they've had some hard positions to move into these later circles against some of the positions that the other teams have taken around them. So I think they have been a little bit unfortunate. I think they are still very capable of having the firepower and know how to be able to get into some of these later situations. But sometimes this happens in PUBG Mobile. Sometimes you are a bit unfortunate, and I've still got high hopes, Jason. Still high hopes.
Oh, yeah. I have high hopes for many teams. I think I even said day one when we started, I'm making a bold prediction that 2 out of the 3 teams are going to be teams we never would have expected to break through in the top 3. Definitely not teams that, or sorry, 2 teams who weren't invited back into this event. But we need to kind of take stock of things, right? The overall standings, we haven't looked at it so far today. Now with 3 matches being played, we want to take a look at it now here and see who's currently in first place, who would be safe if we ended off things right here, right now. And Lakonostra MVP, I'm not going to lie, I am surprised by that. I did not expect them to be first. I thought Eastern Stars would have been first off their performance so far.
I thought it would actually potentially been even Destiny or ScrimFarm. I think the Eastern Stars, the fact that they were not able to convert chicken dinner would actually put them a little bit further down. But hey, I mean,
Max,
James, you're going to be happy about that one.
I'm going to just jump in really quick. Lakonostra MVP had 44 points in 2 days of play in our league play. In 8 matches. They played 3 matches now and have 43. What a resurgence out of this team, Colors.
Yeah, and it has been down to the good rotations so far, I would say. Like, you can see that kind of reflected in terms of the kills as well. They're not by far and ahead in terms of those kills right now, kind of tied up with ScrimFarm. Eastern Stars has taken point on that one, but it goes back to what we saw in the Erangel. They started off the day well with those rotations, and they've continued to do so, so kudos to them.
Yeah, keeping consistent here as we look down the list. ScrimFarm, again, a team we saw rank 1 when it came to the end of the first day. Destiny there as well. GSG Europe. Now, for me, Max, it's a team we saw get 1 chicken dinner in league play, but it's a team we don't really talk about too often, and yet they've been just slowly grinding away, getting some placement points here, getting some kills there, and they're still on the front page in 6th place.
I think that especially when you look at GSG, there's a just big weakness that I've been able to see. I've been able to rewatch a few VODs, especially of the 2 first days of league play. Their rotations are great. When I say I'm a big fan of their rotations, I'm literally not capping. It's just amazing to see how they're able to find really strong entry points, avoiding skirmishes if possible. I think the issue with them is their team fighting capabilities. When they get involved in a fight, they typically just crumble apart real quickly, and that just causes so many issues.
Oh, I feel so bad. We talked about how consistent they were. Rice Gang, Klars, they're in last place with 2 points.
I think it was you. I think this is Jason curse if I've heard anything, to be perfect.
Yes!
I've got your back, Max. It's for you and me together.
Oh, man. Well, you can see RESQ getting there, lost spot as well. Polar Ace, another team we talked about as well, who were in 6th place, but currently sitting in 14th. And QLASH, they did unfortunately not get many points in the last match either. They're currently in 12th. But that's going to do it for our overalls. We're going to take a look at the schedule yet again, just so you guys can see what's coming up next. Remember, we will have Sanhok played every day of the Super Weekend, just one time. And then this coming week in League Play, we'll have it played with Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually with Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. We'll find out. I don't remember off the top of my head. We're going back to Miramar, but we're also going to be bringing in some new commentators this time to join me on the desk. So you two, take a quick little break. I'll chat with you guys in the green room in a second, our virtual green room, and we'll bring in our 2 new commentators for the day. Let's bring in Banks, let's bring in Imperium, and see how excited they are about the 2 last matches to go today. Considering we've had some new teams rise up, it's great to see Lakonostra. I know Ireland's technically not part of the UK. I'm not sure how it works. Let's bring them in and chat with Imperium in particular about it and see your guys' thoughts on it. Imperium, Lakonostra, we saw everyone else being happy. You got to be happy as well. And you're looking great today, by the way. The haircut, the beard, you're looking crisp and clean.
Thank you, man. Means a lot. Yeah, delighted bringing Daddy on board. They've improved their consistency. I know they were very disappointed over the second day of league plays. They've reset, they've restructured, and they're looking good.
Just like you are Imperium, as Jason was kindly saying, you know what, I need to go get this haircut, a beard trimmed up, because you're starting to outdo me now. But what I am looking forward to is starting off on Miramar. As always, we go into my favorite map. The chaos continues, you know, after we had the Sanhok madness go down. But overall, Imperium, looking at this coming into the Super Weekend, have you been impressed what you've seen from some of the teams here? Are we still in a decisive factor?
No, I have relatively been pretty impressed with how some of these teams have been playing in the first day of the Super Weekend. Look, there's a long way to go, and this is the time for teams to show up. I think one of the factors that's changed how maybe some teams are playing is the fact that each chicken dinner is worth that $1,000, right? That changes. It might not be fully in the front mind of teams' mindset, but it is going to be in the back of the head. So it might cause some teams to play a little bit more passive, play a little bit more for the late game. And I think we are seeing elements where we're seeing 5 more players coming into phase 5, phase 6 than we would if that wasn't the case.
Oh yes, that's one thing you have to look out for when it comes to it. Now, you know what, we haven't seen just yet any back-to-back chicken dinners come in yet, but this is the talking point that I always have on it, mate, that you can get at these points when a team maybe doesn't hit so well. We just look at QLASH from last time around, right? They managed to grab their way into the Super Week here for a big play off the back of those 2 wins, and it was something that kind of spurred them on, right? The confidence started to come in full effect, and that's what we want to see from some of these teams that may have not hit the mark early on here. One thing I'm looking at, right, when I come to look at what standings the guys are talking about there just at the end, is that I would say personally that some of these teams right now, especially when you look at someone like the Qatar Force team that we had in play, right? They were ones that I was enjoying. I was liking what we get to see from these guys. QLASH right now, again, kind of in struggle city, not looking too comfortable. We have to wait and see if they guys can show up again, because some are a bit slow burners with this all.
Definitely, I think GODSENT right now would be the prime example of that. Now, I was talking to Reeves, who's essentially the IGL for the side. He hasn't been able to play in the league day so far. But him and the team, they're not phased at all. All is positive in the camp. All is happy. Now, if the performances continue to become lackluster throughout this Super Weekend, that could change. But as of right now, they are in no way, shape, or form under pressure. They don't feel in any way disappointed. It's all positive. And that makes sense, James. This is a team that have crawled their way from, you know, the bottom of the ground in other tournaments, and they've qualified and they've got the job done. If I look back and think back of the EMEA League, they struggled, and that roster, that team was definitely not as positive as this current iteration is, and they still managed to qualify for the PMGC on the final day of the last Super Weekend in the EMEA League. So for me, I'm not phased, especially with how Reeves has been speaking to me. So it's just a matter of when they're gonna finally kick off their Super Weekend run.
Yeah, the mentality has to be strong, and when we're looking at things like
Definitely.
that, I look at our 4 teams that aren't here, right? When you come to Umbra, Gaijin, Qatar, UDR, if I'm them right now, I would be watching every single one of these games live. I would be keeping a good eye on everything that's happening, you know, making as many notes as possible. And I'm not saying just like the IGL or something like that. I'd like to see the whole team come together, drop in and have a look and say, okay, look, this is what's going on. Any bit of extra information you can get to take through onto the next few weeks is going to be vital to ensure that they don't find themselves in a position where you're one of these teams that aren't here on the very first Super Week, which is oh so important.
So true. So true. Now, we had Nexus up on our screens just a minute ago. A little bit of housekeeping. It is Aimbot's birthday today. So just want to wish Aimbot a big happy birthday.
Song for me.
I might do a little bit of singing, but I am going to also say happy birthday in Romanian. So, Le Multi Ani. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but that is happy birthday in Romanian. So much love to you, my friend. You know what? I'm not going to sing because I feel a little bit embarrassed. But
how can you be embarrassed?
Just wanted to put that out there. So happy birthday to Aimbot, and hopefully he can maybe cap off a fantastic day with a chicken dinner for his side. The other Romanian team, Eastern Stars, though, they've been impressing me so far with their aggression, with their control in these circles, in these games, and even the little adaptability in Sanhok. Of instead of having all 4 players in the one compound that they normally go to, because UDR killers aren't in this Super Weekend, they had that 2-2 split. That little bit of change helped make a big difference when it came to then controlling later on, because they had more loot to play with, they had more utility, they felt more confident then in their position.
I'm glad you mentioned Eastern Stars, right? Because they're the team without a chicken dinner within the top 4, but they're currently sat in 2nd place with 42 points overall, which shows to their ability, right? Okay, you don't need to get the chicken dinners in there, but you're quite comfortably walking away with a decent amount of placement points and kill points alongside it, that you know that doesn't matter what's going on, you don't need to get this win just to be right up there. So they're probably going into this with a very strong mentality for the final 2 games left of today. As we start to just see some of these rotations come on through, we know how fast some of these teams like to try and play it on out.
And with the playing path being on the east and that phase 1 being a little bit up in the northwest, we are seeing teams start to utilize that more, you know, that freer, more open western edge of the map. That is a rock. Will, Danny, be careful about that. So like Nexus going for that western side of Power Grid, GameLord doing something similar. Unicorns love adapting to the fact that there's no Qatar forces in this Super Weekend and they dropped in Le Cabrera. They have lots of space to move around.
You know what, I really thought, it was like, is he going to do it? Is he going to go?
I know.
Is he going to go try? No, he sees the car, he's going to take a few shots, he's not going to make him connect, and Kamara, he will be able to escape this one. Got a huge amount of high ground that he could play off there. Does he? Ooh, this is interesting.
Hunter?
Oh, he's going off to the side, he's not going to go on the hunt for it. I was about to say, a bit of a risk going solo, chasing him down, really trying to go for it.
Plus, they're on a pretty big 2-2 split as well. Banks are 2 of their players in Monte Nuevo. To be fair, already inside the circle, so they have those anchor players in. So I think it's important that he thinks, okay, let's not look to hunt down. Let's look to join up with the rest of our team and then play for this phase 2, where they hopefully will be able to gatekeep GSG, right? Taking a couple of shots. You don't always need to get the knock. All you've done in that point, in that moment, is slow down the opposing team, which automatically gives you and the rest of your team just a little bit more control and space around you coming into the next circle. We do see GODSENT looking to control their position up and towards the hills above Pecado, in between Pecado and San Martin. It's a standard place that they always look to hold down, so they should be very familiar with this coming into phase 2. Lost Bullet is close by on the east. ScrimFarm still in San Martin, but what I love about ScrimFarm's position is it's on that kind of high ground that's on the very edge of San Martin, so they have a lot of information on teams around them.
Yeah, that is the beauty of Miramar, that if you can get one of these higher ground locations, you can have good vision to see what's going on before you make your decision on where you want to go next. As we see at the moment, all the teams are just rotating in on good time within this. Don't have to worry about being in the blue where they're stuck for now. And we look at EST, we saw them earlier on, you mentioned them. They're sat in a very good place point-wise for now. They can still continue that up going into these next 2 games. It's going to be looking very solid for them. As the next circle shift goes slightly off towards the northwest overall. A little bit further for RESQ and EST to find their win, but everyone else is going to be not too bothered about how this is panning out. And for GODSENT, it's what space they want to take from here. Because look, there's no teams coming in from the north. Unless some of these teams want to do the rotation up around the eastern side and work their way in, there's going to be a heavy amount of contention for fights in here down in the south.
And that's where RESQ kind of shifted a little bit more to the west to try and create a controlling area inside this phase 2. A little bit of replay of Angelito finding one of the Panda players, so it's not quite working out for Panda so far.
Yeah, you spoke about it being split as well.
Yeah, of this first game. Black Sparks are pretty heavily outside the circle down on that southeastern edge, still in the blue, and Nexus are encroaching onto Unicorns of Love space. Unicorns of Love moved away from the Cobra area perfectly into the Crater Fields area, and now this fight is going to come on board. Dexter doing a great job of being inside that front line on towards the side, looking to chuck the grenades.
Well, they already managed to blow up Nexus's car as Sushi! Tons of damage done. We'll have to fall back just a little bit. Dexter alongside as well. The Unicorn Loves are making it work, at least for the grenades for now. And Fresh coming just at the nick of time as well. The 2-2 split could have been dangerous here for Unicorns of Love. But from the side, they sneak their way around and they find a place they can fire off from. And Unicorns of Love here are in a really good spot. But they just need to be careful and ensure that the players that have been going down stay down and don't get rezzed up too quickly.
Nice grenades.
Continue great grenades. This is on point.
But I'm kind of surprised that off the back of that knock, that Fresh and Agon didn't look to push a little bit more forward, because that 2-2 split is still very compromising for Unicorns of Love, James, and it's allowed that revive to come on board onto Dexter, the reset for both sides. Ran is in a great holding position, looking to try and support aimbot, at least from the bullet shots. A grenade isn't gonna save him, but at least his position is gonna stop Unicorns of Love pushing too far forward.
Yeah, they've certainly bought a lot of time here as some return fire comes through, and it is Fresh doing all the damage in here.
Okay, Rana.
Try and make it nice for him. As Rana, they didn't expect it. He snuck round the side and found himself up on towards the top of the mountain. Now they realise, now some smokes will go down. The revive will be able to come through. They do have enough cover. And luckily for Unicorns of Love, they've just got good positions in order to keep everyone else alive, despite what Rana was able to achieve here. But they're kind of at a stalemate for now. Do they just want to disengage from this?
Well, aimbot seems to be heading in that direction. This is still only phase 2. Looking for both teams, because it's only phase 2, they're not really being third-party for the time being. So if one of them is going to come out on top in this engagement, it needs to be sooner rather than later. Sushi goes down. Nice shots by Ked, doing Ked things as per usual. He stood out in the second day of the league play, and he's looking to do the same right now.
I like this. Aegon now also taking a longer turn around the mountain. He was aware of what Rana was trying to do, and he wants to make sure that Rana's not just going to push round and be a nuisance in their side. But Rana's also going to have to be able to escape, right? The rest of the team, which you mentioned, are starting to move away. As the new circles popped, we've gone over towards the east, but generally it's not too far off the central area here.
Yeah.
Puts GODSENT back in a good position overall. And look, again, we look at these longer rotations we talk about a lot. Imperium, we see it's EST and RESQ who both decide to take some more of that damage, go a bit further up north, and they're not looking to fight in the south. They're looking to play the longer game out here. They want to rack up as many points as possible. And we know obviously how much a win can mean when it comes to this Super Week.
So true, similar with Black Sparks on the western side, but now we transition over to this fight between Lakonostra MVP and ScrimFarm. Both teams looking very healthy in the standings of this Super Weekend. Lakonostra have been definitely the most consistent team so far in these first 3 games, with the chicken dinner on board as well. ScrimFarm with a weird rotation inside the Sanhok game, looking to resume their normal aggressive play style in this Miramar game.
Well, this is certainly not what they would have wanted to see early on there for Eastern Stars, with that drop coming in. ScrimFarm Clown starting off strong. Daddy's going to go down as well, and that's not what they wanted to see very early on. Lakonostra getting taken out here on Miramar. ScrimFarm proving too much for them to handle in that one.
Polar Ace, James, they've been definitely one of the most adaptive teams in the first 3 circles of this game. Every time it shifted, they moved with it. They haven't moved too far, they haven't moved too aggressively, but they've moved, they've adapted, they've adjusted, they've been getting little bits of information, and the current 2-2 split is extremely healthy. Now, as you move into phase 4 and teams start to encroach on the space around them, I would possibly recommend to either get closer as a 2-2 or maybe opt for a 3-1. Depends on how they look to deal with that, how comfortable and confident they're being. GAMELORD are getting very close to GODSENT on that southern side of the circle, and then back on over to the west, you have Unicorns of Love, you have Black Sparks, you have QLASH, as well as the teams that are coming in from the blue.
There's a lot of teams that had to take that damage to find their way in as they started coming in a little bit later than everyone else. So it's still the south and the west that are more heavily contested than most areas. Obviously, we mentioned already that RESQ and Eastern Stars found their way up for a longer rotation through, but that was back in phase 2.
Of this rotation for Destiny. Mazzara might be able to catch Lynn off, James.
Yeah.
He's on his own, to be fair. The other 3 players from his team are on the opposite end of this circle, so very interesting 3-1 split as we come into phase number 4. RESQ have been able to adapt, but hard shift is... Oh, I feel for the teams on the west.
It's always the way we just said it. It's like, oh yeah, that west side and the south side definitely more contested. Well, now they're all going to push into a smaller circle. We're going to see a fair few fights going down, I'm sure, as Lakashi can't quite get off the shots he would want in order to find himself another knock, but he will at least keep a player at bay for a bit of time. Ooh. Could it be a well-placed grenade? Will it go far enough? Not quite. Hasn't got the strong enough arm this time around.
This is where Polar Ace have reacted exactly how I was hoping that they would. Phase 4 shifts over to the east in their direction. What do? They join up as a full squad. Hull's IGLing, to be fair, pretty on point in this game so far. It does open a little bit of space now on the northeastern edge for either Destiny or Unicorns of Love, depending on how confident they are of that area being free, because they are relatively going in blind. RESQ on the outside of the circle up in the north, taking a couple of shots onto Destiny. However, Destiny have been able to survive. Eastern Stars being slow as well. They're outside the circle. So Destiny, it's not the best position for them to be in, but at the end of the day, James Yardley's inside the circle.
Yeah, because there's still a fair amount of teams that have not found themselves within it just yet, playing off the very far edge of it. GSG and Delito is still at phase 4, very far outside in the blue. He needs to be careful. I don't even know if he can make it at this point.
I don't know if he can either.
That's quite some distance.
Standing for a side.
Yeah. Well, QLASH, they're going to find themselves going up against Nexus, and QLASH, they started slow in the beginning of the week. And right now, they're not in the best of positions, but can they turn it around here? They've already found 3 kills within this game. And Nexus, they're not in a good spot. We watched Rana go down earlier on. We saw they were engaging with UL.
Well,
one player knocked in this at the same time.
They are, though, because that was a 2-2 split, believe it or not. So their other 2 players were inside the circle, very nicely inside the circle as well. So as much as I thought it wasn't looking good for them because they had 2 players knocked, doesn't matter because the 2 players hold on to an anchor point.
We have seen him go down. QLASH will gain themselves some more kills up in it. As Eastern Stars already very high up within the rankings after their first few opening games. They're looking to continue this domination on the individual skill level they have within it. And Bazzi's going to now come and join them, so still in a good position. They've got the northern side of the circle. And that's slightly clearer than it is across the rest of it. The Unicorns of Love. Is it time for them to shine on something like this? They're poking on into it. It's RESQ they've got to deal with here. And this is just on the edge of the circle. It's not really a spot that maybe he will even stay in, so trying to fight for control of this isn't what they're looking to do here. They're going to just clean out the team and move it through.
Oh no.
Talk about Ked over and over again, but is he going to be able to find the success? Dick spots a few of them, tries to jump on top of it, has to back away, but will he be able to stand? Blood up on the side, he's running up the mountain, and he does it in style, but now he has to be careful. Not much health on him, has to fall back just a little bit. The circle shifted away. Medkit's going to be popped in there as well. As Coyote able to deal with them through the building, using it to their advantage. Unicorns are Love still trying to fight their way in, but only 2 players alive now in it. And considering only 1 has been lost in total for RESQ now, they've got the numbers advantage, they've got the health advantage. They're trying to play off the side of it. Fresh. Great work. Just a few bullets and they all land. Puts Tick on the floor straight away. And now can he finish him off with a well-placed grenade? It goes on out. Nice bit of damage done, but it won't get the kill. Coyote, oh, he might get found. Beautiful stuff, Fresh. He brings it out and only 1 more to find. We said RESQ was in a good position. Well, that has quickly turned around and Unicorns are Love. They might be able to pull this back. Fresh becoming a 1-man army in this one. He'll get the extra information in there. The players around him aren't being finished off. They're spraying around and he's got him on low health, but can he come in with a finish off? Fresh, not sure if he wants to go for it just yet. Just a few bullets is all he needs to land. They're dancing around each other. He spots out his position and he can't land it. Blood, he saves the day and he will be able to bring his teammate up as well, depending on, actually, no, the blue's going to come in. He's going to have to give it up. There's no time. Oh, a good fight, but it didn't benefit either of them, Imperium.
Oh my lord, now we move on over to this fight still going on between Destiny and Eastern Stars, but fair play to Eastern Stars. It's like they flicked that switch. You say Sheifachi to them, and it's Binay indeed, as they look to take down Destiny inside this opening, and they do control the northern side. Octavian gets knocked down from, I think, lost bullet indeed. Clever finds that one. Tiny bit of a third party, but now Clash are clashing up against Polar Ace. Itachi is the last one standing for side. It went from 0 to 0 with Polar Ace's positioning throughout this game.
Yeah, you touched on them, right? Saying that they could be in a position to do well, but right now, the pressure could be too much for them to handle. Grenades are pinned and ready here for the Clash players. They're going to push on this as well. And Itachi, he just wants to try and back away now. He knows he's more than just outnumbered. He's completely outgunned. He won't stand strong any longer. They'll be the next team out, and only 9 remain. 7 kills up for Clash already. And can they find some success here on Miramar with 4 still alive?
Well, in the league day, when they needed that result, they started it with Miramar. Fantastic play in the end of that game against Qatar Forces, and right now they're looking just as strong, if anything, stronger, up as a full squad, spread on that western edge, already with 7 kills, but they have their French counterparts in front of them. GAMELORD, it's going to be Baguette versus Baguette, as Lenu looks to protect GAMELORD. It's a backstab from behind, though. It's a third French team. Rice gang. It's a 3-way French dance.
The French battle that won't benefit any of their fellow countrymen. It's all out for themselves and for their own survival. And by the way, before Akashi went down, GAMELORD had 4 players left alive. They were looking strong in that position. Clash now start to go over and challenge them, and then that third party comes through, puts them on the back foot massively. And Clash, they don't directly have to push on this. The circle has gone back out towards them, down towards the southwest. And GAMELORD are in it, but they maybe don't have the numbers to fight right now against the rest of them. And they're very open and exposed to a lot of the other teams here, who are mainly going to be coming in from the north, might I add to this. We've got Lost in it. We've got Eastern Stars, Black Stars, 1 player on RESQ. Blood still alive, still alone. He was able to fight that one out, but as a solo player, he's just hoping these other teams are going to deal the damage onto each other so he can stick within it. Because we're already getting a heal off because these guys cannot move. Rice heavily under pressure. Leno continues to look back towards it, take these extra shots out as Black Sparks go down as well. And now it's this northern side of the circle that's going to get very clustered. And Leno, she wants to try and hold everyone back. Lost come into the mix. She's able to use the high ground here. She's got a grenade. She wants to try and throw it on out. Perfect. But it's about the time she spends open. Doesn't want to get shot at all.
So good from GAMELORD, despite Narvello, should I say, going down. It's been very healthy for GAMELORD. The circle shifting down to the west does put them in a little bit of an advantage because Clash can't engage on them on the high ground. They have the protection of the hill by their side. Crispy from RESQ staying alive, but he's going to go down. Never tries to reposition, disengages away, is able to survive for the time being. But GameLord, now they're going to have Clash coming in from behind. Trazen finds a knock on the spicy Lenu. She's left on her own.
And it was actually looking really good for a while there, right, from what Leno was able to do. She was throwing grenades forward, pushing Clash back, make sure they can't just push on her. But as she starts to deal more damage and take extra shots, they knew it was their time to strike. She'll go down, GameLord will be eliminated, and Clash are up at 11 kills, looking to take another Miramar win. That would be a huge jump up for these guys, but they've still got to deal with Lost Bullet, who are just on the side now, throwing up the grenade, and it's perfect! Master, that's what you want to see some more of. Can he land another one? Can he get that on point?
And then you also have ScrimFarm and Eastern Stars in their own little battle.
Yes, they've been down here for some time, all within the circle for now, but it's fight on fight that's going on through. Foxy Boy wants to lead the charge in this one to see if anyone else is going to be starting to put the pressure onto them all. There's Octavian, a lot of damage done to him. He tries to escape. He's got to be careful. He's surrounded and finished off. And Eastern Stars, they're the next ones to fall. 3 players, though, still up and in it for ScrimFarm, despite how low one of their players was just there. But now they're quite some distance away from everyone else. Clash still fighting here against Lost Bullet. And they've actually lost MZ during that. So he was the one that we saw get grenaded. They obviously came in to finish him off, but lost. What they need to be careful of is, okay, yes, you're down on the hill right now. You're trying to revive everyone up. But at any point, ScrimFarm could just decide they want to start to push in because they're currently outside the circle and they're going to have to make their way up. And if they come at the right time, well, Lost Bullet could find themselves crunched in between 2 very strong teams.
And it's the only way ScrimFarm should be looking to push in. They can go up onto Flat Train Hill, but in my opinion, they should be playing on towards the side. And that's where Clash are looking to realize that Calibos sends it in. He's found it, but can he get that first aid off?
This is huge, though, because it's distracted Lost Bullet massively. Yep. They found themselves split up. They went to go take it. They heard the car, and now ScrimFarm are trying to push at the same time. But still, the Clash players, hey, Coney, he's there, he's ready, spraying it on out, runners out of bullets, has to go in for the next fight, but he is overwhelmed and he is run down. Clash get eliminated. The risk was not something that would give them a reward. And now ScrimFarm, they want to try and get their second win of today. 3 versus 3 in terms of players. Dammy doesn't have much health, but he's going to try and use the crate for some extra cover. And they're being shot at from down below at the same time as well. ScrimFarm, they saw the opportunity. They went for it. And now they want to try and close it out. But are they going to be able to take down Master? He's got a bit of smoke to cover him up for now. They throw a molly forward that's not going to be able to connect with him. But look at this from Clown. He's going the longer route around, letting his teammates be the distraction, be the focus point. But Clown has to back. It doesn't work out for him. Master, he's continued to achieve so much success in here for the team. The rest of Lost are able to heal up during this time. Clever's down in the hut while he's waiting and scoping up to see if anyone might just poke up and he might be able to do some damage. Clown's going to get a smoke thrown on top of him to see if they can get the revive on. But as that circle closes on in, it becomes extremely difficult here for ScrimFarm to find the space they want. More positions out in the open, and they just can't deal with Clever. You see Watson trying to fire some of these shots back towards him, but Clever, he's got so much cover in that hut. It's beautiful for him, but he may not be able to protect his teammate from this. Finally, Master put on the ground, and now ScrimFarm, they've got a big opportunity in this one. It's just Clever, down alone on the floor. He knows this is going to be a difficult one for him to win. It's going to take some huge mistakes from ScrimFarm. It would be a clutch win of the tournament so far if he can try and pull this one off. And ScrimFarm, they know they've got time on their side here.
Yeah, time, but they need to be synergized on that run down the hill, because if they allow Clever to pick them off one by one, which is the case, it could go from good to bad in the space of a millisecond.
They need to be clever if they want to take this man down. They need to play it together. Don't give him an opportunity to get 1v1 fights. That's exactly what he wants in a position like this. The push starts to come in. Oh, beautiful shots being landed. Foxy, he's down and out of it, and now it's into the 1v1. Watson with only a car for cover, and it hasn't been blown up yet, so he can't really tempt fate and stand behind it. There's smoke on the floor, there's smoke going down, and Clever! Oh, he gets it! A huge 3v1, and he brings it in for Lost at the last minute. But I gotta say, They made big mistakes there. You're in a 3v1, you can lose to one player, but when it came into the 2v1, they should have been able to just run him down. They should have been able to communicate to success with that one, mate.
Like, they had the 2-1, right? They had the 2-1, so if you're gonna... ScrimFarm, such a good idea. ScrimFarm played so well in that game. You were looking for your second chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah.
So frustrating. But at the end of the day, Clever was perfect on how he peeked out of that shack. He used that third-person perspective to his advantage, but the thing is, he wasn't quiet. He took the risk to peek and shoot. Of course, a little bit of luck involved, but at the end of the day, that was all him on his own, and that was a very, very deserved chicken dinner. But that's why I'm surprised why ScrimFarm did initially go from the compound up onto the flat high terrain. Because as much as because QLASH separated with Calamos going for the shack, that did allow ScrimFarm to take down QLASH. Because of being on that flat terrain, it was more of a short-term win for ScrimFarm, where it left them pinched on the high ground with that circle shifting away from them. Whereas if they had to play it on the side, like you mentioned and like we both mentioned, they would have been able to take down Lost Bullet from behind, and then they would have been able to clean up QLASH. So good short-term, unfortunate bad long-term, which caused them their demise from ScrimFarm.
I just got to say, right, as the moment Foxy went down in that situation, you then get the buddy system on go. You put the two players that are left alive together on ScrimFarm. So even when you do take the initial fight, if he hits one of you, the second one's straight there with the refrag. They didn't let that happen. They weren't able to get it done, and it cost them massively. Okay, they're already in a good position, but that win was in their hands. You think of Clever. He had position, right, that was okay to fight from, but they overall could just run around him. The biggest issue that I saw there was like Clever as well could have just had the adrenaline pumping, you know, nerves could have been start kicking in, you start to feel all the pressure being applied. Use that to your advantage, ScrimFarm, but they didn't. We're going to run through the highlights from this game, but my oh my, when it got to that last, 3-4 minutes Imperium, it was just wild from start to finish. Really, it could have been anyone's game. I personally thought QLASH was going to be able to grab it.
Yeah, no, this was one of the most active games that we saw, to be fair, especially for Miramar, which tends to be kind of quiet. We saw the fight between Nexus and Unicorns Love, although it ended up separating, it did cause a little bit of action in the early game. Then Unicorns Love pushed in onto RESQ, and I'm trying to think what exactly went wrong for Unicorns Love, because I thought they played the side of that pretty well, and they got that initial kill on the RESQ. Maybe Ked just overextended on his own without really the backup support from his side, so from his teammates, and that's something that they'll need to clean up when it comes to comms and that communication and the coordination from their side. And although Fresh nearly saved the day for them, it wasn't to be.
No, it really wasn't to be at all. This thing here for Polar Ace, right? We saw many moments, I would say, over the opening few days where it looked good. I liked what we saw from these guys. But so far, here for the Super Weekend, it's not been looking good for them. And it continues to be problematic. They really need to step it up a little bit here.
Yeah, the rotation's great, positioning great in the first 3 circles, but it gets to the point in the game, and I think, you know, GSG are a team that are a little bit like that as well, where they need to actually be aggressive, they need to be controlling, they need to stop teams from encroaching on their space. They didn't do that, they got taken out by QLASH. This is the final moments where Master did a good job as well. They slowed them down. It was really good by Foxy, right? Really good on the high ground. Then all went horribly wrong. Horribly wrong.
Yes. It's not very often we get a 1v3, but what a crazy game for Lost Bullet to take the win on. We're going to be kicking it to a break, but when we come back, you'll be with Jason, James, and Max to break it all down and see if they can understand the decision-making of some of these players.
Well, the Lost Bullets were a little bit lost when it came to the rankings, but they finally found themselves here in our 4th match of the day of our very first day in our very first Super Weekend. I'm still Jason Kaplan, and the boys here. The desk has gotten a lot more handsome with us on it. Just kidding. Imperium, thanks. You guys are handsome as well. First thoughts here, Max. What a fantastic performance by Clever there at the very end to pull out the clutch.
I was a little bit stressed out for a second with Clever. Already to get in the shack in the first place was a great rotation from him. I did not think it would work in the first place, but it did, you know, already big thumbs up for that one. But the finishing moment was just really well played from him in general. I mean, he had the shack. He knew that because of the circle shift actually coming up his way, it was centering up really well. It forced the entirety of ScrimFarm over the ledge, and he was just there picking it up with a third-person perspective. It makes things a little bit easier. Then, yeah, that final 1v1, he was in the smoke, and then it starts dissipating. He's like, I'm not ready for this, right? And then he just has to try and take the fight, gets prone, wins the fight, wins the game. It's great, especially knowing that he did die pretty early a few times for his team, so it was redemption time for him.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at our map rankings here. You can see how many points they got, as well as the other teams around the lobby. And I mentioned before, they're looking lost before. They had 5 points and were in 15th place for Lost Bullets, and now they take themselves 26 points off this game. A fantastic turnaround. But again, Kalaris, we're seeing ScrimFarm up there, Eastern Stars yet again, RESQ. We're seeing so many of the similar names on this first page that we've seen in the other matches today.
Yeah, it's getting a bit scary for some of the other teams if they're wanting to make up big points, because teams like ScrimFarm, of course, in that compound, so that was pretty for the most part, but another 10 kills off the back of that. You got to slow these guys down. Likewise, Clash as well, 21 points, as you're mentioning here, and they were farming the western side of this circle in particular. So very, very impressive by Clash to be making that happen. Kalimos especially, I think, had 5 kills before they went down here, Max, and I think it was off the back of grenades as well. Some great shooting coming in, and he was making a good meal of it.
Yeah, not even that. He actually was able to take away that position from, initially it was that Polar Racer was there, and he pushed and he took a 1v2, and that entire 1v2 scenario he took opened up that position to be overtaken by Clash, and that's why, as you said, like they farmed very early on in the mid game, and then they just farmed out the likes of also there was GAMELORD in that position. I mean, Linu was dressed up as Bob the Builder, and yet she got demolished. She could not do anything. So yeah, I think that this was a good showcase of aggressiveness coming out from them, but ScrimFarm was a little bit too bothering on the northern side.
Also to be noted here, in this kind of circle, it's a very uncommon circle, and 2, apart from the high ground low ground dynamic and that shed down towards the bottom, there's really not much cover at all. So when you've got these 3 teams like Lost Bullet, like ScrimFarm, like Clash set up in the way that in positions that they were, it's not too surprising to me that they were the 3 teams in this kind of triangle formation that were able to blast down all the other teams on arrival.
Well, what about our second page here? What about some other teams that were unfortunately not seen on the front page, and they kind of, I guess they're getting set up and getting homely in some of these positions? Though Lakonostra MVP, we talked so highly today. They were in first place. They had 43 points, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, it's not going to be happening anymore with their unfortunate dropping very early on, but Black Sparks again, GODSENT, Destiny. I'd say maybe Destiny here, Max, is the unusual one, because we see them towards the top echelons quite a few times, quite consistently today.
I mean, so far they got himself 3 chicken dinners total, and they are looking as a very strong team. Of course, we did also see a little bit of that into the league play itself, where they got themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner at the end of day 1 and the start of day 2. But other than that, especially on day 1, their first few games on day 1, they didn't really show up in many big ways. So I think that Destiny is not the team that's known for being extremely consistent, but they make up for that when they get a big game, it's not only a chicken dinner, it's also a lot of kills coming their way. So I think it's okay for now. I think that Destiny, I can give it to them. It's 1 game on Miramar, didn't go your way because you didn't get the circle either on this one. So they had to actually move a little bit onto to the end there, but yeah, it's okay. They use position properly from time to time.
You know, gentlemen, we've kind of forgotten to mention one of the most important aspects of the Super Weekend is that every chicken dinner you get as a team, you take home $1,000. Where this is going to be where a big portion of your money can come from here, especially if you're not one of the teams to come through first in the finals overall. So we now see Lost Bullets taking themselves, $1,000 added to their own prize pool. So you have to be extremely happy about that. And for Destiny and ScrimFarm's sake, if they can keep up the pace they were able to show us in league play, maybe they're going to be taking home quite a bit of money themselves. Let's take a look now at our top players in the last match, our top 4 from the teams. I'm expecting to see some names, some familiar names that we should now have, and there it is. Clown going to be coming through, Kalimos as well, as you put out before, Kalaris, but Clever and Master, 2 names we haven't talked too much about when it comes to top players.
Yeah, great to see them in. Clever, of course, really clutching things out, as Max had previously pointed out, in that kind of 1v1 situation. Max, but correct me if I'm wrong, that smoke dissipating just at that final moment, it's a thing of beauty. dude. He made it work.
It's like the SpongeBob meme, where it's just like, oh wait, what's going on over here? But yeah, it feels good to see Clever, a new name on our top 4. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time we see him up there. I think we saw Master already once back into the league play itself. But Clown, he's like, hey, Datati, you know, you were above me in our top 10 killers so far. Like, you're going to step down now. He's going to be taking a #1 position. But I'm not surprised, especially to see Calamos being the #1 there. I think he was doing a tremendous amount of work for the side of Clash. Unfortunately, not able to quite take the win because there was just so much fighting that they were taking. I think that they were especially severely hurt by a few good nades coming out from GameLord on the bottom side. I think there was one that was almost like just a completely uphill kind of grenade that did connect, and then it just was hard on them because they were getting pushed by the blue too, so it did cause their demise. But in another world, in another dimension, that could have been a game, I think, eventually coming to Clash.
What about total damage across the map? If I were to ask you 2 predictions of the team that came through in the #1 position in damage,
Clash.
Do you think you could guess it right?
I would go with Clash as well, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if the curse is going to stick true for Max here, though. With Clark tagging along, I think the curse won't be there.
It works.
I think the curse has moved over to me today, as we'll take a look at our total damage here in our last match of play. And it will be Clash, 2,200, pretty safe assumption there. But again, let's see, we're not going to see Lakonostra up there, but we're talking about damage in relation to kills and ScrimFarm. I mean, 1,600 damage, but 10 kills. That's pretty damn good, converting that damage into those kills.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of suppressed by the ratio from ScrimFarm as well. The fact that it's 1,600 damage to 10 kills is pretty impressive, to say the least. Considering, I mean, they had a compound, so they could be very efficient with how they were going to be greeting on people. But you know what, Jason? Are we slowly seeing the max blessing for Clash, considering how
it's got ping? The blessing's got ping, man. It takes a day to take action, okay? That's how it works.
He hasn't talked about Clash much today, though. So now, I don't know. I think the curse is still there, but he's just been very hesitant to call out teams.
I'm scared of MZ, just asking and going up against in front of the law and just saying, okay, we don't want Max to talk about us anymore, and just try and keep me at arm's length, which I do respect. Reeves did the same too. He said, can you not talk about us? And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. So
it kind of makes sense now. I had players message me over our day off yesterday asking for your address, and now it might be making sense. If you hear some knocking on your door, Max, don't answer.
I'm staying hidden, mate. I'm not going out there.
All right. Well, yeah, that's a very wise decision to make, I guess. Anyways, moving on forward into our show here. I had the luxury of actually sitting down and talking to Alush before the whole event began from Lost Bullets, and because they won the last game, I want to hear what he had to say. So let's take a listen to Alush from Lost Bullets. Hey everyone, welcome back to another interview. This time we have Alush from Lost Bullets. And first of all, I want to ask you off the bat here, how does it feel to be playing in PMPL Western Europe?
شعوري هي ثاني مرة اللي ألعب فيها بالPMPL، فهيكون حماس أكثر من أول مرة وأدائي هيكون أعلى بكثير.
So let's start from the beginning. How did you go about starting to play PUBG Mobile?
صراحة أنا عرفوني عليها أصدقائي، فكنت ألعبها كثير. حبيت اللعبة وحبيت فوت بالإيسبورت تبعها واتفرج وعرفوني أصدقائي أكثر وأكثر، وهذه المرحلة وصلنا. إن شاء الله القادم أفضل.
But when it came to playing professionally, right, and playing for money, how did your friends and family react to that?
صراحة أول شيء كانوا عرض هاي الفكرة بسبب الدراسة، يعني نحن مجتمعنا يحب الدراسة أكثر من اللعب كأهالي طبعا، فأول فترة كانوا معارضين كثير. بعد فترة صار أبي يشوف المصاري، يشوف في من وراها مستقبل، يعني شرحت له أكثر، خليته يتفرج، خليته يشوف، صار يشجعني شوي شوي.
As a professional player, what's your goal? What do you want to accomplish when it comes to PUBG Mobile?
أنا هدفي أروح PMGC، هذا الهدف الأول أنا باللعب، إني سافر ووصل العالمية.
Really enjoyable to get to talk to the players and to the teams on an individual basis like that, just kind of get some insight into what's going on and maybe some nerves for some players, though I want to do some, I think we're going to do some more interviews. We're all talking about it, during the breaks and during the day off. We'll try to get some more players in to hear what they have to say about how the tournament is going. But to move on ahead with the show, we talked about Lost Bullets. They were in 15th place. Let's see with that victory they just had under their belts where they've risen to in our overall standings, and of course, what team is currently holding that first place position. Because again, Chicken Dinner's $1,000 $1,000 apiece for your team. So pick up as many of those as possible, and obviously stay top 16 to move through into our finals. So you see ScrimFarm, they've actually taken that first place position, so have Eastern Stars, and unfortunately for Lakonostra here, Claris, especially with how little games have been played and how volatile the standings can be, one bad game could mean the difference between first place and, well, for them, third.
Yeah, Floof, my Yorkshire Terrier, has informed me that she's disappointed a little bit in the previous performance by Lakonostra. I mean, she is a Yorkshire Terrier, so she is rooting for England in this tournament. Only 43 points, so slightly being bumped down. But ScrimFarm, jeez Louise here, Jason. They're blasting.
Yeah, and keep it consistent with the kills, like to what we saw they're able to do when it came to day one of league play. We can see here, though, at the very bottom, Max, Lost Bullet, they made it in 15th place up to 8th. Again, one chicken dinner can separate you that drastically and help catch you back up to all the other teams.
Yeah, I think that win alone just allowed them to jump, what, 5, 6, 7 positions from where they were before into the bottom side. So, hey, nice little leap forward coming out from the Lost Bullet, of course. They need a little bit more if they want to get close. I think they're especially here to make it to the finals. You want to make sure they can be very secure, because you also got to keep in mind that Lost Bullet, they made it, but not too comfortably into this first Super Weekend. So you want to try and get as many as possible in the eventual case that you might not make it to the future ones. So that's a good start from them.
I love you, Max. I love you. 15th place to 8th. They went up 5, 6, 7 places.
Hey, you know
we
what?
know your math skills.
I'm putting a big kind of margin, okay? Because there's room for mistake, especially if I'm doing the math, okay? So I'm just trying.
Yeah. Well, we're taking a look at our second page here again. I mean, I'm sorry for all the fans out there for them. I have to go straight to them, RESQ gang. But just off the basis of their league play, they were so good. They were on the front page. They were top 8, and now they're currently sitting bottom of the table. Now, Claris, we talked about just playing here in the first Super Weekend means you're top 16. But with the points they're putting up, if we imagine they put up 6 points per day, any team could pass you in one game at the end of the Super Weekend.
That's right. And one game, of course, if you're able to win here in the Super Weekend, would result in $1,000. So, yeah, you're going to have to be a bit careful about that.
I was hoping for the pinky there out of you, Claris. But, gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking out everything here. We'll check with you guys when the last match of the day has finished off, because it's time to bring in our commentators once again with Banks and Imperium. And Imperium, if you were a Banks, if you were a James Bond villain, what would your name be?
Oh, God. That's a tough one. No money, Banks, I don't know. You put me on the spot. There you go, see, that's why I'm just chilling, you know. I just wear the same kind of stuff each day. Can't get this haircut, mate, you know. I can't be as beautiful as what you want me to be. But I do luckily have Imperium to balance it out. He is my husband when it comes to all of this. And,
exactly, man.
Sadly, being married to me, you're pretty unlucky, mate.
Nah, mate, you know what? You're beautiful inside and out, my friend. Plus, didn't you a couple of years ago have a really small role in a Ukrainian film as a bit of a gangster, right?
Yes, yeah, they did bring me in to play a gangster out there. That was an interesting one, mate. That was unique. It was actually a film that was featured on the film Cannes Festival or whatever it is in France. Yeah, so that was an interesting role.
There you go. Future movie star Banks right in front of our eyes right now. It's don't forget me when you're ultra famous, yeah, mate.
Never gonna happen. I'll be chilling it here, enjoying my PUBG Mobile time from start to finish. And also just going back onto what we saw in that previous Miramar, right?
Yeah.
The fact that 1v3 was the most impressive clutch we've seen so far, right? To get that done in the way he did. Okay, we can talk about the ScrimFarm mistakes in there, but for him to be able to hold strong and deliver on that one really will bode well for them, at least mentally, saying, oh, look, all right, we have got the individual skill to step up when needed, even when great pressure is being applied to us here. As the first circle does pop, Playden was slightly over towards the western side. Means it's going to be harder for these teams to be able to get over to Milton Power, etc. But in general, it won't be too tough of a time. But for the circle, we've got it. I'm not against this circle. This is not too bad at all.
It's not too bad, but that river is split in the middle, and that's something that the teams are going to have to be aware of. Lost Bullet are looking at this going, can we not catch a break, guys? Stars breaching onto their compound once again. We've also seen Lakonostra MVP opting to go for a little bit more of a central drop as well. They are not going to go for that long ball and rotate to Lipovka. Unicorns of Love, Savage X has entered the mix. I know that unfortunately he's been unable to play up until this point. He's a very valuable player, Banks. Savage X is the kind of player that can clutch up He can be dynamic in the way he plays. He's very clever. So I'm hoping he already has a lot of synergy with both Agon and Ked. So, nothing against the, both Fresh and Beg for Mercy, but I'm really hoping that Savage X adds that extra level of weight and value to Unicorn's a lot performance in first day of the Super Weekend.
Well, Azzy going to be under pressure. The nade works out perfectly, but he's still shot at and still dropped down to the floor. As Eastern Stars and Lost Bullet both looking very good on the standings overall. 2 players knocked for Lost Bullet at the moment. They still want to try and fight this. Octavian being killed off is going to make things very difficult here for the Eastern Stars. But it's whether the revives can come on through and they can bring these players back up for Lost in order to continue to take this fight. As Bazzy's going to find himself going down and finding himself knocked. And this just bodes well completely for them now. Lost Bullet, largely in charge, grabbed Pochinki for themselves. And they're going to force Eastern Stars away. They don't want to stay around for this fight at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Eastern Stars, they couldn't even confirm any of those kills. So they've gained absolutely nothing from that engagement. And now, as you said, they're going to have to disengage away. Destiny have all this space in the world on this severity drop, as they have tended to do. They have Mihi on the outside of Zarki region just to loot up himself, and then they'll join up together. Where they position themselves in the early parts of this game is going to be important. They can opt to play on the south of the shooting range hill, so they get more information by the riverside. They don't automatically need to commit so close to that river. Polar Ace, they have gone for that normal 2-2 split between Watertown and Ruins. Plus, they already have hulls in that Q building by the river that was so good for Destiny in the first Erangel game.
Well, let's see if it can work out for him, or do even better for him coming into this one. This is the final game of the day. And remember, obviously we've entered the Super Weekend. $1,000 given to each team that gets themselves the chicken dinner. So more power to the cause, more reason to fight it out. And try and gain that success very early on.
I think that's part of the reason why we've also seen a good few of these games so far today, where the bottom 4 to 5 teams have gotten 0 to 1 points, because I think there's a lot more of an attitude of trying to survive until the end, trying to get to that late stages of the game. And you have that dam that does break. Teams are going to get crashed upon, and there's going to be a lot of blood spilled across the board. The Eastern Stars do push hulls away from that Q building, so nice control by Eastern Stars, even as a duo. And, being left with only 2 players holding on to that central circle position for the time being does make sense, as they'll look to play for the late stages of the game. And you talk about this being the last game of the day, the last game of day 1 of the Super Weekend. Looking at other regions, as it's something that I referenced with the league play, there's never a guarantee that you're going to qualify for every Super Weekend, right? Especially if you're a team that's kind of struggling. Yep. So you want to aim for at least 2 Super Weekends minimum. Within those 2 Super Weekend minimum, you realistically want to be aiming for a total of about 150 to 160 points across those 2 Super Weekends. That's an average of about 5 points per game. Thereabouts, 5 to 5.5 points per game. So if you can end this first Super Weekend with that average, you are definitely setting yourself up for kind of somewhat of a near guarantee qualification into the finals. It might not be pretty, but it will at least get you there.
And that's what it's all about, trying to push yourself, just to give yourself enough at every chance, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you come later on into the weeks and you're sat there trying to climb back and grab so many points. And even just being in the first Super Weekend is a huge opportunity in that sense, right? The first 4 teams that are sat out, I already mentioned, they're looking right now. They're probably watching these games and trying to get some extra info from it. But it's definitely going to hurt them, we're not there now. We've got to step it up coming into week 2.
Exactly. GSC Europe, they're coming in from the western coastline up and towards that main road. They'll be able to get a lot of clear information. But RESQ's in front of them. RESQ have a 2-2 split between the South George buildings and that western coastline. Unicorns of Love have not quite gone onto the Everest Mountain, but they do hold western edge of it, which is very valuable. However, they don't really get that much information on the northern side, and because that phase 1 is kind of at least more in the north of the river for the time being, I would definitely recommend that they go towards that eastern/central high ground of Everest so they can get more of a vantage point. Black Sparks have gone to that compound that's just to the north of Everest. They played it really well in one of the league day games, and they're looking to do the same thing here.
Well, Panda managed to spot out some of the Game Legion players, but Spicy already, before even shots were fired at his teammate, were able to provide some cover fire, but it has given away his position now, and it will actually split GameLord up a tad. Oh, Spicy. Wow, he hopped out the car. Thought he might be able to try and find some cover, but the shots were on point, so Panda will find himself knocking down one player already. Lino, she wants to stay alive, and she's still poking herself a bit further out in the open, but XT, he forgot about the player he initially shot at, and Nava will at least help his team fight back just a little bit in this one.
As much as it was a little bit of a late rotation from GameLord, I gotta say a fantastic spread across that split. Spicy will be able to revive up, but GK the first is pushing. It has to be careful of both Linu and Narvalo. So their spread is going to be very important across the board. Lin finds a knock on the Spicy. Akachi's going to look to drive away. I think they'll kind of somewhat take that. But Panda, I do respect the fact that off the back of their one player getting knocked, they're actually not slowing down. They're looking to continue to push this, because as phase 2 has spotted up, it's shifted to the west, and these two teams, they're now on the very eastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, they find themselves further away, and how much time do you want to waste in a position like that? Destiny, they've always been keen to fight, and well, they're back up to it again. Polar Ace, already with Muzzy being knocked down, not too much they can do with it.
I don't get, though, James, why Polar Ace are still so disconnected with their positioning, right? They landed in around Watertown and Ruins. They should have had a position settled well before phase 2 popped up. Well before. And they're still driving around as phase 2 comes on up. That's kind of not good enough. I complimented their rotations and their position in a previous game. It's gone horribly wrong for now as Mazzara finds 2. That's all their own undoing. I'm actually genuinely frustrated at that, man.
You mentioned, right, you said first few phases on the Miramar game that we just covered, they were having good rotations, then it just kind of got out of hand. This wasn't even good from the start. Like you mentioned, you're one of the teams that are here in the opening spots looking pretty good. You should have been able to have somewhere. Maybe they just looted too long. I don't know. Maybe decision-making wasn't there, confusion of where they wanted to go. Obviously, we didn't see it from the very start of how it all panned out, but now you've only got Bardot alive, all alone in a buggy, and, well, he's got plenty to play with, but 1v everyone else, I'm not a big fan of. I don't fancy his chances for sure in it.
I find it weird that Black Sparks have actually disengaged away from the compound that they were in on phase 1, and they've gone back into the Crates of George Paul. I don't like the Crates of George Paul as a position in... I know it's only phase 2, but has shifted to the west. They're going to get suppressed by a number of teams around them. That has allowed Unicorns of Love, to be fair, to send 2 players from Everest into that compound because they had the high ground vantage point. They saw Black Sparks disengage away. ScrimFarm still in North George Pool, but they have 2 to 3 players on the very eastern edge, which is a fantastic position to hold on to. And QLASH, they're on the very north of this phase 2, being very dynamic on their rotations, James.
And that's certainly what you need to do when everything's changing like it is. GODSENT, Vito, the man that I do love to see. GODSENT right now, though, need him to step up and more for the whole team overall, because, again, it's just off to a slower start for these guys. They made it in the end, right? They kind of saved themselves towards the end of the opening play. But now I need to see some of this huge confidence come back out. I don't know what it is in these guys at the moment where they just don't seem to want to play the game that we know and love from them. Like, maybe they just need that one big game, that one big win to say, oh yeah, like this is how we do it again. Because it's almost like they get shut down at points and they go, oh okay, like that wasn't good enough, but all right, we're still surviving in there. And you mentioned it, mentality is not a problem. They're very confident with it all, but right now it's not translating into the game.
It is not, and this phase 3 circle's popped up and it's just yeeted right underneath the teams that were up north because it's a hard shift down south. Yeah, Ruins in play. Calaris isn't going to be a fan of that one, I'll tell you that much. But it does put Unicorns of Love in a very advantageous position. They have a spread across the Everest Mountain, but I think it's important that they all huddle in one area because GSG is coming in from the west. One of the 2 entry points, they need to push down GSG Europe sooner rather than later.
What would you rather see, mate? Would you rather have an Everest ending or a Ruins ending?
Everest ending. Everest.
Good
I hate Ruins. I hate it.
Ruins is certainly never any fun for how it can all go down. Now, you mentioned the fact that we got Savage X back in for Unicorns of Love. Can it be the difference maker for these guys to do well? We know they've got a big fan following in here that's supporting and seeing what they can do, but they're yet to really deliver in the largest of ways for these guys. But it does just show kind of how stacked the region is in general, that we've got all these teams who can fight out towards this level. But now Destiny, we saw them take fights earlier on. They found themselves with, I think they got the 3 kills out of the 4. One man was able to run away off the back of it. Now they might be coming on to the battle against Lakonostra down below them. And they have not had a terrible time thus far, but I feel like Daddy right now, if he can just hide and be ignored, that is the beauty in what he's trying to do here. Oh, has he been seen by anyone? There's players driving, there's players walking around him. So far he hasn't been seen, but I don't like it. He's running, he sees one, oh, he crouches down, it's not going to work out for him. He tried, but it wasn't going to work out. Poor Daddy, he was like, okay, there's a timing, maybe I'll be able to escape. Then looks through, jumps through the smoke, and he's like, rip.
ScrimFarm with a very solid rotation from North George Paul. They went around that western bridge down into the South George Paul buildings and now onto the western edge. And a very confident rotation in phase 3 from them. It seemed like they knew exactly where they wanted to go. GSG were pushed back a little bit by Unicorns of Love, and now ScrimFarm have taken their place. But ScrimFarm need to be careful. They could get third-partied by GSG.
Yes. Definitely need to be very careful. You may feel like you're on top of the world while you're up there, but it does mean that all eyes can be on you from multiple angles as well. Now, Foxy, we spoke about him making a oh my, it's actually happening. We're really going here, aren't we? Oh dear. Right on top of Ruins. Certainly has the potential for it. If you're on Everest right now, just back away. I don't even care if you have to go further away from the circle first to do it. Don't even sit there and waste time fighting, because you need to get your skates on and find your way into this new circle, because it is going to be absolute chaos. We're going to be blessed with a couple of crazy games to end the day with here, mate.
Oh, yes, indeed, and it's coming right in front of our eyes as Black Sparks are going to push in. Einbach goes down. Not a very good birthday coming out from him. Rana, who's playing for North America, goes down as well. I love the aggression from Black Sparks. Just 0 Fs given. Push in, get the kills. It's like Nexus weren't ready when they should have been ready.
Yeah, 2 split away from the rest of the team. Dexter and Sushi couldn't do anything from that position to even help him at the time. And now they find themselves just alone, dwindling in numbers, and having to deal with a hell of a lot of other teams that are still up in it. Now Narvalo, all alone, will be able to hide away from it all for now as ScrimFarm start to engage on GSG.
Okay.
Levy's kind of on his own here, though. The rest of them have disengaged from their position. They're not exactly together. That could be a chance for them. First team going to be eliminated will be the Eastern Stars. And ScrimFarm now eliminate the next team. More teams joining the party as well. What is going on? It's a huge fight that could potentially be coming in. Tick gets finished off as well. Taken out of the vehicle. Wild alone. Do you really think you're going to be able to save him here, buddy?
It's like RESQ and GC were like, okay, let's have a truce for about 10 seconds while we shoot up a RESQ, and now the fight has resumed. Woodson goes down, so nice awareness from GSG. Jump shot comes on board. Allow onto Ditati. You are shut down.
GSG have actually stabilized off the back of this. It wasn't looking good early on with Levi buying further on his own, but now they're bringing up all the kills going their way. We'll find one player knocked down and out of it, but Kamara, he can still do some nice damage from this position. As we watch Destiny just roll on through, jump on out, and now want to try and engage any way they can. RESQ there on the side, and ScrimFarm out very early on. Not ideal for them at all. And that's a nice nade, but it doesn't do huge amounts of damage just there.
Great vote of confidence for GSG Europe, because I agree with what Max had said about GSG in terms of their engagements a little bit disconnected on the team fights. Well, they definitely played very connected in that fight against ScrimFarm, and ScrimFarm are the leaders of the pack, right? I talked about how good they are coming into the Super Weekend, and they have been taken down to the ground, knocked down a peg or two, but now as GSG look to push in on that southwestern edge of the circle, they're going to have RESQ on one side and Destiny on the other, who are making their way across the road.
Barrage of nades go forward. Bit of damage done, and it continues as well. It's RESQ and Destiny just sending up nades towards GSG. It was looking so good for them. You said they were connected. Well, right now they're disconnected. The grenades have forced them apart and forcing them down on the ground. Kamara's out of it. And now they're just trying to split up as much as possible. They're like, Adelino, please save us, pick us back up. It's not going to work out. They're going to be found. And it's Destiny to pick up the vital final kill to put an end to them all. Now as well, though, they're continuing the fight. They're continuing the shots here. They might be able to get away with it. Look at the position he's found himself in. Blood may never expect this.
And Destiny's already on 7 kills in this game. RESQ are only on 2. Coyote's knocked down. Blood's up there. Blood's clutched up, though, for his side so far across these games today.
So close that was. Great decision-making and movement. But now he has to be careful that more have been brought back to life. Destiny, if they want to stand strong in this one, they already have lost Whiskey, but they can fight this out. Another knock comes through, but he's low on health. Coyote trying to push round. He's doing as much as possible, but it doesn't work in. But he's saved by his teammates. The extra shots come through, but Wild Alone wants to go in for the finish off, but isn't even going to be enough. Rice from the side, they've been seeing it all go down, and they want to pick up all the pieces that were left on the floor.
Why was B so far away from the rest of the team? You could have won that fight if he had been with them, and now he's still outside the circle. Unicorns of Love are in front of them, although Unicorns of Love yet to spot him. Beast is prone down, waiting to take those shots. Rice Gang also doing a great job of just picking off a couple of the RESQ players. This circle up on towards the northern shift in this phase 5 has favored Lost Bullet. Black Sparks are on the northern tip. GODSENT are playing on in, and Nexus, to be fair, they may have lost too early on, but they still have 2 players up.
Well, from that position, they're going to need Ked to do Ked things as GODSENT getting aggressive, starting off strong, but instantly the refrag comes in. Dexter looking to heal himself up. Sushi to be picked up off the ground as Lakonostra, they are going to be going out next. More teams being eliminated here, just 10 remain. And for Nexus, remember, they lost 2 players right at the beginning, all the way at the start of this match.
Yeah.
So the fact they've been able to get this far, that's impressive on its own. Then getting a kill against the GODSENT guys, they'll take that all day long. And again, GODSENT out very early on here, Imperium, not getting what we expect from these guys. When do we start to really be concerned about all of this?
Probably by next week if they don't continue to perform.
Okay.
Maybe even by the end of this
Give them a little
weekend.
bit more time then. Okay.
Give them a little bit more time. With the way the circle is shifted on this phase 5, you see all of the teams are on the edge of the circle, right? Because other than Lost Bullet's position, it's all incredibly risky to go more towards the center of the circle. So you're looking to utilize the walls of ruins and look to peek in little by little. A great grenade by MZ. Unfortunately, doesn't connect on the Panda, but Panda are still up as a full squad.
Yeah, they're just doing some extra chip damage towards them, making them use the first aids and med kits, whatever they've got left. As Clash again find themselves towards the later stages of a game. This can change a lot.
Lost bullet, looking to grab their back-to-back chicken dinner, looking to add another $1,000 to their prize winnings in the PMPL. It would be a hell of a way for them to end day one of this first super weekend, I'll tell you that much. And
oh yeah,
they're definitely in the position to do so.
Oh no, Unicorns are loved. They're trying to work their way down the mountain, but it's not going to happen. Plenty more shots come out towards them. They're going to have to use the smoke for cover. Rice are close by as well. So you find yourself in the open, next to another team that's also trying to find their way down. Oh, not in the circle just yet, but Aegon finds himself a big knock. Grenades going forward, but not quite connecting as of yet. As Slyke, he pokes up, he puts one down.
Come on.
Refrag's possible for Savage X, and he's going to be playing it well, but he needs to use the first aid kit, and then the nade comes out, the second one on top. The nade damage is strong, as Fresh and Ked, well, they need to try and save Savage X and at least keep 3 alive in this one, because they are going to be fighting non-stop now for the rest of this game. Look how close quarters are. Look how crazy it gets in Ruins. And look at Lost Bullet. They're like, oh, we got a bunch of nades left. You know, we'll just throw 20 out at one time. It's only a rock. Maybe that'll blow up as well.
And both of those teams are outside the circle as well, James. So they're battling for not only the fight before position to enter in on the south.
Will they even find themselves getting in the circle? That's the question we got to look at here. As Lost are taking all the shots and they've got the cover they need. You mentioned how good Lost position is going to be. Well, Rice Gang, they've just been taken out. They're a tag team coming out from Lost and Unicorns of Love. 6 teams in it, 20 players still alive. Panda, I'm surprised they still have 4 players here, because every time we looked at them, they've been fighting. Some of the fights have not been pretty, but they have been able to make it work thus far. And for Lost Bullet, could they get the back-to-back wins? Clever clutched it out in a big way for him. Now he's spraying on. Oh! Black Sparks under heavy fire, but that grenade did a lot of damage. He's still staying alive. He's not looking to heal himself up yet. He blows up the car. He puts another one on the floor, and they are looking to end Black Sparks' chances before they can even start to push any further forward. And Clever, despite his health, he doesn't give a damn. He's just running out taking shots. Clever's like, I will do this all day long. I've got cover from my teammates, and I'm confident as ever.
6 seconds for a first aid. 6 seconds matter. Clever doesn't care. He's pushing in. He knows he has the support of his teammates. He's keeping the pressure on. He goes down. He goes down now, but where's the rest of his team? Where's that backup? I said it was there, but it's actually not, and that's a little bit of a feels bad, man.
Well, the backup's there, right, in the sense that Master was trying to get further forward, but they weren't using smokes to cover themselves, and the other players, they're fighting from up high. They can't exactly come in and even get close to an attempt at a revive for him, so maybe a miscalculation on how far forward he wanted to push, and now Master needs to be careful, and he's not. He finds himself going down, and this is where Lost can lose themselves such a good position. Dammy, now you got to shine, brother. You got to start putting on the hurt, and he gets headshotted. Oh, that's it. Put down, but it's Black Sparks to deliver it onto him. Aylash is going to come in with a revive, but look, it's a 4-man push. They're running, pushing forward, going to take the control and try and take down Lost Bullet. No chance, no hope in hell for these guys right now.
So
beautiful stuff from Black Sparks. That's what you want to see go down, and now they put themselves in such a huge position to fight from. They've got a great place to continue this on with. They've got to deal with a fair few teams still around them, and poor Clash, well, doesn't look great for them either as we come onto this, and it's Panda. Still with 4 alive, still pushing back, but can these nades maybe change the game here and become a problem for Panda?
Panda were in this position as a solo previously, where they nearly got the chicken dinner against UDR Killers. Well, now that they have a full squad, it could be a very different result for them, but they've got to get through Black Sparks.
More nades from the side. Black Sparks, they fanned out. They got what they needed. They made their way around. Clash are now down and out of it. 2 teams remain. We got a 4v4. Panda with 4 kills already. 11 up for Black Sparks. Now, Black Sparks don't necessarily have the direct advantage in this. They've got a bit of a 2-2 split to fight out with. But San4, he's on the floor trying to get towards his teammate. But just one grenade that may hit him on the money or stray off towards him could be the difference maker. Oh, they're giving good cover as Panda. They try to push on over. They will find Sans4. They may not know about Bilend being there.
Don't.
oh, this could be massive. And it's good. Look, he's not even looking at the players that are close to him. He's looking over to the side to see what else the Panda team could be doing at this position. These nades are looking good. Luffy needs to be careful. He's straight down and out of it. Panda, they want to try and get this one done. He jumps up in time, but he pushes himself into the play zone. What on earth? No, you can't throw it away like this. Shots are landed, and they get it done. Black Sparks, at the very end, they close it out, and you would never expect that. Oh, I cannot believe Kist, he put himself out in the play zone when he was just about to jump on top of two Black Spark players. That is so unfortunate. Oh, I feel his pain, mate. I feel pain for him.
But that's why Belen's position was just a little bit better compared to GK the first right, because he was more predominantly inside the circle, and he waited, and he waited, and the second Hamo kind of stood up, the distraction was there. Belen got one, he got the damage onto the second. GK went down to the blue zone, and that final push for Belen capped off an absolutely monstrous game for himself alone and the whole of Black Sparks. 7 kills for Blend, 7 just for him and him alone.
Yeah, he came in at the very end, right? He saved the day, and he looked like he was going to find himself in a very nice spot. I think the thing that was crazy there is the fact that actually when you look at it, you felt like Panda could have had that. You felt like it was just going to be having the drop on him there. I'm amazed at how that went down. We got 2 crazy endings for it. And again now, this will be huge because they've grabbed themselves an extra $1,000 for taking that win as well. They're not going to be complaining at all. But what 2 great endings. We're seeing much higher level play, I'd say, here now, Imperium.
Yeah, definitely fantastically high level playing. You kind of said that you're surprised that Panda didn't win. Let's be fair, when you look at both sides between Black Sparks and Panda, Black Sparks were definitely more proactive. They were more controlling. They pushed in onto Nexus. They pushed in onto Lost Bullet. They pushed into the circles, whereas Panda, they were definitely handed a little bit of luck. Yes, they pushed back a little bit of clash, but they didn't push in on them, right? They weren't really controlling. They kept themselves up as a full squad, but to me, I'm not surprised that Black Sparks won just because of how controlling they were.
So I'll say with that, right, you're right up until that final battle, but when you look at how it went between Panda and Black Sparks, I'd 100% say that had Kiss come up at the end, right, and not like he just literally walks into the play zone and dies, and because he didn't have much help anyway. If he hadn't died at that point, he gets 2 kills straight away, and I cannot see Black Sparks winning that out because he might even then be able to heal himself up. Obviously, Billend may be kind of understanding if he wants to jump up or not, but they got it. This is the way it goes. We got to go off to a break, and when we come back, it's time to break all of that down because it's been 2 games of straight fire madness here for the PMPL.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL WEU. Once again, want to give a shout out to our sponsor of OnePlus because they gave us the intuitive and clean OnePlus Oxygen OS 11 system featuring everything from game space to Zen mode and more. Hashtag never settle. Make sure you guys check out the phone. It is fantastic. You can see it on your screen. I want to reach through virtual reality and grab my own, but unfortunately, I can't do that. We're going to take a look now at the map rankings here and see how the points did finish off here for all the teams at the very last game of our first day of the Super Weekend. weekend. Keep in mind, still 2 days to come. It's just the first Super Weekend of 3, and we're going to see Black Sparks take themselves home the chicken dinner, and more importantly, the 1,000 buckaroos.
That's right. They won the favor of Floof. I was trying to find my 1+ somewhere, Jason, but I can't find it. It's not here right now, but I'll find it later for you. I'll find it later. 29 points for them. That's the record for our Super Weekend, I suppose, in terms of Black Sparks being able to put up big numbers. And Panda and Clash going to be following that on. Now, Panda, the fact that they got 17 points off the back of this, they were playing it very stable down on the south of this circle here, Maxman. And, weren't able to round it out exactly, but this is some good points for them.
Yeah, one team I thought was going to get actually way more points into this one is Lost Bullet. I got big question marks in my mind as to what happened over there. We had Clever, we had the entirety of the team actually inside the chapel, the small church around the area of ruins, and they had such a strong position to be able to keep other teams away from that position. And yet they're like, how about we push onto Black Spark? Question mark. And Clever did it, and how to say, he pushed in the open, he had literally no coverage except the smokes. Not too sure, and especially No Master joined up once his teammate went down. That was a big question mark in my mind, so maybe you want to recheck that a little bit, the guys of a Lost Bullet.
I think we can give a little bit of attention, though, to Polar Ace and Unicorns of Love. I think for Polar Ace, this was probably their strongest game out of the entire day, considering they finished off 6 overall in league play. I was surprised to see them on the second page here for the majority. And as you see, Unicorns of Love as well get themselves the 6 kills, kind of what we expected them. Even Nexus making it into the top page for, I think, the second, maybe third time of the day. But let's take a look now at our other 8 teams. And unfortunately, GODSENT have had an extremely difficult first day here of our Super Weekend, as well as GameLord, Kalaris.
Yeah, GODSENT, it feels like a lot of the times they've been trying to get in circles, they've been pinched heavily, which, again, could be kind of unlucky, could be unfortunate, but realistically speaking, you've just got to try and avoid those situations. You've just got to make sure your rotations, maybe if you need to go wider on those rotations, maybe that's something that could be looked at. I mean, Allah, kind of what you broke down, Maxman, before in terms of them trying it on Erangel at the very start of the day, but didn't quite work out. So something needs to be tweaked, I think, for GODSENT.
Yeah, Rice Gang especially, I think that here, that we're looking at them so far, I think that they've been trying to go for gameplay change, just pretty drastic compared to what they did into the league play. Because league play, we saw them, especially day 2, they were being so aggressive, so controlling of whatever zone, whatever area that we're getting involved with. And now we see them in this one. I think they're going like, okay, this is Super Weekend, this is very important, and they kind of just reserved themselves, went back a little bit, we want to play passive, aim for positioning points a little bit more, but sometimes it would feel like they're not taking fights to make a lot of sense to take, to actually fight for position instead. So I think that maybe they want to readjust and go a little bit back to what they had on day 2 of the league play, because it seemed like that adjustment is not working great on this first day of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's always felt odd to me when you have a team who has it working for them. Like, if it's not broke, why fix it? And it's curious why the Super Weekend. Yeah, exactly. Maybe they're getting in their own heads like you're talking about. Let's take a look, though, at our top players here, our top 4 from the last match. I'm hoping to see a couple of new names. I'm hoping to see a couple of names we haven't seen so far today. But we already see Sanfor yet again coming through. And Alush, we saw him, actually, no, we didn't see him earlier for Lost Bullets, but it's nice to see him step up for his team to help join the likes of Clever that we saw just in our last match.
And Billend popping off at the top here with 7 kills throughout all of this here for Black Spark. And I don't think we've really seen him pop off as huge as that throughout this time. To be fair, I don't think we've seen many people pop off at all to that extent with 7 kills and the 700 damage coming in. But they had a great spot to be able to play this from, especially greeting in Panda towards the end as well. So making it work.
Yeah, all right, let's go on to our total damage then, see how it stacks up across the board. You know, Lost Bullets, wherever they're going to be here for me, I think we're going to agree, Max, they probably could have been a lot higher. We still kind of put questions out there of why we saw Clever push up against the enemy team like that of Black Sparks, and unfortunately, we're not going to know the answers to that until we do reach out to them after the show is finished. But we can see Black Sparks, 2.2k damage, 14 kills. It's not bad indeed. That's so many points for them, and that really puts them in a good stabilizing position as well here at the end of the first day.
50% of those kills actually going away off Billend. I think that without him, if he did not take matters in his own hands in those finishing moments, that would have not been a win for Black Spark, because I'm not going to lie. I wrote on my notes, Panda win, question mark? So it didn't quite happen at the very end there, but I did expect Panda to take it because they had priority into the next phase of the circle. And BlackSpark, the only way to actually move away from that spot and get themselves the win was to go aggressive. So Belen was the one to enable that play to happen in the first place. So I think it was great. I think the BlackSpark here are slowly feeling a lot more confident coming into this. And I think that confidence is key when you come in a stage of this important like the Super Weekend.
Survivability too, I think is fair to say. You're looking at BlackSparks here in terms of the damage that they were able to put out and how they converted that to kills, but you got to remember, in the position that they were in, with the amount of smokes that they had down and the amount of reses that they had to pull off to make this occur, it could have been a totally different story, but them being able to make that kind of recovery in this kind of high-octane situation, very, very good.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of the first Miramar game we had today, where we had ScrimFarm set up in that compound, and BlackSparks just stayed alive long enough, and then used smokes to actually close that distance, and of course the nades we saw to come through. But let's look at our top 10 players in kills in the Super Weekend. I'm really curious about this, because Clown was leading the charge for us initially when it came to league play. I'm curious who's going to be leading the charge now, and it's actually going to be RESQ with Blood coming through at 12, but Clown's still there, and for me, that's a really cool thing to see. His consistency is maintaining, he's still picking up so many kills, but we're still seeing a return of a lot of players that we saw from the end of league play here, Max.
I remember especially, I think the reason why Blood is so high right there was 12 kills. It was on that Miramar game, and he just clutched it up against Fresh. It was down to 1v1. He was solo HP, 1 bullet, and it was over. The fact he clutched it allowed his team to survive that entire game too. So I think that's great to have some new names, especially be on the top side of the leaderboards. Athis also going to be up there with 11, and Clown. So Detati got knocked away, so Clown was really not messing around. He's like, hey, Detati, no mate, it's just, there's only one spot for ScrimFarm in the top 10. I'm going to be taking that one for myself. So yeah, Clown, I mean, he's been just so consistent as this insanely talented and gifted fragger for the entirety of ScrimFarm. So it feels great to see him just be so relevant every single day.
And I'm curious if ScrimFarm continue this pace, if they don't have that drop off in day 2 of league play like we saw, will this be a team that is a title contender? But before we get to that, before we take a look at overalls, we're going to look at our top 10 players based off of damage though, and see how closely that relates to our top 10 players in terms of kills. Now, I'm assuming Clown should be in there in some aspect, except he's at the very bottom in 10th place.
I mean, while GODSENT is the one that's putting up the numbers for ScrimFarm here, that is interesting. I mean, the fact that he is still able to put out huge amounts of damage for the team, but not really close out the kills. I mean, yeah, it's a team-based game, you know, you're just looking for what you can get. Athis and Blood sitting up at the top, almost at that 2K mark here. A lot of work been put in for them. Blood, especially when we saw RESQ being able to make waves here throughout the day. Really nice to see that kind of step up coming in.
And speaking of Blood, I want to go straight now into our top 10 teams in damage across the Super Weekend. I'm curious which ones were able to put out the numbers because it's, I think, very important to be able to put down the damage, but obviously very important that you can close out the kills. And we can see the ones who are just down and dirty, ready to fight, and ScrimFarm leading the charge by close to 1,000 damage here, but only by 2 kills, which is so interesting here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close one, actually. Eastern Star's really close by. I mean, they're a very opportunistic kind of team. I mentioned this many times, and they like to play edge. They like to go for third parties once they see the opportunity. So I'm not too surprised to see that discrepancy in terms of damage compared to ScrimFarm and Eastern Stars. Is not quite 1,000, but we're getting there almost. I'm not going to do exactly because, you know, I'm going to get it wrong. But also, I thought its Destiny would be a lot higher, and I think that it goes back to that first Erangel game where they had themselves that great compound right up to north of the bridge on game 1 of today, actually. If they would have been able to convert that into a more aggressive and opportunistic kind of compound to try and zone teams away, I think they could have been #1 at the end, but that's just opportunities that they were not able to seize at the time. So I'm hoping for that to potentially increase a little bit. And Clash, hey, they're going to be in our top 5 top fraggers, well, top damage dealers, should I say, of the entirety of this first day. They got so many opportunities where they were just surrounded by teams and just mowed everyone down. I think Clash is 100% deserving of that fifth spot so far.
Super interesting note as well here as we pull away from this. GSG in 9th place with 4,700 damage done. I don't think... Yeah, I'm not even sure if they're top 8 in our overall standings, but that's a large amount of damage to be done by a team that's kind of been under the radar for the most part. I think it's time to maybe look at our daily report, though, to kind of remind you guys, if you missed out on any of the matches earlier on today, and if you're too lazy to hit the rewind button over on YouTube on the VOD, you could check out how all the teams did do across the board. Remember, each of these teams got themselves $1,000 today. Every chicken dinner you get is $1,000 in your pocket. And Lakonostra MVP, they started off extremely strong, taking a massive victory.
I'm going to present you with a concern here, Jason, and
do it.
You're looking at 3 of the 5 teams here that have got themselves chicken dinners, right? ScrimFarm, Destiny, Black Sparks, these 3 teams were also the top 3 when it came to coming into this, in our first 2 days of play-ins, into this Super Weekend. Between these 3 teams, across 15 games, they have secured 8 of the chicken dinners. These 3 teams are the finishers right now of Western Europe, and all of these other teams are going to have to start looking at them very, very closely, because if they're able to finish in these high intense situations and continue to do so, they're not only going to be bagging more $1,000 off of more wins to come, but these could be the big 3 favorites for the tournament right now. And this is something that I think we're going to have to pay attention going into the next days.
There's definitely a big
100%.
Yeah, especially because we got to keep in mind that then you have yourself the finals of this tournament, and after that you're also going to have 3 spots to go right into the EMEA League finals.
Yeah,
so these also are looking not only to make it to the finals and potentially win that and take a big portion of the prize pool, but also make it to the big European event after that.
Yeah, I mean, considering we do have $15,000 to be won every Super Weekend, and if you win first place in the finals, you get $10,000. There's a lot of money to be taken. Obviously, we talk about how important it is to re-qualify for the Super Weekends just to maintain top 16 so you get into the finals. But it's important to qualify into the Super Weekend to potentially win $1,000 a pop here, and there's a lot of pressure on those teams to be able to close things out. And we've already talked, about a couple of teams that struggled to finish things off, unfortunately. But really interesting to see if, like you point out, Klaus, I really like that number you gave us, that those teams, those 3 are the ones to really set the pace of this entire event and really force the teams to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could look a little further and say that Clash could potentially be joining that in terms of the 2 chicken dinners that they've got, and then you have yourself 10 out of the 15 chicken dinners. But they were 11th when it came to the play-in to this. But Destiny, Black Sparks, as well as ScrimFarm being the top 3 there, and now having chicken dinners on the first day, it does start to paint that picture that we're slowly kind of building together here. No more kind of Telestration Picassos for me, but these 3 are painting a beautiful one itself.
Well, I hope we do get more Picassos from you later on. We still have tons of time here at PMPL Western Europe. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings. At the end of our first day of play, remember, top 16 teams in our Super Weekends will get through into our finals, and then top 3 teams there, as Max said before, will go to our EMEA Regional Championships, and ScrimFarm will be maintaining that first place position yet again, like they did at the end of day 1 in our league play, Max.
We're just hoping we're not going to have a kind of copy-paste and repeat of what happened into the league play. So, that's great. 62 points, that's awesome. You already confirmed basically purely based off today that you're going to be potentially making it straight into the finals. You need to be top 16 at the end, so ScrimFarm are definitely looking very comfortable. But they need
Max,
and make sure they get at least a good, decent average for the next 2 days.
But I just want to remind people at home as well, just because ScrimFarm maybe have 62 points now and that they're pretty confident to make it into our finals, points from Super Weekends go towards a qualification process for PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship at the end of the year. So you don't want to slack off whatsoever, even if you're in first place. You want every single point.
Yeah, what did Max say before? Metal to the pedal, I think. You need to keep
you got to bring that back up, don't you?
You've got to keep the metal to the pedal for the entire tournament, Max. What do you think about that?
Very good point.
So he's just talking about lifting, right? You're going to lift the car into the pedal instead of pushing the pedal down to the car. He's doing the hard route for it. As we take a look at the rest of the teams here, Eastern Stars, Black Sparks, Destiny again. 3 of those teams make it into the top 4. We take a look at our second page, and unfortunate. I mean, Polar Ace had a stellar first week of league play. Rice Gang as well. Unicorns love as well, but they're in 10th place. We're seeing some teams struggle, and remember, GSG Europe, we're 9th in damage, I believe, at like 4,700, but they're 12th overall in rankings here, so they're struggling in locking down these placement points.
Seem like they're just not able to really capitalize on the fights that are happening in front of them. Because being top 10 in terms of overall damage, even though you only have 16 teams, so it is maybe not an insane achievement with only 16 teams in this one, but it goes to show that they're taking fights and not able to turn them to something bigger. That could be in winning the fight and getting extra kills, because we can see in kills so far, 16, not anything out of the ordinary over 5 games. It's still decent kills to have, but they need to convert those fights that they take into something bigger, and typically that would be a good position or a good path opportunity later on down the line in your games. So I think that GSG, their fighting apparently is going fine, and that's okay. Maybe still a few things to improve on, but your rotations, that is what I'm thinking is really lacking heavily for GSG, because they could get themselves in a good position, but they just don't use it. So GSG, that should be the focus hitting day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah. And for me, it's one day, and sometimes as teams, especially in PUBG Mobile, you can just have a bad day. Like we see a lot of good teams on this 9th through 16th right now that maybe 1 or 2 of them just had a bad day, and maybe we see them blast out in the next coming ones. We'll see.
I think the worry for me, Klaus, though, comes into if this is consistently happening for them, are they going to struggle when it comes to requalifying? Because I think the teams that are in 9th through 16th place, like they have even more pressure on them to requalify next weekend, or they potentially would be knocked out of top 16. So for at least for me, if looking at GODSENT, like I think we expect more. I mean, Reeves and Marley, we talk about how good of players they are. They played in so many huge high caliber tournaments. Maybe it's just taking that time to get things sorted throughout the roster of like how they want to play things out. But it's definitely looking tough for GODSENT at the moment. But you know, it's not looking tough for our top MVP players at the moment. And remind you guys once again, at the end of finals, our top MVP player overall will win themselves $1,000 as well, just for them. They don't have to split it between their team, though if you're a good guy, I think you should, because you couldn't be MVP without the help of your team. And I'm wondering who's going to be here currently ranked first. I think Bill Enemy was looking pretty strong, maybe Clown in there as well. We'll get that up on your screen in a second and see, but I think hopefully players in my mind, you know, Clark's looking at this. I hope they're not paying too much attention to this. I hope you're not a player that's looking like, yeah, I'm blood, I'm number 1 on the MVP, I'm the best, because this isn't your goal to be the MVP. Your goal should be qualifying for the EMEA Regional Championship and placing first, that 10,000 extra bucks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing great as a team, if you're playing great as a squad, and you're pushing up to the upper echelons of the charts and trying to get to, especially as you say, those top 3 placements, this would come by proxy, right? You would be blasting out in the lobby, you would be blasting out in terms of the overall placements and then getting up there. But that being said, kudos to these guys so far, but early stages yet.
Max, are you surprised by any of these names at all, by the way? I mean, Athos, we didn't really see too much of them until today.
Yeah, I think the Sanhok is the one that I'm just not really too surprised. We saw him perform really well and just pull in some great clutches moments. He was able actually to secure the very first win for his team in the first game of the league play. So I think it's just great to see him still being so relevant back into the Super Weekend here. But 2 players off ScrimFarm, I mean, they showed it, right? They're the most dominant team so far in this lobby, was already 62 points hitting this very first day. So 2 players up there, I think is great. And it seems good to also see some more Romanian representation, because there's some big fan base over there, so they're going to be happy about that. But of course, we'll see if they can hold on to the crown hitting tomorrow and also on Saturday.
Yeah, speaking of tomorrow, we need to end the show today before we can get to tomorrow. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for everything you brought out for us, of course, over the course of today. And, of course, a big thank you to John Allen, Blank, Banks, and Imperium. But tomorrow, we'll be back at the exact same time here for more action. 5 more games to be played until we get into our 3rd and final day of our very first Super Weekend. And we'll see you guys then.